but it ignited the fatal large-caliber cannon rounds, which were as powerful as landmines. Those in the helicopter were all killed. The flying ball bearings pierced through the pilot's neck, and the blood splashed onto the side window. The helicopter span out of control before it dropped from the sky onto the ground. Both parties could feel the violent vibration on the ground. In the half-ruins of the left fortress, Han Zio, who fired that shot, cocked his sniper rifle to unload the cartridge that was still smoking hot. His eyes were serious and calm. In that critical juncture, he had pumped a large amount of EXP into sniping, such that it rose to LV9. This was the reason he had managed to shoot a round with such accuracy. He had hit the cannon rounds on the helicopter's ammunition belt from an extremely obscure angle. However, this shot had also caused several bad consequences. The other Y-5 Snake helicopter aimed all its firepower at the left fortress. In addition, the enemy ground troops knew that the helicopters were their trump card. Therefore, they all cooperated and fired at the fortress together. A terrifying number of rounds smashed the rain curtain and exploded on the left fortress. Big Beard Guy's face turned ghostly pale as he thought he was going to be blown up in pieces. How could he run faster than the cannon rounds with his two short legs? Right in his moment of desperation, he suddenly felt a large hand picking him up by the scruff of his neck and a great force that dragged him along to run away at lightning speed. The next instant, the entire left fortress blew up into ruins. If it had been a second earlier, Big Beard Guy would have been blown to smithereens. After escaping from danger, Big Beard Guy felt his collar being released. His butt landed right on the ground. He quickly turned around and looked at the person who saved him. The sight of Han Zio, who was dressed in black, standing in the heavy rain, appeared in his eyes. Big Beard Guy did not bother with thanking Han Zio for saving his life before he asked in shock, "How did you run so fast?" "Because I am as free as the wind." Big Beard Guy was completely dumbfounded. "What kind of crap are you talking about?" As soon as Han Zio finished quipping, his both feet landed on the ground. His electromagnetic hover boots then lit up with a dark blue glow, and electromagnetic force blasted out of them, causing Han Zio to slide out swiftly as he was skating on ice. He was moving faster than a car, and so, with 2 to 3 slides, he reached the top of the raft of the outside wall. Much to the mercenaries' astonishment, Han Zio was dashing left and right rapidly like dark-colored lightning on the wall raft. No enemy could accurately lock onto him. He dodged all enemy fire. "See my majestic skill?" Han Zio started sniping whilst he was moving around at high speed. The field of vision for sniping was a few times greater there than that in the left fortress. His snipe skill, which had just reached LV9, could control the entire battlefield. The movement provided by the hover boots was smooth and steady, so Han Zio did not spend much of his effort controlling the boots. The difficulty in controlling the boots was only as high as those commercial electronic skating shoes. Therefore, the high-speed movement did not affect the accuracy of Han Zio's shots significantly. Rounds after rounds were fired at the enemies. High-explosive, aim, flash, and penetration rounds took turns to be fired from the sniper rifle. The most useful bullet was always used at the most appropriate time and place. For instance, when a vehicle was attempting to fire a grenade at one of the manor's machine guns, a flash bullet appeared at the most opportune time and made the enemy fire at the wrong angle. You are currently sniping while on the move. You learned a moving snipe technique 100. Triggered the learning of a new skill? Han Zio's eyes brightened. This skill could only be triggered when the snipe skill was above LV8. He fired a few more shots and realized, when he successfully shot a target, he gained a progress point. He immediately became more enthusiastic in sniping the enemies. Han Zio evaded the majority of attacks from the enemies with the help of the hover boots. However, the enemies recognized his area control ability as a sniper. They would have much difficulty taking the next step without bringing him down. Thus, Han Zio soon felt their intense enthusiasm, and he once again received concentrated fire from the enemies. The pressure on him increased sharply, and he was frequently shot by stray rounds. He had no choice but to shield his body with his magnetic armor. The last Y-5 Snake helicopter swayed left and right to prevent Han Zio from sniping its vital parts. The machine cannon fired consistently, causing much trouble for Han Zio. Even with the magnetic armor, it was painful for him to take a few cannon rounds. To make matters worse, the cannon rounds had a pushback effect, which already made Han Zio miss quite a few of his shots. The armor on his chest received 3 more large-caliber cannon rounds. Han Zio felt his chest tightening. He was pushed a few meters back and almost fell off the wall raft. However, the damage was not significant to him. His current HP count was more than 2,000, and with the help of the magnetic retractable armor, he could suffer through much greater damage. At this moment, the mercenaries in the manor started fighting back and actively complement Han Zio's battle tactics. "Oi, sniper, stop daydreaming. Continue fighting like before, we will coordinate with your attacks," Chen Li shouted in the communication device. Chapter 110, The Mane of Planet Aquamarine. Someone once said that if one reviewed one's previous life, one would realize that one's wrongdoings in the past would come back to haunt one. If those words were true, Han Zio felt that he was bound to become a haunted house owner, surrounded by hateful specters, since every enemy that he killed stared hard at him with vengeful, angry eyes. At the most critical juncture, Han Zio used his amazing sniping skills to stabilize the battle situation. He gave the mercenaries time to regroup, and the rest of the surviving snipers also made use of the opportunity to head to new hideouts. The mercenaries made Han Zio the main fighter, and all of them provided support for him. The enemy's plan to suppress Han Zio with heavy fire failed badly. The troops working with Han Zio managed to relieve his stress and pressure. In turn, this brought out the best of his strength and made his fighting easier. You are currently sniping while on the move. You learned a moving snipe technique. 100-100, you successfully grasped moving snipe LV. 104500. Reduction of the loss of accuracy from shooting in motion, plus 2% explosive firing accuracy, plus 1% fire rate when equipped with sniper rifles. Han Zio realized that moving snipe did not require large sums of EXP points. He channeled his additional EXP points into the skill and raised the skill to LV. 4. He became more comfortable with operating a sniper rifle and could use the weapon to the best of its ability. After the enemy's initial strong push, the situation was back in the defender's favor. The incoming enemy troops were fatigued. They wanted to use explosives to blow a hole in the exterior walls of the garden and follow up by driving their vehicles into the compound. However, the tough steel plates and concrete with the urgent repairs going on made the exterior impossible to blow up. The enemies then changed their plans and wanted to wipe out the guards of the base directly, but instead, they were stopped by the powerful Han Zio, who suddenly emerged before their eyes. The enemies realized their assault was going downhill. They started their retreat and left piles of dead bodies. The Y-5 Snake helicopter turned back and flew away from the site. The helicopter did not have the audacity to fly close to the ground. The pilots were afraid that Han Zio could fire at its fuel tank and ammunition storage, which would limit the helicopter's fighting ability, making it less of a threat. The battle is finally over. Han Zio heaved a sigh of relief. His HP had dropped by over 600 points. The endurance level of the magnetically controlled retractable armor was reduced by a great deal, but he had brought some mechanical parts with him, so he could conduct repairs on the damaged item. The mercenaries by his side were all exhausted. They collapsed to the ground in fatigue. Chen Li walked toward them. He was curious about Han Zio's abilities. He wanted to find out Han Zio's full fighting capability and asked, "Mr. Black, are you all right?" Han Zio waved his hand to indicate that he was doing fine at the current moment. Although Chen Li appeared relieved, he was in fact slightly shocked. He did not expect the Scorpion-level assassin to be more reliable than the Hornet brothers. Shooting the enemies under such powerful concentrated enemy fire was not a feat that was attainable by a Scorpion-level individual. Chen Li suspected that Mr. Black was a new member of the dark web, which would explain his rather low level. Based on his performance in the previous battle, as long as he survived, he could easily attain ghost level. Third round completed. You gained 150,000 EXP. Change in quest requirement. Fourth round requirement. Defend against 5 waves of attacks. Reward, 40,000 EXP per wave. Accumulated EXP will be kept if the mission fails. Special reward, 100,000 EXP. Han Zio felt helpless. Why is it another defense mission? Can there be more variety? 3 forts have been destroyed, and many mercenary troops have also perished. Is the whole mission going to be an endless defense against enemy attacks? The only consolation is probably the experience and the special reward. Perhaps the special reward is the reason behind all the hidden requirements for the mission. What special tactics are they going to run this time round? Han Zio made his way to the logistics zone to start the repairs of the damaged equipment and replenish the exhausted ammunition. On his way there, he was met with looks of respect given by the mercenary troops. Their looks seemed like they had given the green light to let Han Zio be the leader of all the snipers in the force instead of the Hornet brothers. Those troops with injuries spent the night having themselves treated, while the troops who were not injured had a peaceful night of sleep. The rain stopped at twilight. The ground was muddy, mixed with blood and bullet shells. A strange, pungent smell was also emitted by the ground. Han Zio was prepared to close his eyes to take a short nap when he heard a commotion emerging out of the communication device. The targets have appeared. Han Zio opened his eyes and looked toward the mansion. The bald old man and a fine-looking gentleman appeared behind the fences of the mansion. All the mercenary troops were alarmed, and they stared curiously at the targets that they were supposed to protect. When all the mercenary troops and assassins arrived before him, the bald open man started speaking. "Thank you for the protection you guys have offered for the past few days. I will now call out the names of some of the guys whom I want to speak with." The bald old man chanted out a list of names. The names belonged to the commanders of the mercenary troops and assassins with outstanding performances in the mission. Mr. Black, which was Han Zio's code name, was also mentioned. "Please enter the mansion in 10 minutes. I have something to discuss with you guys." The condition for the mission to fail has changed. The condition of no entrance into the mansion, which would directly lead to mission failure, was no longer there. The appearance of the two mysterious characters created an intense discussion between the curious and puzzled troops. Waves of unease could be felt in Han Zio's heart instead. He managed to recognize one of the guys. "It is him, Bennett Anderson." No flashy adjectives were required to describe Bennett. In fact, one simple sentence was enough. Bennett was the main character of Planet Aquamarine. Amazing, right? There was something even more amazing. Bennett was another main character on Planet Aquamarine's main storyline that could lead the players to access missions only available on the main storyline. With that said, it meant that Bennett was an important character that many players wanted to curry favor with. Furthermore, Bennett was a hidden general skills trainer. Han Zio's eyes glittered. In less than 10 minutes, he made a phone call to the Rothschild family. "Alphonsus, I want to exchange for some items." Aren't you on the deployment mission? What do you need?" "The Silver Defender Leader's saber and the Lock HOC sniper rifle." "All right, I did not imagine that you would have such a hobby. I'll get someone to help you find the items. They will be sent to you in 2 days." You requested to exchange for the Silver Defender Leader's saber from the Rothschild family, minus 300 affection points. Current relationship status, friendly. You requested to exchange for the Lock HOC sniper rifle from the Rothschild family, minus 300 affection points. Current relationship status, friendly. Han Zio nodded and hung up on the phone. All the troops were looking at the selected individuals as they entered the mansion. The interior of the mansion followed a minimalistic classical style. Other than a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, there were no signs of extravagance in the other parts of the room. The bald old man sat on his sofa, and the friendly gentleman was standing behind him. "Sit anywhere you want." The selected individuals took their seats on the sofas and chairs in the different corners of the room. Han Zio remained standing. He leaned against the glass cabinet that stored all the bottles of wine. He stared intently at the friendly gentleman. That was indeed Bennett. He might have looked like a middle-aged man, but he was in fact over 60 years old. He was a powerful superhuman. Therefore, he looked younger since he aged at a slower pace. The bald elderly man pushed up his spectacles and said in a deliberate manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yuan, and I will require the protection of you guys for an extended period of time. Today, I called you guys here so that I could meet you all. Also, the mansion will be open for you guys to visit. If you guys want to, you all can even rest in the mansion." Wang Yuan never heard of the name before. Everyone looked at one another in confusion. They were in fact puzzled by the fact that the two mysterious guys decided to seek refuge in River Valley Manor as Seagull City seemed like a much better place to do so. Also, who were the enemies that relentlessly hunted for them? They realized that Wang Yuan had no intention the queries they had in their hearts, therefore they could not be bothered to ask these questions. Also, asking sensitive questions was not a good practice of their profession. You guys are the central force defending River Valley Manor, and once the mission is done, Wang Yuan said, I will hand out additional rewards to you guys in private. The eyes of many mercenary commanders lit up. The stipulated reward from the mission was supposed to be shared with all the fellow troops. However, an undeclared reward privately handed out to the commander need not be shared with their men. The commander could use the reward as they wished. The meeting was a short one. The commanders moved back to take care of their fellow troops. Some ammunition supplies were also transferred into the mansion for storage. The mansion was very big with many empty rooms that were available for the troops to rest inside. The hustle and bustle moved into the mansion, and soon, people began moving in and out of the mansion endlessly. Wang Yuan and Bennett stayed for a while before they made their moves. Han Zio moved quickly up to the two of them. Mr. Black, what's the matter? Wang Yuan gave a slight grin. He remembered the stunning performance by the sniper last night. It was still fresh in his mind. Han Zio looked at Bennett and said, I want to speak privately with him. Wang Yuan and Bennett both looked shocked. They looked at each other for a moment. Wang Yuan smiled and made his way to another side of the room so as to give Han Zio and Bennett their personal space. Why do you want to speak to me? Bennett was puzzled. Have we met before? Han Zio took a deep breath and spoke softly at a volume that only both of them could hear. Bennett Anderson, you are the legendary guy who was active back in the times of the old warring period. You previously trained in the Masaiharat training camp, which was directly under the Ordina Intelligence Agency. You were one of their best agents and a cold-blooded killing machine. Halfway through the warring period, you became the captain of the elite team of Ordina agents that went by the code name Blue Devil. You carried out hundreds of infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and covert operations. You left Ordina and became a traitor eventually. Your head is now worth a bounty of 15 million. After you defected, you disappeared for 2 years. Legend says that you were undergoing some tough training in the harsh terrain of the northern continent. You were supposedly hunting beasts in the Caroso mountain range. When you appeared once again, you became the strongest man on this planet. You entered the war again, but you did not help any of the parties involved in the war. Instead, you assisted the refugees in their escapes, and through that, you built a strong organization that was the predecessor of the existing dark web organization. You appeared countless times in the war-ravaged regions, and as more people were saved by you, you gradually became known as the hero by the people of your time. Also, you left your mark by having an amazing and almost unbelievable battle record. As the war ended, you left the world stage. You covered your tracks and disappeared. From then on, you never appeared in the eyes of the public. All these words were the official description of Bennett that was given in the game. Han Zio could no longer remember the nitty-gritty details and could only give a rough overview. There were a couple of main characters on every planet. They were like the shooting stars in the sky, leaving bright trails for the people of their time and impressionable marks on the history of the planets. Bennett was the main character of Planet Aquamarine. Even Hyla could not be compared to Bennett at an equal standing. The rise of the goddess of death belonged to later versions. After listening to the words of Han Zio, Bennett was astonished. Han Zio was the first out of all his guards to actually point out his true identity. Even after decades, someone could still recognize him. Bennett had looked really cold, like a block of ice in the past, and he looked completely different now. He really did change a lot, so how was it possible for his true identity to be recognized? The most probable speculation appeared in Bennett's heart. He asked hesitantly, "So, are you my fan?" Chapter 111, Flaming Will, Admire You My Ass. Although Han Zio wanted to say that, he reckoned that it would be no fun offending Bennett. He still wished to extract some benefits out of Bennett. Be serious, be serious. Han Xian made a dry cough. I heard of your stories and I have always wanted to meet you. Bennett gave a friendly smile and waved his hands. Don't mention the things in the past. What did you want to speak to me about? It can't be for a signature, right? Han Zio's eyes twitched. All right, enough showing off. After regulating his breath, Han Zio gave a stern expression and said, I heard you are the strongest human on this planet. Bennett's eyes flashed. He was too familiar with such an introduction. Perhaps it was another person that wanted to challenge him to a fight. The war created power beings that emerged from the flames and bloodshed of the battles. Bennett took pride in his amazing battle record. Over the years, many strong individuals had wanted to challenge him. Bennett was too tired of the meaningless fights and his continuous victories from the easy battles. He appeared this time merely to protect his old friend, Wang Yuan. He never planned to reveal his true identity to his enemies, the traitors of the organization, else his enemies would not even dare lay their fingers on him. Precisely because of the fact that the traitors of the organization felt that the defense around Wang Yuan was weak, it allowed the baiting operation to proceed. Bennett shook his head. If Han Zio really wanted to fight him, he would definitely not agree to it since Han Zio's current strength was worthless in his eyes. Yet contrary to his expectations, Han Zio said, "I want to learn some combat techniques from you." "Interesting, you are the first person who has wanted to learn from me." Bennett contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "You are a sniper. It's impossible for you to learn my combat tactics." As expected, Bennett used the same tactic again. It was Bennett's standard line when he wanted to reject someone. As long as the prerequisites were not met, the same line was thrown out to be used in rejections. It was always the same line. "You are a mechanic. It's impossible for you to learn my techniques." "You are a pugilist. It's impossible for you to learn." "You are a superhuman. It's impossible for you to learn." By merely changing the noun of the sentence, large numbers of players were rejected. Han Zio was not going to fall for this same trick. Bennett was a hidden general skills trainer, and gifts were required for him to actually teach the skills to a player. Previously, there were players that came with gifts with the intention of just currying favor with Bennett. They did not expect themselves to actually pick up a skill or two from just handing gifts to Bennett. Different gifts linked to different skills. The two items that Han Zio had requested from the Rothschild family were meant to be presented to Bennett as gifts. Han Zio chatted with Bennett to ensure that Bennett actually recognized him. Bennett caught up to Wang Yuan, who was waiting for him not far ahead. Wang Yuan asked curiously, "What did he want from you?" "He recognizes me and wants to learn some combat techniques from me." "What a strange dude." Wang Yuan stroked his beard and said, "He has got some skill. He is a new assassin that just joined the organization's blood-pact society. He has a mysterious background and is codenamed Mr. Black. He is definitely a character we should pull to our side. After this mission, I will ask Xena to increase his level to dark." The mercenary troops were tidying up the rooms of the mansion. Chen Li went to look for Han Zio and handed him a chain of room keys. Han Zio did not accept the keys immediately. He stared at Chen Li weirdly and stuttered, "Don't tell me, these are the keys to your room." "I don't have such an inclination," Chen Li said as the veins on his forehead bulged. "You sound like I like such kind of things." Chen Li coughed dryly and explained, "These are the keys to the best rooms of the mansion, and I reserved one for you." It was only then that Han Zio came to his sense. He received the keys and understood what was going on. Who else are those singles rooms meant for? They are allocated to Volcano, Moonlight, Hunter, and a few other commanders of the various mercenary groups. The names that Han Zio mentioned were all the stronger fighters and leaders of the guards around the mansion. Being allocated a single room was a privilege of the stronger individuals. The remaining ordinary troops and assassins could only squeeze into bigger rooms or sleep in the main hall. In the fight the previous night, Han Zio had replaced the Hornet brothers, who were killed in action. He was the core of all the snipers and was the backbone of the defense. His outstanding performance gained the respect of the fellow mercenary troops, which was also why Chen Li went over to pass him the keys. As long as one had the power and capability, one would be bestowed with special privileges. Han Zio gladly accepted Chen Li's offer. Han Zio's room was on the second floor, and it had a balcony. When he reached the corridor on the second level, Han Zio saw the rest of the powerful figures. They looked at one another and nodded as a form of friendly gesture. Hunt left a deep impression in Han Zio's eyes. Hunter was a firearms expert from the mechanic lineage. His weapons were a pair of very powerful handheld cannons. It was said that the handheld cannons did not have any recoil when fired. Since Bennett is here, and the mission has to be carried out as long as I can get close to Bennett, and in turn come into contact with the main server at the hideout. I will be able to gain the favor of the dark web organization and access its huge network of intelligence. The gains from the move will be so great. Being on good terms with the main character of the planet could bring so many benefits. Han Zio used his fingers to scratch the stubble on his chin. His eyes lit up like a shrewd thief. Over the next 2 days, the enemies carried out raids each night, as if they were a bunch of crazy monsters that could not have enough of night attacks. They extended their devilish clutches toward the manor. Han Zio took over the role of the Hornet brothers and was in charge of holding the ground. He used his strong sniping abilities to control the situation. While his great accuracy was one thing, what was more impressive was his astute acumen in battles. Having previously fought in the interplanetary wars of the galaxy, where the scale and density of the firepower was just too overwhelming, this battle was like a leisurely stroll. The two were not on the same level, and their differences were just too great. In the madness and mess of interplanetary wars, a minor mistake could lead to planes crashing and deaths. Every small mistake was infinitely escalated. Therefore, Han Zio developed his acumen and instinct to search for opportunities through the slim cracks of the intense situations. That was the mark of a true master. Although Han Zio was not humble at all, rather shameless even, he was no doubt a true master. It was a piece of cake for him to handle battles of such a small scale that adopted low-tech equipment. His shots could always hit the targets at the right spots. With the help of Han Zio, there were great reductions in the casualties faced by the mercenary troops. It was shockingly amazing. Previously, the Hornet brothers had been more focused on killing the enemies, and they could hardly help the rest in the firefights. However, Mr. Black employed an all-around sniping style, which enabled him to execute the enemies and also take time to carry out defensive actions. It was like a one-man show that handled that entire southeastern and northeastern battlefronts. Reliable and stable were the perceptions that the troops had about Han Zio. Han Zio's fire support allowed them to have easier fights. A sniper who could control the entire situation of the battle was of indescribable threat. It was natural for the enemies to concentrate their firepower on Han Zio. However, Han Zio managed to neutralize the threat with the mobility provided by his hoverboots. Also, the low-level health strengthening module provided him with the ability to withstand attacks made by the enemy. He had almost double the HP that normal mechanics at his level would have. Even superhumans and pugilists that exceeded LV-40 might not have more HP than him. Therefore, it was not necessary for Han Zio to fear the enemy's attacks like the other snipers. It was also the first time that the troops saw a sniper that dared face the direct fire of the machine guns of the enemies and take on the enemy up front. That changed the troops' initial perception that a sniper only dealt out attacks silently, away from the enemy's attention. In those 2 days, Han Zio became more respected in the eyes of the troops. Deaths were bound to happen in a battle, and new troops and assassins arrived to replace those that were killed in action. That was to ensure that new blood was being injected and a robust fighting force was constantly present. Golden Fox was one of the new blood. She was a dark-level assassin. Once she entered the manor, there was someone to receive her. Golden Fox was a tall, pretty lady. She looked good and carried a sniper rifle on her back. She asked in a serious tone, "How is the situation?" The mercenary leading the way took a glance at the perky ass of the Golden Fox. From the look in his eyes, one could tell he was aroused. The Golden Fox had long gotten used to the perverted stares of men, so she simply ignored that mercenary's action. The situation is looking good. Although the enemies are attacking more frequently, our defenses are very strong and tight. Also, all the ammunition and logistical supplies are replenished daily. Plus, there are new troops joining the force. The southeastern and northeastern sectors are managed by Mr. Black, so nothing will go wrong. The trooper laughed. Mr. Black? The Golden Fox was very sure that she had not heard of such a codename. She asked curiously, "Who is Mr. Black?" Mr. Black is a scorpion-level assassin. His sniping skills are unbelievably amazing. Only scorpion level? Golden Fox felt uneasy. She locked her brows. She did not trust the ability of Han Zio and said in a confused tone, "Isn't it too brash and unwise to let a scorpion-level assassin to be in charge of the battle?" After she finished that sentence, Golden Fox realized that the mercenary leading the way was no longer friendly or attracted toward her. His eyes turned cold. He pointed in the direction ahead and asked Golden Fox to go to the place by herself. The man then turned around and walked away. Golden Fox was astonished. She had only questioned the ability of Mr. Black. Was it necessary for the trooper to make such a big reaction? Was Mr. Black really that reputable? That night, when the enemies approached, Golden Fox finally saw Mr. Black's performance and his ability to control the situation of the battle. She was shocked. It was as if Mr. Black possessed the legendary eagle eye and could see every corner of the battlefield. There were almost no missed shots. Even if some of the shots did not injure or kill the enemy, they played other vital roles, such as to limit the enemies or to support the allies. Golden Fox realized that she had nothing to do on the battlefield. All the work was already settled by Mr. Black. The work of Mr. Black impressed the Golden Fox more than the total number of enemies he killed. As sniper, the Golden Fox realized how much work Mr. Black was actually doing. Mr. Black took all the work away from the other snipers. One Mr. Black could replace a team of snipers. She finally understood why the mercenary troops let a scorpion-level assassin take charge of battlefield. That is surely the strongest sniper I have seen. You defeated a wave of attackers. 3-5. After seeing the enemies retreat, Han Zio heaved a sigh of relief. It is the third wave of enemies, and the attacks are becoming stronger. However, there are also more guards in the manor. With me around, as long as there are no strong individuals in the subsequent attacks, the mission is likely to be completed. However, what is the requirement to obtain the hidden reward? Han Zio had zero clues about the hidden reward. The next morning, Chen Li called out to Han Zio through the communication device. Mr. Black, someone from the Rothschild family is looking for you. Upon hearing that, Han Zio immediately shot up from his bed and raced to the gates of the mansion. He received the items from the delivery man, or rather, the courier from the Rothschild family. The two items were the Silver Defender Leader's Saber and the Lock HOC Sniper Rifle. The two items dated back to a few decades ago. They were no longer in production, and the countries that manufactured the items no longer existed. The two items were considered antiques. Bennett was an avid collector of antique weapons, and these items were the necessary prerequisites to learn the new skills. There was a total of more than 10 items that could activate the learning of new skills. The types of gifts were different. Therefore, they led to different skills. However, the total quantity of these items was limited, and it meant that the number of players that could learn skills from Bennett was also limited. The hidden instructors usually transferred skills to their disciples in such a manner. For instance, there were only about 100 of such sabers left, and with the saber, one could master a very powerful attacking ability known as Flaming Will. In the late stage of version 1.0, the price of the saber was inflated to millions of dollars, and Han Zio was able to obtain it by sacrificing some of his relationship points with the Rothschild family. It was a pretty good deal. Han Zio longed to master the ability of Flaming Will, something he had failed to do in his past life. Chapter 112, LV60. After Han Zio got the items, he immediately went to find Bennett. Since the mercenary troops and assassins were allowed into the manor, Bennett and Wang Yuan often appeared. Everybody knew that they lived on the highest floor. The staircase of the villa was made of mahogany and gave out a special scent. Han Zio walked up the staircase to the top floor and knocked on Bennett's door. "Sit anywhere you want." Bennett was holding a cup of herbal tea in his hand, and after opening the door, he sat on the sofa and looked at Han Zio happily. He liked Han Zio as Han Zio was the first to recognize his true identity. He then asked, "What do you want?" "Oh wait, let's not rush into the talking. I made a pot of herbal tea, do you want to try?" He then pointed to the cup in his hand. The herbal tea in the cup was so thick. The tea was green in color and had freakish bubbles. Han Zio closed his mouth, but he finally could not withstand his urge to speak. He pointed to the herbal tea and said in a breathless voice, "So, what is the trade-off I need to make?" Bennett had confusion written all over his face. He did not understand what Han Zio was saying. Han Zio coughed and put the conversation back on track. "I want to learn fighting techniques from you." Bennett did not know whether he should laugh or cry. "I thought I said no. Is that the Silver Defender Leader's Saber?" The Silver Defender Leader's Saber was manufactured in an ancient country that no longer existed. That country's weapons manufacturing techniques had a history of more than hundreds of years. Every weapon manufactured was considered as a prized piece that displayed great craftsmanship. There were only about 100 of such sabers left in the world. The saber was truly a classic. There were carvings of scriptures on the blade of the saber. The words inscribed were aesthetically pleasing, and every saber was carved with a different paragraph. The paragraphs were joined together to form a saga of the ancient country. Bennett stared hard at the saber. One could tell from the look in his eyes that he liked the saber a lot. However, he did not stretch out his hands to reach for it. Instead, he looked at Han Zio in astonishment. "You want to give the saber to me? How did you know that I like collecting antique weapons? You must be my admirer." Han Zio was speechless. Indeed, what he was doing to Bennett was a little out of the ordinary. It was hard to explain why he wanted to give the saber to Bennett. He thought to himself, as long as I can learn new skills, I can accept any form of misunderstanding. Maybe my actions can even improve relations with Bennett. It's fine as long as you're happy. After receiving the Silver Defender Leader's saber, Bennett could not take his hands off that prized possession. He was also feeling pretty tangled up. Han Zio had handed him a gift that he had always longed for. Also, Han Zio seemed like a hardcore fan of his, so he could not bear to reject Han Zio's request. Bennett thought for a while and then raised his head. He smiled at Han Zio and said, "Let's do it." Han Zio could feel his goosebumps rising, and he immediately retreated backwards. He held his hands in front of his body. His body was tensed up and prepared to face the upcoming move he expected from Bennett. "What are you thinking about? I meant that I am willing to teach you some skills." Bennett slapped his hand on his forehead. "Can you say the full sentence next time? You should clear up all these filthy thoughts in your mind." Bennett did not know how he should react. He shook his head and contemplated for a moment. He eventually confirmed the skill he wanted to teach Han Zio. "In the early days when I was weak and young, I experimented and discovered many fighting techniques. One of such techniques gave me the power to make a comeback when I was down. I named the technique Flaming Will. The brain is the protector of one's body, but at the same time, a limiting factor. If one can remove the limiting factor, even an average individual without any form of training will be able to release an immense amount of power. However, such a method takes a heavy toll on one's body. Once, when I was faced with danger, I unexpectedly unlocked the limiting factor, and with a few tries, I managed to uncover a way to remove the limiting factor for a short period of time without hurting my body." Bennett started to explain the theory behind the technique and patiently highlighted the key factors behind mastering the technique. Bennett Anderson, LV60, taught you the skill Flaming Will. Your intelligence exceeds 100 points and met the prerequisite to learn the skill. Your current progress is 3%. The lesson lasted all the way from morning to afternoon. The soothing voice from the interface highlighted Han Zio's progress up till the point when Han Zio mastered the skill entirely. Flaming Will LV, 1 General Skill. The young Bennett Anderson was previously mastering his skills in the extreme wilderness of the northern continent. 7 northern leopard bears tried to attack him, and one of the creatures was as large as a small tank. Nobody wants to hear the roars of a leopard bear. Once the creature roars, it means that it has locked onto you. Their thick skin, muscles are impenetrable even by bullets. Bennett only had a small dagger with him when he was faced with the impending attack. He did not have any thermal weapons. In such a time of desperation, Bennett mastered the technique and used his small dagger to deal damage that was comparable to that dealt by high-frequency wave blade. The skill has both passive and active abilities. Active ability. When the upper limit of 10% of energy and stamina is exhausted, the next attack will deal 130 to 150% of damage. There is even a small likelihood of 180 to 200% damage and a minute likelihood for 250 to 300% damage. Lastly, although super rare, there is a microscopic chance of 500% damage being dealt. The cooldown for the ability is 10 minutes. Passive ability. When HP is less than 20%, the ability will be activated. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. The increased attack is calculated from the damage dealt by the basic attack. It is similar to the concept of defense. The original damage received is then converted into the true damage dealt after taking damage reductions into account. Note, cooldowns for the active and passive abilities are calculated separately. What a solid move. Hanzio was feeling very excited. He had longed to master the skill since his past life, and today, he finally accomplished the feat. There was another name given to Flaming Will by the players. The ability was also known as the Explosion of the Little Galaxy. The skill was a general skill that could be mastered by players of all professions. The prerequisite was that one's intelligence must exceed 100 points. There were 100 Silver Defender Leader's Saber. Therefore, about 100 individuals could master the skill. Hanzio was one of them. Flaming Will was a perfect complement to his sniping abilities. The damage depended on his intelligence and luck. The two attributes, when combined, could mask the weaknesses of each other and average out. Once the skill was activated, there was a minimum increase in damage dealt of 13 to 15 times. Together with the sudden strike, sneak attack, and sniping shots, the ability could elevate the strength of the sniper rifle to a greater extent. If there was an energy surge, it could mean 3 to 5 times additional damage. In his previous life, Hanzio had met players who used Flaming Will against him. One shot from the opponent completely shattered his shield. There was no way he could continue the fight. The ability had a relatively long cooldown time, so was more suited for the final shot to secure victory. There was another line of skills that a sniper could use that involved firing secret shots to ambush the enemy. Such ambush snipes hit the enemies at their weakest spots without them even knowing. The other item that Hanzio had, the Lock HOC sniper rifle, could activate more missions for the side profession he was planning to take up. His side profession involved more secretive and covert operations. Hanzio did not plan to activate the side missions with the item yet. He wanted to do so only after he completed his mission of defending the manor so that he had sufficient time to focus on it. After seeing the excitement in Hanzio, Bennett felt puzzled and asked, "You finished learning? Fast, right?" Hanzio beamed with pride. Bennett was shocked and could not believe what he heard. He moved backwards and said, "Give me a punch, and I will know if you have really mastered the skill." Upon hearing that, Hanzio, who could no longer wait to test out his new ability, threw a powerful punch at Bennett. You used Flaming Will. Initializing. Initialization complete. Your next attack will deal 136% of the basic damage. The punch landed on the left side of Bennett's face. Bennett's face felt like an indestructible wall that was harder than steel. A -1 damage was shown above Bennett's head. You entered combat mode. Based on your level, you have access to the following information. Bennett Anderson level, 60 profession, type, HP, state, hidden injury reduction of all attributes energy level, stage, D+C strengths. Lucky glow, what you wished for will come true and adversity will be turned into opportunity. Legendary battle techniques, with 12 attacks there will be additional damage of up to 40-70%. Skill, strike the weakness LV, 8 instant shadow charge LV, 9. Chapter 113, The Unexpected Appearance of Division 13, Bennett stroked the cheek that had been hit by Hanzio's punch and said helplessly, "Don't hit my face. You are lucky it was just your face." Hanzio stared silently at Bennett for a moment. Bennett suddenly felt a cold wind breeze pass the area between his legs. He gave a cold shiver and was puzzled. Was it an illusion? Most of the critical information about Bennett was unknown. However, Hanzio knew that Bennett had more than 15 special skills, and most of them were standard skills. The scariest skill was not those that allowed for additional attacking power, HP, or attributes, but Lucky Glow. The name of the skill probably would not convince one that it was powerful, but once the effects of the skill were revealed or the name of the skill was changed, it could probably scare one to death. Glow of the Lead. Galaxy was very large. The different planets and civilizations that made up the world of Galaxy would always have one of the thousands of the heroic epics. Lucky Glow was a standard skill that the main characters possessed. For instance, if Bennett used his Flaming Will, there would be gains in the attributes every round. That was the ability that Lucky Glow bestowed upon him. Bennett is probably secretly hurt at the current moment and will only recover in the future. Hanzio remembered that the first time Bennett appeared before the eyes of the player, he possessed the energy of an active dragon and tiger combined. He could be described as a T-Rex forced into a human body. At his peak, Bennett was at C stage, but he was merely D+ for now. The energy requirement for C stage was 2,000 points, and a D+ stage meant that the character had an energy level of 1,600 points and above. The character was still very strong. Han Zio's current combat power was stuck at stage D, which was around 800 points. Only after the additional gains that he could obtain from his equipment was he able to reach stage D. The stage of a character did not represent their combat power. Ultimately, different characters with different skills had different strengths in certain types of terrain and environments. However, as long as a character had a high energy level, it meant that they definitely had an aspect they were very strong in. After bidding farewell to Bennett, Han Zio went back to his sniper post. He suddenly felt a weird sensation in his heart and turned back. The female sniper beside him was staring deeply at him. Han Zio did recognize the lady. She was known as Golden Fox and was a new assassin that had arrived at the site only yesterday. Han Zio felt his face a few times to confirm that he had a mask on his face. He was really confused. There is no way that she can see through the mask. How can she be attracted by my handsome face even when I have a mask on? Golden Fox walked forward to him. She had a pretty smile on her face and said cheekily, "Mr. Black, I was wondering if you can teach me some sniping skills." As she was speaking, Golden Fox surreptitiously squeezed her breasts with her hands to reveal her deep cleavage. "She's trying to seduce me?" Han Zio squinted his eyes. Regardless of her intention, Han Zio had no interest in such seductions. He raised his hand before his body and said sternly, "Miss, please have some self-respect." Golden Fox's eyes flashed. She realized that Mr. Black was very resistant to sexual seductions. She immediately changed her strategy. Her expression turned from a sexy one to that of a helpless little girl who was seeking help. The sudden change was even faster than a Sichuan mask-changing show. She crossed her hands in front of her breasts and said breathlessly, I just want to ask you for some guidance. I don't have any other intentions." Han Zio rolled his eyes and said, "Miss, don't waste your energy. I don't like ladies." The expression on Golden Fox's face stiffened up, and she looked at Han Zio in astonishment and stuttered, You like? No, I don't like men." Han Zio touched his china and said, "Actually, I am not even interested in humans, or anything that is living." Golden Fox was completely dumbfounded. She lowered her head and said, sorry to disturb." She then turned around and ran away without hesitation. Han Zio laughed heartily. "Can't believe she tried to seduce me. She is just a greenhorn. Speaking of which, I was so popular with women back then. But that is all in the past, and it really meant nothing." After laughing to himself a couple more times, Han Zio suddenly stopped. He then gave a deep sigh and took out a cigarette and popped a light. At that moment, a car neared the manor. Han Zio looked over and was instantly shocked. The car was painted black. It had an emblem on the car's door. The emblem was a dragon that surrounded 3 stars. It was Division 13's vehicle. Why is Division 13 here? Heeding the instructions given by Wang Yuan, the mercenary troops opened the gates and directed Division 13's car into the manor. A leg wrapped in a combat-tight suit emerged out of the doors of the car. The leg was slender, and it drew plenty of the troops' attention. Once the boot landed on the ground, the first person to emerge out of the car was his old friend Dai Susu. Dai Susu had an air of arrogance, and it was as if she did not want to be approached by anyone. The other members of the team followed behind her. Some of the boorish troops were attempting to tease her with their wolf whistles, and they were checking out the beautiful figure of Dai Susu. A middle-aged with wrinkles at the edge of his eyes alighted from the car. His firm presence could be felt. It was obvious that he was the leader of Dai Susu and her fellow agents. The group headed toward the mansion. Dai Susu could feel a chill up his spine. There was also a cold feeling emerging within of her heart. She knew that she was locked onto by a very dangerous individual. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged man suited up in complete black leaning against the wall with his sniper staring at her. His look was actually pretty calming, but even with that, she could feel herself on edge and the chill in her heart as if she sensed some sort of impending threat. Who is that person? Dai Susu was alarmed. She then felt a sense of familiarity about the man in black. Before she could even think about the issue, she entered the mansion. The doors shut, and her view was blocked. At the edge of the wall, Han Zio saw the agents of Division 13, and his eyes brightened up. The agents from Division 13 went straight up to the highest floor of the mansion, where Wang Yuan and Bennett were waiting for them. Wang Yuan, long time no see, the old man leading the agent said. Although he said it with a poker face, the tone of his voice sounded like he had finally met his longtime friend. Mo Ran, Wang Yuan said, it has been more than 10 years. You are one of the trump cards of Division 13, and I am the leader of the dark web organization. If not for the situation this time, we probably would not have met again. Yeah, Mo Ran nodded. He saw Bennett at the side, and although his face was still expressionless, one could tell the astonishment in his voice. This fellow is also here. You still want to challenge me? Bennett replied in an unfriendly tone. I have no interest in beating you again. It's all in the past, Bennett. There is no point bringing it up again. Mo Ran immediately put an end to this topic of conversation. Bennett Dai Su and her fellow agents were shocked. Bennett was very well known among all intelligence agencies. He was not only a hero of the Old War era, but also an individual with an amazingly powerful fighting prowess. He was commonly listed in the top 3 threats in all case files. Upon hearing the name of Bennett, Dai Su found it hard to keep her nerves under control. Mo Ran frowned and asked, in the battles of the past 10 days, although they all took place outside the city, it also resulted in negative influences. The sounds of the cannons and the gunshots are too obvious. What are you guys doing? Wang Yuan shook his head. We, the original leaders of the dark web organization, want to maintain our neutral position. But some of the greedy higher-ups want to give up the neutrality as they are keen on the powers they might get if they take sides. They are eyeing for our leadership positions and want to replace us to gain control of the dark web organization. The attacks are all planned by these traitors. Xena is trying to track the location of these traitors through any clues she can find. Many of the attackers were wiped out, but we expect the traitors to make their last stand within these 2 days. Find me in Seagull City in 2 days. We need a proper catch-up, Mo Ran said. With Bennett around, he was not worried about the security of Wang Yuan. After settling the important matters, Mo Ran turned and left. Efficiency was Mo Ran's style. Dai Su and the rest followed behind him. The covert ops agents from Division 13 were the best of the department, but definitely not the most elite of the entire country. There was a smaller elite team that was the secret weapon of the nation. They were usually guarding the outposts and commanding the situation from behind the scenes. They rarely revealed themselves and were known as trump cards. Mo Ran was one of such individuals. There were such figures in every nation. What an intense period with so many occurrences at once, Dai Su thought to herself. About 3 months back, Stardragon had faced several important events. First, they managed to destroy a hidden base of the Germinal organization within their own borders. After which, Stardragon made an expedition for Dark Crow Valley. The source of the critical intelligence reports was very mysterious. Also, the response from the Germinal organization was also very weird. The organization seemed like it was searching for someone. After the Dark Crow Valley operation, the agents of Germinal organization were more blatant with their actions. It seemed like they did not care if their identities were exposed. They were searching hysterically within the borders of Stardragon. The situation was most intense in the Western capital. More than 100 of the agents from the Phoenix Eye Society, a subsidiary organization of the Germinal organization, were caught. They were mostly small fries that did not offer any value for the interrogators. Since the disappearance of Han Zio, Division 13 sent out many agents to all parts of the world to look for him, but they all returned without any substantial results. All the CCTV cameras, airline records, and border entry records were monitored, but there was still no clue. Agents were even sent out to the wilderness, but none returned with a single piece of information. The result was unbelievable in the eyes of the higher-ups of the department. It was as if Han Zio had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Where could he go? What was he going to do? Dai Su knew Han Zio and had interacted with him for a period of time. In her eyes, he was a man enshrouded in mystery. She was also curious of Han Zio's whereabouts. After heading out of the mansion, Dai Su tried to look for the man in black who she felt was dangerous. However, the man had already disappeared. The agents of Division 13 boarded the car and left the manor. After leaving the forest, Mo Ran asked the driver to pull over. He then stepped out the vehicle alone and said to the agents in the car, Dai Su, get some agents to monitor the battle situation together with you. Report back to me later. Lion, literally. Face-changing is an ancient Chinese dramatic art that is part of the more general Sichuan opera. Performers wear brightly colored costumes and move to quick, dramatic music. They also wear vividly colored masks, typically depicting well-known characters from the opera, which they change from one face to another almost instantaneously with the swipe of a fan, a movement of the head, or wave of the hand. Wikipedia, Chapter 114, The Surprising Hidden Ricks. Within the manor, Han Zio scratched his chin and thought hard in silence. The mask changed his facial appearance so much so that if one did not approach close to him, it would be impossible for the person to uncover his true identity. Although he had escaped from Stardragon, the interface did not indicate a decrease in affection for him. Since his relationship with Stardragon was still relatively friendly and both parties were not reduced to enemies, there was chance for him to turn the situation around. Han Zio had a deep impression of Dai Susu. Although Dai Susu always teased Li Yalin and Li Yalin always tried to put her down, Dai Susu still unintentionally nudged closer to Li Yalin. Even the clothes she wore resembled those of Li Yalin. Han Zio, who was great and very experienced at observing people, could tell with a single glance that Dai Susu and Li Yalin shared a very close friendship. 2 days later, the bullet leapt out of the barrel of the sniper rifle and killed the final enemy sniper who was a few hundred meters away. The burnt smell of the smoky battlefield was very pungent. The enemy forces, which suffered a lot of casualties, retreated like a huge wave. Han Zio let out a deep breath and leaned against the wall to sit down. He closed his eyes to ease the tension in his heart. The enemies were getting stronger one wave after another. There were helicopters, armored vehicles, and small tanks. There were also a couple of strong superhumans and elite soldiers that appeared on the battlefield, which posed huge threats. The past 2 days in the manor had been very hectic and dangerous, as if they were all on a little boat stuck in a massive whirlpool. Han Zio used all his effort, and together with the cooperation of the mercenary troops, the defense managed to pull through. You defeated a wave of attackers. 5-5, the 4th round completed. You gained 200,000 EXP points. The hidden request to prevent the appearance of Division 13 has failed. You activated the additional 5th segment of the mission. Han Zio was completely stunned. He did not expect the hidden request was to prevent the appearance of Division 13. He really had not thought of that possibility. After pondering for a while, he then realized why he missed out the hidden request. If every one of his battles ended fast and decisively and created less commotion, perhaps Division 13 would not have entered the picture. However, such a request was too difficult. Even if he was able to find out about such a request, it would be very hard to accomplish it. Han Zio was not particularly upset about such a result. Ultimately, the odds of completing a hidden request were 50-50. There were times of success and times of failure. It was pretty normal for failure to occur after all. The original mission only had 4 segments. However, since the hidden request was not completed, the 5th segment has been activated. Is it supposed to be blessing in disguise? What is the 5th segment exactly? Han Zio felt curious. Change in quest requirement, 5th round requirement. Tag along with Wang Yuan and handle the incoming danger. Failure condition, your death. Reward, 30,000 EXP special reward, 300,000 EXP. At that moment, Han Zio was shocked. He felt that the 5th segment of the mission was really confusing and weird. The normal reward was not compatible with the current stage of the mission. Also, the special reward was 10 times larger than the normal reward, which meant that there was a great deal of flexibility in the mission. What exactly was the danger that the mission offered? The condition to fail the mission was targeted at the fact that some players could revive themselves. Since Wang Yuan was protected by Bennett, it meant that Han Zio himself would have to deal with a great deal of danger. It was like the mission was trying to tell Han Zio, haha, this is going to be dangerous. 2 days earlier, in a dim abandoned warehouse, Bai Jin was in his hideout. There was a bolt of lightning surrounding his arm, and the lightning illuminated his face. There was a sense of eeriness in his eyes. Bai Jin flipped his palm, and the lightning bolt fused into his skin and vanished. Ding! The computer on the table in front of him lit up. He received a confidential email. Bai Jin clicked on the new mail. Target for assassination. Wang Yuan assignment location. East Star Dragon, 20 km north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor, strength of defense. 214 troops, 14 contract killers, Moonlight Dark, Hunter Dark, Volcano Dark, Golden Fox Dark, Mr. Black Scorpion. There are sufficient defensive structures and firepower. Bounty, 2 million. Bai Jin's eyes dimmed and muttered coldly. You really expect me to make a move when the bounty is merely 2 million? How can you put me on the same level as the other trash assassins in the market? He sent a mail back to reject the offer. A moment later, another email entered the inbox. The bounty had been raised to 6 million. That's more like it. Bai Jin gave a sly grin. There was an air of evilness and arrogance around him. All along, Bai Jin had only cared about the bounty he would receive. He had no other goals in mind. The Raging Bolt, Bai Jin, was a heinous criminal that managed to escape countless of pursuits made by the various authorities of the Six Nations. His superpower could cause massive destruction. There were countless bounty hunters, agents, and executive officers of the Germinal organization who had perished at his hand. The total exceeded 3 digits. He could even penetrate the intense flanks of military forces. The individual combat strength on planet Aquamarine was like a pyramid. There were 3 sections of the pyramid. The ones on the lowest level were mostly the recently awakened superhumans and normal warriors with a great deal of battle experience. The second level was mostly superhumans like Pang Quang, who were executive officers of the Germinal organization and secret agents of the intelligence agencies of the Six Nations. The third level was especially rare. These individuals were at least LV-40 and above. They were the trump cards of their respective nations or super criminals or faction leaders. Bennett could be placed at the pinnacle of the third level of the pyramid. Bai Jin was a superhuman who could enter the third level. In the evening, Wang Yuan gathered everyone. I need to make a trip to the Seagull City to meet with Division 13. I need to bring some powerful individuals with me for protection, and the rest of you guys will remain here to guard the manor. Before anyone could even respond, Wang Yuan started pointing out the selected few. Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black, I need you to protect me for this trip. I will raise the rewards for you guys. If you all are unwilling to do so, I will not force it upon you. No problem. Hunter was the first to respond. The other few agreed to the request. Han Zio knew that if he rejected the request, he would fail his mission. He agreed to it and looked toward Bennett. Is he going? Bennett nodded and said, I am coming along. Han Zio's heart sank. Bennett was able to protect Wang Yuan. As such, the danger from the mission would be concentrated on Han Zio and his fellow killers. With Han Zio's gaming experience, he was instantly able to sniff out something amiss in the mission. At this point in time, perhaps it was better not to be too complacent and stay alert. Instead of saying something to boost the confidence, it was better for Han Zio to take a step back and say something to heighten the sense of vigilance among his teammates so that they would be able to tide through the tough mission. The team followed Wang Yuan into the vehicle and headed towards Seagull City. Han Zio realized that the people on the car did not speak at all. They all had an air of don't come and talk to me, I need to stay cool. Han Zio had trouble to find anyone to banter with. Looking behind him, Han Zio saw Golden Fox hiding in another corner, and she was staying as far as she could from him as possible. When Han Zio looked toward her, she immediately turned to avoid eye contact with Han Zio. I only made a small joke out of her. Is such a reaction really necessary? Han Zio was speechless. At the other side of the forest, Dai Susu, who was monitoring the situation, also set off to follow Wang Yuan's party. The target has left the manor. They are heading towards Seagull City. There are plenty of assassins following, continuing to monitor closely. The night sky was studded with stars, illuminating Seagull City. This city of Star Dragon was a heavy industrial city. There were plenty of factories in the outskirts. The huge chimneys of the factories were like gigantic fingers pointing into the sky. Since the city was filled with factories, there was a unique sense of heaviness in the atmosphere of the city. The sentry guard received instructions from the higher-ups and let Han Zio and the others pass. Once the vehicle went past the sentry post, it was met with a black car from Division 13 at the roadside. An agent approached and said, Mr. Wang Yuan, Officer Mo is waiting for you at the base. Please lead the way. The agent from Division 13 saw the heavily armed assassins and immediately fell silent. He did not say another word in the end. He went up his car to lead the way. The two cars drove all the way to the curfew area that fell under the jurisdiction for the Seagull City branch of the department. Only at the gates that blocked access to the area did the agent mention that weapons were not allowed into the cordon sector. Wang Yuan nodded. He then turned around and said to the assassins, "You guys will spend a night in Seagull City. Assemble here at the same time tomorrow." After the instruction, Bennett and Wang Yuan entered the base. The assassins were left to themselves. Volcano was a massive Shannock. He said in his deep voice, "What do you guys plan to do?" Hunter grinned and said, "I'm going to the bar to have some fun." He then glanced at Golden Fox and smiled. "Do you want to come with me?" Golden Fox smiled and waved her hand to reject Hunter. "Forget it, I am more interested in suave guys." Hunt was unhappy to hear the words of Golden Fox and snarled, "Hunter, I'll go with you." Volcano laughed out loud. He looked at Moonlight and asked, "What about you?" Moonlight was expressionless. He solemnly replied, "I will be patrolling around here." Volcano then invited Han Zio to join them enthusiastically. Han Zio waved his hand to say no. Upon seeing that, Volcano did not continue to pressure Han Zio. The 5 assassins went their separate ways. There's time for free and easy activities in the 5th round. I suppose the danger could arrive at any time. Han Zio thought about it. He did not want to just waste the precious free time. He then decided to complete the prize pool mission that was offered in Seagull City. Since danger was bound to arrive, it was better for Han Zio to not waste the time and accomplish some other tasks. He did not need to hide and make other preparations to face the impending threat. As Han Zio walked on the street, he could sense someone in a black windbreaker hiding under the darkness of the night. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was someone following him. Chapter 115. The prize pool mission. Han Zio pondered for a moment and finally realized the reason. They should be the agents from Division 13. He maintained his walking speed and did not reveal any sort of anomaly. He knocked into the pedestrians on the road discreetly and stole the hard objects on their bodies, such as keys and cell phones. Once he turned a corner, he took out the hard objects from his pocket and threw them at all the CCTV cameras, shattering those cameras. From afar, in the vehicle disguised as a loading truck that served as the control center of the agents of Division 13, the screens present in the vehicle suddenly blacked out. Dai Susu frowned hard and spoke into the communications set. "The target is very alert. Follow close." The agents in charge of tailing behind Han Zio dashed toward the target only to find that Han Zio had vanished into thin air. Dai Susu's expression tensed up. Mo Ran was worried about these assassins. Therefore, he had sent them to tail the assassins closely. All the other assassins were being watched. Perhaps some of them already realized that they were being watched, but none of them accepted the man in black to try ditching the agents. Dai Susu remembered that it was the man in black that sent chills down her spine. Check the footage of all the CCTV cameras in the city and find that man. The footage was quickly consolidated and analyzed using the facial recognition system. The result shocked Dai Susu. There was no one that matched. The man could not be found. "Wait, this scenario seems pretty familiar. I have experienced it somewhere before." Dai Susu thought of Han Zio, who had vanished completely from the face of the planet. Shaking her head, she realized that she was probably thinking too much. It was unrealistic to think that every vanishing individual was linked to Han Zio. There were many in this world with great powers, and Han Zio was just one of the many. "I have probably been under too much stress lately. I have to help Zio Lin Lin hide from the debt collectors, and I have had literally no opportunity to relax at all." Dai Susu sighed. The famous Street 53, located in the south section of the Seagull City, was also known as the Antique Street. Li Xin was locking up the doors of her antique shop. Business at the shop had been bad lately, and she was preparing to end the operations for the day. Thud, 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 the sound of knocks on the door was heard. Li Xin lifted her head in shock, and a very charming and handsome man was standing right her eyes, merely 20 centimeters away from her. Li Xin could feel her heart skipping a beat, and her face immediately blushed as if she had drunk too much alcohol. What do you want to buy?" The handsome figure knocked on the window and said, "Please let me in, I want to check out the antiques." "Oh, okay." Li Xin immediately opened the door and stared hard at the charming man. The man looked perfect from all directions. She tailed behind the man, and her hands were fidgeting nervously behind her back. The handsome man looked at Li Xin and smiled. He then asked, "Are you the owner of the shop?" He smiled. The power of his smile was simply too great and irresistible. Li Xin seemed like she wanted to just scream in excitement. Seeing that Li Xin did not speak, the man moved closer to her. Towering above her, he asked, "Are you the owner of the shop?" The moment the man approached, Li Xin could feel numbness in her brain. She was so excited to the point that she lost control of her 5 senses. She could not hear what he was saying, and she was all flustered. Seeing the look of admiration on Li Xin's face, Han Zio felt confused. He then touched the mask on his face. He thought to himself, "I wonder how I look like this time round." Han Zio decided not to beat around the bush and blurted out the reason for his visit. "Where is Tang Shu?" The expression on Li Xin's face changed drastically as she moved backward and knocked into the furniture. Han Zio lifted his shirt and revealed the pistol he was carrying. "Take me to him." The two of them arrived at a dilapidated factory that had been abandoned for years. Li Xin knocked on the door shakily. A skinny old man appeared before their eyes. The man looked as if he was severely dehydrated, and one could not help but worry that the old man was weak to the extent that it was highly likely for him to be blown away by a strong gust of wind. The old man looked especially creepy, like a rat. Anyone that saw how the old man looked like would lose his appetite and feel disgusted. The eyes of the old man scanned the area like he was preparing to escape at any moment. Tang Shu was indeed a fitting name for the creepy old man that looked like a rat. Tang Shu was both a robber and a mysterious businessman. The items he sold were all rather unique and out of this world. Tang Shu covered his tracks well, and the only opportunity to run into him without fail was during the prize pool mission that was triggered in Seagull City. The prize pool mission was highly competitive, and it could be concurrently carried out by multiple players. Every player had to sacrifice some of their experience points to activate the mission. The experience points would be accumulated as part of the mission, and the rewards would then be allocated to the best performing players that gained to most experience points. Han Zio instantly went toward the entrance. Once Tang Shu saw an unfamiliar face that he did not recognize, he sprung up like a mouse in shock and wanted to flee. "Hold it right there. If you dare move an inch, there will be another hole in your ass." Han Zio fired a warning shot at the area slightly in front of Tang Shu. Tang Shu immediately halted in his steps. His body stiffened, and he was too afraid to fidget. He broke into a cold sweat, stuttered, Did Jack send you here?" "After I complete my latest trade, I will definitely return the money I owe him. I have nothing to do with Jack. I am here for something else." "What?" Tang Shu thought hard about all the people he had once offended. There were too many of them, and he could not think of who exactly was before him. He was completely flustered. "I want to be part of your latest business deal." Tang Shu was shocked, and he looked toward Li Xin. "You found him and brought him here." There was a blank on Li Xin's face, and she replied, "Nope. The place I come from is not really an important question. I am acting sincerely." Han Zio holstered his pistol and eased the tension on the situation. The normal route to activate the mission involved gaining the trust of Li Xin, since she was the one that would take the players to Tang Shu, who would then trigger the mission. Han Zio took the unconventional path and instead threatened both Tang Shu and Li Xin with his brute force. After a friendly round of discussion, Han Zio managed to convince the suspicious Tang Shu and Li Xin. Even if Tang Shu did not trust Han Zio, he could not say no, as rejecting Han Zio's offer would mean that he would have to face a bullet. Tang Shu knew that the best way out was to agree to Han Zio's request without any hesitation. "Although I do not know why you are here to help, you look really sincere." Tang Shu glanced at Han Zio's pistol and coughed. "Anyway, we welcome you to the team. You used 2,000 EXP points to trigger the mission Return the Antique." Mission brief: Li Xin's family heirloom was forcibly taken away by the City Museum. You are required to help to retrieve the treasure. Requirement: return 10 pieces of the antique items back to Li Xin. Participating members: 1 rewards accumulated, 102,000 EXP. Mission requirement: 10% EXP gained for every antique object returned. Additional pointers: the antique objects are very fragile. Do not shatter them. After the explanation and brief by Li Xin and Tang Shu, Han Zio understood the situation that they were in and why Li Xin and Tang Shu embarked on the mission. Li Xin's father had 10 pieces of prized antiques. After the city museum got their hands onto this piece of information, the chief curator of the museum dropped by to convince her father allow for the display of these treasures at the museum's gallery. He claimed that these items were very valuable and had huge historical and cultural significance. The chief curator had a glib tongue, and he managed to persuade her father to agree to his request. After her father passed away, Li Xin tried to retrieve the antique items from the museum, but the greedy and despicable curator acted as if the items were wholly owned by the museum. The museum's authorities completely ignored Li Xin and even dispatched security to prevent Li Xin from entering the museum. It was evident that the city museum wanted to keep these prized treasures for themselves. The city museum was directly connected with the city government, and both parties had a tight relationship. Li Xin had no choice but to engage the help of a robber. Coincidentally, she met Tang Xu and decided to hire him. The intentions of Li Xin could be summarized with one sentence: "I would rather destroy these items than to give them to the country." After hearing from Li Xin, Han Zio made a dry cough and said in a solemn manner, "The ideas you have in mind are very dangerous. How can you snatch and steal from the country? You need to be more politically correct." Li Xin looked confused. She did not understand what Han Zio was trying to say. Wasn't Han Zio the one that voluntarily offered to help? Tang Xu whispered under his breath, "Is he out of his mind?" Han Zio's sharp ears heard the words of Tang Xu, and he immediately turned his head to stare at Tang Xu. Han Zio stared hard at Tang Xu to the point where Tang Xu started trembling. Tang Xu could not tell the reason, but he was feeling uneasy about what was going to happen. Xu means mouse in Chinese. Chapter 116, Head Full of Crazy Methods. When shall we move? Anytime, as long as you're ready, Tang Xu replied. Han Zio nodded in agreement. In his last life, a large guild had discovered this prize pool quest. For the sake of maximizing profits, the guild announced news about the quest onto the forum, attracting tons of gamers. This caused the prize pool to increase to huge figures, and eventually, they managed to complete the quest, receiving the huge amount of rewards. Now, Han Zio was the first person to do the quest, and although he would not accumulate the prize pool to such an extent, the initial base prize was his to begin with. The main difficulty of this quest was that anyone possessing an antique would drop it the moment they were killed, making the quest a competition between the players. Thus, the quest was more difficult than usual. However, in Han Zio's case, simply stealing the antiques from the municipal museum was a much easier task. Han Zio had no other competitors, so he decided to act immediately. Tang Xu glimpsed and turned, rubbing his hands. "How shall we split the reward?" he asked, smiling humbly in the process. Han Zio waved his hands. "I don't need that reward of yours. Let's act quickly. I have limited time to work with." Upon hearing that Han Zio did not need the monetary reward, Tang Xu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Hang on, if he isn't after the money, why is this uninvited guest participating in the heist? Li Xin's heart began beating loudly, and scenes of various dominant CEOs came into her mind. Her two hands were placed over her heart, and she stared at Han Zio in adoration. "Could it be because of me that you are thinking too much?" Han Zio and Tang Xu spent over an hour traveling to the other end of the city to get to the municipal museum. It was already late into the night, so the gates of the municipal museum had closed and the surrounding streets were deserted. However, CCTV was surveilling the area around the clock. The two of them hid in the alley across the street opposite the municipal museum. Tang Xu held onto the map and explained the plan. The municipal museum has 3 floors in total. The first and second floors are exhibition halls, and the third floor is the staff area. Here are the blueprints. Our goal is on the north exhibition area of the second floor. I have already surveyed the area. The showcase is equipped with laser alarms and a proximity detector. If we are 1 meter within the vicinity, we will trigger the alarm. There are resident guards around the museum, and we cannot alarm them. My plan is to sneak in from the window of the third floor, and then, hey, where are you going? Tang Xu had yet to complete his sentence when Han Zio walked toward the door of the municipal museum with wide strides. Tang Xu could not call him back in time as Han Zio raised his foot and kicked the front door open and flying. The sound of the slamming doors traveled through the entire street. Tang Xu was dumbfounded. What on earth? What about the plan of sneaking in? Han Zio turned toward Tang Xu and shouted, "Why are you still daydreaming? Get in now." "What on earth are you doing?" Tang Shu was stunned. "That plan of yours is too complicated. It's just a museum. At the most, only a few cops will appear. Don't waste time playing Assassin's Creed. Playing Berserk is the best option." Tang Shu had already noticed residents popping their heads out of their windows, curious about the source of the boom, and someone was bound to call the cops within 3 minutes. Tang Shu, with a sullen look, had no other choice but to follow behind Han Zio. He could only hold onto that hope that Han Zio was actual reliable, despite how unlikely that would be based on what had just happened. The two of them ran to their target on the second floor. Han Zio broke the showcase without much hesitation and took the 10 antiques. Such extreme behavior immediately triggered the alarms, and the museum's guards, awoken from their sleep, rushed over. "Thief! Catch them quickly." Han Zio ran with the antiques in his arms, while Tang Shu followed behind hurriedly. They were soon back at the entrance of the museum, only to see 4 cops already blocking the way out. Han Zio, with the antiques in his arms, was unable to raise a fist, so he turned to Tang Shu. "It's your time to shine." Tang Shu pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. "Do I look like someone who can fight to you? You chose this plan, so shouldn't you be the one to fix the situation?" While they were still conversing, the guards rushed over. "Stop hesitating." Han Zio kicked Tang Shu's butt and he flew toward guards. "There, I gave you a boost." The guards swung their batons. Tang Shu was terrified, and he anxiously took his crowbar out to defend himself and fight off the guards. However, his head was beaten into a bad shape in one round of fighting. He could not take the pain and rushed back to Han Zio, crying, "It's impossible. I'm just too weak. Tusk, let me teach you a mysterious spell that would double your combat ability. Say it after me, Rua." Then, Han Zio kicked the Tang Shu back toward the group of guards while he was still confused by what was happening. Tang Shu was not able to go against Han Zio, and he became extremely furious. He could only vent his anger by hitting hard on the guards, and he managed to take down 2 guards. However, he was soon concussed by a strike to the back of his head from one of the guards, and as a result, stars started appearing before his eyes. He ran back to Han Zio, crying out desperately, "I really can't do this anymore. I am begging you. You have a gun, and you can fight so well. Can you please finish them off? I can't help you even if you beg me." Han Zio did not move an inch, and without a second's hesitation, he kicked Tang Shu back into the fight scene for the 3rd time. "I'm supporting you in spirit, and if you really need, I can give you a buff to enhance your combat ability." Tang Shu was in a tight spot. He eventually took down the guards with much effort. His face was fully battered, and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt a gush of wind blowing past him. Han Zio had run out of the door. "You'd better wait for me." Tang Shu followed behind closely, flustered and exasperated. When the two of them walked through the alleys and passed by a grocery store, Han Zio smashed open the door and searched for several large backpacks from the store. He then placed the antiques inside and stuffed them with sponges to prevent any damage. He felt much more comfortable after emptying his hands. The alarms suddenly sounded, and the 4 police officers who were patrolling nearby quickly rushed over. They blocked the entrance of the alley. As they saw Han Zio, who was carrying the bags, they immediately drew their guns and aimed him. "Don't move." To the side, Tang Shu was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Han Zio grabbed Tang Shu's throat and used him as cover. He took out his pistol and pointed at Tang Shu's head. "Place all the guns on the floor. I have a hostage." Tang Shu was stunned beyond comprehension. What kind of plan is this? The 4 cops had looks of disbelief on their faces. They were lost for words. A young cop could not help but say, "Who are you trying to kid? He's your accomplice." "Tusk, I guess that plan didn't work." Han Zio pouted. Tang Shu turned his head around and shouted at Han Zio, "Did you actually think that could succeed?" "Well, I was just trying my luck. We had nothing to lose anyway." Han Zio then threw the bags into Tang Shu's hands and grabbed him by his collar. Within a split second, he activated his electromagnetic hoverboots and rushed toward the entrance of the alley. The 4 cops were shocked by the bursting speed, and they simultaneously fired their guns in his direction, but his magnetic armor deflected all the shots. Han Zio's crossed his arms, and using the extreme speed at which he is moving, he rushed toward the cops like a bowling ball. Strike, the wind gushed past them, and Tang Shu's mouth was wide open whilst he was being dragged by Han Zio. The wind gushed down his throat, and his lips fluttered as a result. Even though Han Zio noticed Tang Shu was in a state of discomfort, he still decided to increase his speed further. It was a bar in Seagull City. Lights were shining, and music was thumping. The dance floor was full of impassioned men and women moving their bodies with a look of intoxication. The extravagant atmosphere could be felt. Volcano and Hunter were each with a beautiful lady, caressing them all over their bodies. The table was filled with liquor bottles. Both of them were a little drunk as they walked out of the bar with their beautiful ladies. They were intending to go to a nearby hotel for the night. After turning into a small alley, Hunter stepped onto a pool of stagnant water. The sound of the splashing water could be heard clearly in the quiet alley. The night wind blew, and the two of them started to slightly sober up. Even in such a drunken state, they kept their basic vigilance, constantly observing their surroundings. They had noticed the stalker from Division 13 early on, but they had chosen to ignore it. However, they failed to realize that, in the air behind them, a pair of eyes opened wide. Chapter 117, The Invisible Demon Strikes. As he circled around the area where Division 13 was located, Moonlight walked on the street expressionless. He patrolled since he had made a promise, and he did not make empty promises. The cold moonlight shone upon him, as if his body was inhaling the energy. A silver aura seemed to form on the surface of his body, making him stand out with an elegant yet magnificent presence. Walking past a quiet alley, Moonlight turned his head abruptly, and his ability power of the moon was suddenly activated. It formed an armor around him. His ability allowed him to use the energy from moonlight to gain physical strength. His eyes turned white and silver, and his moonlight-trapped fist suddenly shot into the air. It hit a body. "Who are you?" Moonlight exclaimed angrily. Under the silver beams, a human figure slowly appeared from thin air. Right before dawn, Han Zio, together with Tang Shu, who was foaming at the mouth, were back at the old abandoned house. He passed the antiques over to Li Xin. "You completed return antiques. Current number of participants, 1 completed participants. 1 You returned 10 antique pieces. You receive 100% of the reward. You gained 102,000 experience." It had not been a challenge for him since there are no other players competing in this mission. Han Zio looked at the interface, and it looked like the experience he had gained these few days had reached 700,000. With the experience gained, Han Zio waved his, turned around, and left without a trace. Li Xin suddenly realized that she had yet to ask for Han Zio's name. She felt a sense of sadness. Han Zio was just like the prince in her dream, appearing when she was in trouble, offering his help when she needed it, but disappearing right after. Tang Shu was crouching in the corner, and he was drawing monotonic circles, muttering, "I never want to see you again." Han Zio, who was walking along the streets, found a shop that had a glass window that he could use as a mirror. He was shocked when he saw the face simulated by his mask. "Wow, so handsome, but it still can't beat my original looks." Han Zio pursed his lips as he saved the image of this appearance in his mask. At this instance, Han Zio saw a pair of indifferent eyes in the empty space behind him in the window's reflection. Mo Ran's office of Division 13's Seagull City branch. 3 assassins were killed last night: Moonlight, Volcano, and Hunter, Dai Susu reported to Mo Ran. The wounds are all very similar. They seem to have been cut by a sharp object at an extremely high speed that either pierced through the heart or slit open the throat. Based on evidence collected from the surroundings, the fight lasted less than 10 seconds. These 3 assassins were not weaklings, especially Moonlight. He had the ability to absorb energy, which gave him a boost in physical strength. Since the killer easily got close to the 3 assassins, his ability must have been extremely lethal. Is there any footage? No. The murderer must have chosen locations where there are no surveillance cameras. Are there any suspects? Mo Ran asked. With a hidden ability, extreme speed, and the ability to killing other elite assassins and aspers with the snap of a finger, there seems to be a matching character on the danger list: Invisible Demon. Wang Yuan's face turned dark. It's him. Invisible Demon, a terrifying killer, used to be a convict on death row, but he was chosen as a subject for an experiment. As a result of the experiment, his whole body started to change. Other than the eyes, his entire body had an ability to adapt to the surroundings and blend in with the environment. He basically became an invisible man. Furthermore, the Invisible Demon also awakened his own Asper ability, which was extreme reflex and speed. This gave him the ability to escape from the facility. Since then, he had been active in the underground world and became a mysterious killer that no one knew much about. Wang Yuan's face turned expressionless, and his eyes had a cold look. It is not cheap to hire the invisible demon. How much dirty money have these traitors pocketed from the organization? Although the invisible demon had extraordinary assassination capabilities, Bennett was not afraid. Even when he could not see something, he could rely on his other heightened senses to visualize it. He would never allow the demon to get within 10 meters of Wang Yuan. The demon may want to get rid of my guards first, so my people will be in danger, Wang Yuan stated. Mo Ran, please get the people following my assassins to inform them to gather immediately. Dai Su Su was helpless. Golden Fox is resting in the hotel, but Mr. Black has gotten rid of his tail. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Please send some people to try their best to look for him. The demon was a sniper's worst enemy. Even Bennett believed Han Zio would most likely not survive the attack. Although he liked Han Zio and wanted to save him, he was burdened with the responsibility of protecting Wang Yuan, thus unable to help him. He could only pray for that Han Zio could keep himself safe. The instant the eyes appeared, Han Zio activated his magnetic armor to cover his back and his neck. The next instant, sparks deflected off the surface of the armor, as if the armor had been hit by a sharp weapon dozens of times within the split second. He had long known about the dangers this mission would bring, so he had always remained prepared to engage in battle. This was how he managed to react so quickly. The impact on his back pushed Han Zio forcefully forward into the store, shattering the glass window. The enemy is invisible. Han Zio immediately realized the issue at hand. As Han Zio fell into the store, the sense of danger followed him, and he heard someone moving through the air at high speed. Suddenly, Han Zio slid backward before he drew out his guns and fired at the place where the sound was heard. However, the rounds did not land on the enemy. Storage compartments were shattered instead, and bullet marks appeared on the wall. The invisible enemy struck the armor again, giving out a harsh, grating sound. The movement is too fast. Han Zio could only use his reflexes to preempt the strikes and then shield himself with the armor. Fortunately, his armor covered 3/4 of his body. As long as he protected his vitals, the threat of the enemy was greatly reduced. The interface displayed the damage inflicted by the enemy. The enemy was clearly a high agility and high attack character. Han Zio looked at the battle info and found out the assassin's name. Invisible Demon. Han Zio was taken aback as he realized how tricky the situation was. Similar to the Black Spider, the Invisible Demon had established his name as one of the hardest bosses to kill on Planet Aquamarine in version 1.0. With the abilities of invisibility and super reflexes on the same person, he was born to be a close-quarters assassin. Invisible Demon, LV-44, and extremely high agility. His invisibility is only limited to his bare body, which means the weapon he used to attack me are his nails, and he is moving around entirely naked. Talk about decency. My movement speed is not be comparable to his. His speed is higher when it comes to short-distance charging and evasion, but assassinating from a distance is not his forte. I can use my hover boots and simply escape. But if I just escape like that, there will be another chance for him to assassinate me. Let me see if I can take him down. To tackle him effective, I have to slow him down first. In that moment, a deluge of thoughts flashed through Han Zio's mind. His eyes turned ice cold, and he entered a highly focused state of mind. Strike after strike hit Han Zio, and he blocked each one with his armor. He then took some candy-sized electric bees and threw them into the surroundings. The electric shock bees, also known as bee colonies, had stingers that carried a dangerously high voltage that could cause temporary paralysis upon contact. Multiple bees could even form an electrically charged net to be used as a control ability. Han Zio accidentally discovered the blueprint when he was making the hover boots. A group of electric shock bees flew inside the small shop, and their effect could be felt immediately. The demon could escape with his speed, but the space that he could move within was heavily constrained, and as a result, his attack rate was reduced. Bang, bang, bang. Han Zio fired nonstop, but the shots were all dodged. The demon was even faster than Pan Quang. Since Pan Quang could dodge the bullets, the invisible demon could most certainly do it better. Since you are so good at hiding, let's see who has more HP. As his eyes turned colder, Han Zio changed the magazine and loaded the HAME rounds. He then fired insanely. Green toxic gas filled the air within the small space, engulfing both of them. Chapter 118, Electromagnetic Weapon, you have been mildly poisoned. You will lose 3 HP per second for a minute. You will remain in the poison state for as long as you are within the range of the poisonous gas, and the degree of damage will continue to increase. If the invisible demon attacked, he would be injured by the poisonous gas as well. Han Zio was fearless as he had brought along with him a low-level health potions. With his HP over 2,000, he turned the battlefield to his advantage and managed to defeat the opponent's invisibility ability. The situation was in a stalemate. The invisible demon was unable to deal with him, nor could Han Zio shoot down the invisible demon. Even though I will not be defeated, I am also incapable of defeating this demon. If this continues, he will definitely retreat, and that will just be a draw in the end. Han Zio was determined to kill the demon who could threaten his life. Upon second thought, he decided to abandon on the comfortable situation he had created. He activated his hover boots and fled from the battlefield. As expected, the demon chased after him. He pretended to control the armor slowly, showing his flaws to the demon. Unsurprisingly, it then scratched him forcefully on his back. Despite being racked with pain from the demon's claws, Han Zio maintained a straight face. This was all to test the impact of the demon's attack on his body. You have been attacked by Invisible Demon, LV-44. You have lost 37 HP. Just one attack and I've lost almost 40 health points. Furthermore, the attack frequency is extremely high. Lucky, I am wearing my magnetically controlled armor, or else my blood level would have depleted within 10 seconds. Han Zio had never been more serious when he realized that the invisible demon was the strong opponent for the 5th mission. There were likely other challengers that had already encountered the demon before him and perished. After numerous trials and tests using different speeds of the hover boots, he finally estimated the speed of the demon. If I keep the hover boots at a medium speed, it will be the right speed for the demon to catch up, but it won't be too easy. Worth a try. With the new plan in mind, Han Zio instantly turned and skated toward the airport. The invisible demon was close behind. Fortunately, it was dawn, and the streets were empty. If it had been rush hour, Han Zio's path would have been full of obstructions. Han Zio fished out his phone and called Antonio to bring the 2nd-generation rover over. After putting down the phone, he then concentrated on baiting the demon. Baiting was not an easy technique. The key was to ensure that the enemy never realized that he had a trump card, or else it would be hard for the enemy to fall for the trick. Just like playing MOBA games, if someone suddenly became too aggressive, the enemy would know that there was backup somewhere. The game of chase lasted for a few minutes. Suddenly, Han Zio sensed that he was no longer in crisis. He came to a stop before surveying the environment when he realized that the invisible demon had not fallen for the trick and fled moments ago. The invisible demon was always on his feet. Initially, when Han Zio released the poisonous gas, the demon had already planned to retreat. However, Han Zio gave up on his favorable environment and acted as though he was unable to withstand the damage caused by the gas. As a result, the demon took the bait and caught up quickly. Even though there were no loopholes, the invisible demon noticed something was amiss almost instantly. This made him feel threatened, so he decided to retreat, giving up on the target decisively. He's too alert, Han Zio thought disappointedly, but he soon mocked himself for such a thought. If the invisible demon was so easy to deal with, he would not have been ranked as one of the hardest to kill. A few problems had arisen as the ferocious battle proceeded. Facing an enemy higher than LV-40, regardless of whether the enemy was more an agility or tank type, the gun seemed powerless. The main problem was that Han Zio lacked the skills to be a shooter. He was always missing his shots. The problem that Han Zio was thinking about was also a dilemma in version 1.0 of the game. The lethality of ordinary gunpowder weapons was limited when a player was facing an enemy above LV-50. Despite being powerful, most guns were still relatively weak against the super demons unless the player had set up traps beforehand. An electromagnetic gun was the next generation weapon. Many improvements on firepower and shooting speed had been made to the weapon. These improvements met Han Zio's needs. With the speed of the bullets improved, it would be more difficult for the enemies to dodge them. To build proper, complete, and stable electromagnetic weapons, one required full knowledge on the magnetism theory. Planet Aquamarine's advanced knowledge on the magnetism theory was strictly controlled. Han Zio frowned. If I want to create my own electromagnetic gun, I will need to construct my own blueprints. The theory behind portable electromagnetic guns is not that difficult to understand or hard to control if my basic electromagnetism theory is upgraded to LV. 5. However, it will be difficult if I want to make it into a real weapon, as there will be a lot of details to take note of. To reduce the experimental time, it is best to have a direction to work toward, such as having blueprints of existing weapons and then making further enhancements to them. After some time, Antonio arrived with his van. He looked left and right, then asked, "Where's the enemy?" Ran away. Han Zio hopped onto the van and simply said, "Let's return to the plane. I need to fix the equipment first and then think of a new plan. Do you really take me for your driver?" Antonio had no choice but to drive Han Zio to the airport. The battle between Han Zio and the invisible demon created a great commotion. Division 13 investigated and discovered traces of the battle. A sniper, not afraid of being killed by the invisible demon, and even managed to force the demon to flee. Daisusu was surprised as she thought of how threatening this Mr. Black had made her feel in River Valley Manor with his extraordinary strength. Bennett's eyes shone with surprise. Where is he now? He is related to Ferry & Company. He is on that company's aircraft at the moment. He should be preparing and fixing his equipment now, Wang Yuan replied. Let's not alert him yet. Mo Ran, can I trouble you to have someone send a message to ask Mr. Black to come to River Valley Manor tomorrow morning? All right. Mo Ran nodded. Standing at the side was Golden Fox, who had been invited over previously. At that point, her face was pale like a sheet of paper. Mr. Black was the fourth target of the invisible demon, while she was the fifth. Fortunately, Mr. Black had forced the invisible demon to retreat and allowed her to escape. Golden Fox doubted if she would have been able to survive the attack by the invisible demon. He saved my life. Golden Fox bit her lip. Mr. Black was mysterious and good at everything. The only issue was that his preferences were a little too strange. Inside the aircraft, Han Zio was busy fixing the magnetic armor. At the same time, he thought about the construction of the magnetic gun. The most suitable type of gun would be a sniper, as it could complement his movement ability and maximize the gun power at the same time. With 7 talent points, Han Zio spent 5 points to upgrade basic electromagnetism theory, basic weapon theory, and basic energy theory to the maximum of LV. 5 Han Zio selected basic electromagnetism theory as the core skill and came up with various skill set combinations. He then constructed many magnetism-related blueprints as he penned down his ideas, regardless of their viability. Each skill set would be incorporated at least twice. With tons of blueprints in his hands, his brain juices were finally used up. He massaged his temples and sighed. I think that's enough, time to construct. Ferry & Company had no contacts through which to acquire materials in Seagull City. The electromagnetic materials that Han Zio had brought along with him were limited, yet it would be enough if he removed and reused the parts from his failed products. However, some of the parts might become worn out when the products failed. With that, the recycling rate was approximately 80%. Han Zio predicted that it would be hard to construct a stable electromagnetic gun without failing more than 10 times when he tried to build the basic structure of the gun. If I want to succeed, I have to lower my expectations and create the prototype first with the specifications adjusted. Han Zio hesitated and finally decided he would first create the test product, then the prototype, and not to be too ambitious. Chapter 119, Raging Bolt. With a clear plan in mind, Han Zio proceeded to create the weapons. The updated weapons were of the utmost importance to the military force, and light weapons were the main focus. The principle of electromagnetic weapons was not complicated, as it was just using the electromagnetic force to push the bullets. The more challenging part was the actual debugging itself, as there were many variables like the number of coil turns, current voltage, limited energy, speed, distance. By reaching LV 5 in basic energy theory, it gave Han Zio a new blueprint, a new form of energy battery. It was referred to as a Rubik's Cube, and it was a precise component. It could store up to 180 auna, allowing its capacity to be several times that of an ordinary battery. The Six Nations were experimenting on other batteries, such as power batteries, superconducting batteries, and even micronuclear batteries that could be used in different aspects. But the Rubik's Cube was one of the more convenient kinds of batteries used by mechanics. The same theory could have countless possibilities, as the future of science did not have a fixed road. Technology was always changing, so it was interesting to explore different possibilities. Failure. Despite his many failures, Han Zio never gave up and kept trying, improving the details each time. It's getting late. Han Zio took a look at the sky and felt it was a pity he had to stop doing his work. Anthony then walked in. There were people from Division 13 who came to find you earlier. What did they say? Your employer has changed the timing needed to assemble, so you do not have to rush over. Just get to River Valley Manor by tomorrow morning. Han Zio was pleased with that, as he realized that would give him more time to continue his work. At night, Wang Yuan and friends sat quietly in the car and made their way back to the manor safely. Wang Yuan and Bennett then walked into the villa, went to the room on the top floor, and closed the door. Xena has locked away all the traitors, and the operation this time was successful. Other than getting rid of the traitors, the organization can also start to implement your ideas, said Wang Yuan. Bennett nodded. I have a hunch that the battle will start sooner than expected, and we need to prepare early to escape from the crisis. We will need the cooperation of other forces and organizations to complete the plan. One thing I know for sure is that the Six Nations will definitely help, Wang Yuan replied. During the discussion previously, you saw Mo Ran's attitude. Getting the Six Nations' help will be highly beneficial. With his aid, we will be able to escape the crisis. I am just afraid there will be ambitious parties eyeing our resources. Bennett's eyes flashed, and his voice was like a gush of icy wind blowing from the north. This is a plan to save many innocent lives. I will deal with anyone who tries to get in our way. At that instant, Wang Yuan was about to speak when a sharp, piercing sound reverberated outside the manor. The two looked outside the window and saw a lightning shoot up into the sky. The manor gate was then struck by the lightning, and it was thrown into an armored vehicle. Someone flashing with light walked toward the gate, and it looked like the frightening lightning earlier had been shot from him. The strong gate, which had withstood a storm of bullets, had been instantly destroyed. The mercenaries screamed and were all frantically shooting machine guns and firing cannons. However, Raging Bolt did not give in and shot lightning from his feet. He shot up 10 meters into the air and blasted his original spot on the ground. In the air, Raging Bolt clenched his fists and lightning shot out from his chest. A strong burst of electricity flashed, burning the cornea of every mercenary on the ground. Boom! The area where all the machine guns were located was blasted. A few of the mercenaries who were struck by the light were electrocuted before they could even utter a word. The smell of smoke filled the entire area. The impact of this battle left all of them shocked. A stream of frigid air that felt like death creeped up their spines. With the death of Volcano and Moonlight, there was no one in the manor strong enough to defeat the enemy. Even Mr. Black was not around. We can't defeat this level of superhuman. A mercenary backed away fearfully. Chen Li's eyes were fierce with determination, and he gave the order to start the attack again. Raging Bolt was not in the least injured when he dropped down from the sky. When he saw that the mercenaries still had the will to fight, he smirked coldly. Ha, bunch of idiots not knowing your limits. He then raised his hands and thrust his palms forward. An invisible electromagnetic pulse spread across the manor and damaged all electronic components, resulting in total darkness. The mercenaries were all shocked. Even the vehicles were damaged, so there was no way to escape even if they wanted to. Despair filled the air quickly. Wang Yuan took a look at Raging Bolt, and his face darkened. Raging Bolt by Jin's power is the generation and control of lightning. He's a superhuman with great potential, and he has been very active in the criminal underworld in recent years. Oh, come on, it's just a young man. Let me deal with him since the lads outside can't handle him. Bennett maintained the same expression as he pushed open the window and jumped to the ground. Pushing aside the mercenaries, he captured all their attention as he walked toward Raging Bolt. Only then did they realize that there was someone who could defeat Raging Bolt, and a ray of hope shone upon them. What? There was actually a strong opponent. Raging Bolt excitedly licked his lips and mobilized all the energy stored in his body. No matter how many weak opponents I defeated, the pleasure of beating a strong opponent is just incomparable. Raging Bolt stared at Bennett with the eyes of a wolf. The vehicle of Division 13 was situated in the forest, monitoring any movement in the manor. Raging Bolt is way too powerful, thought Dai Susu as she wiped away the sweat on her brow. I have to report this to Moran quickly, as such threats could cause dire consequences to our city. Dai Susu immediately picked up the phone and called Moran. On the screens, the battle between Bennett and Raging Bolt was ongoing. Both were about to release their strongest moves anytime. It was the moment when everyone held their breath. However, Raging Bolt's chest suddenly burst into a bloody fog, following which everyone heard an eerie gun shot from afar. Chapter 120, 3 shots. 2 hours earlier, I finally succeeded. An excited cheer could be heard from Han Zio on the Farian transport plane. A brand new sniper rifle was lying on the bench, and it looked very different from a gunpowder rifle. Its entire body was dark green. The gun was very thick while its front end was narrow. It also had sharp edges, just like a triangle. The entire barrel was embedded in the gun body, and the exposed part of the coil was tightly wrapped up. The gun was 87 meters long, and it was equipped with a multi-fold aiming rule sight. It also had an electromagnetic scanning function, so both sides could be used. You discovered Ghost Sniper Incomplete? Ghost Sniper Incomplete type, electromagnetic sniper rifle grade, white damage, 183-246 fire rate, 2-second magazine capacity, 16 range, 11 km power output, 144 usage requirement, 45 dex LV. 6 sniper. Ammunition type, electromagnetic ammunition length, 0.87 m weight, 6 kg additional features, recoil is low, increasing firing accuracy. Incomplete limit 1, power, fire rate, and range are limited. Incomplete limit 2, as the technology is not complete, the weapon's energy consumption is high. Each shot will consume 10 auna, battery holds 180 auna. Incomplete limit 3, as the technology is not complete, some components will need to be replaced after 20 to 30 shots. Full version requirements, LV. 1 Advanced Electromagnetism Theory, LAC, LV. 5 Basic Energy Theory, LV. 5 Basic Weapon Theory, LV. 1 Basic Energy Conversion Theory, LAC. What a surprise. Han Zio was exhilarated as he did not expect to get an incomplete version of the drawing, which also meant that as long as he had the knowledge, he could directly obtain the full drawing. The Ghost Sniper Rifle was a stable electromagnetic weapon, but Han Zio still lacked 2 important pieces of information at the moment. It was very hard to obtain the advanced information. Thus, he was very satisfied with obtaining the incomplete version. Even if the Ghost Sniper Rifle was an incomplete edition, it was 2 or 3 times more efficient. Electromagnetic weapons usually had a shooting range of over the horizon, so the defects were not obvious yet. As for the limitations, Han Zio had thought of a temporary solution, which was to have more spare batteries. This way, he would not have to worry about the high energy consumption. The only problem was that it was very costly. But for Han Zio, money was not an issue. It was the same method for the other rifles, and the replacement parts were already in place. Electromagnetic weapons were different from gunpowder ones as they required electrical conductors, and this was quite a huge problem. However, given some time, he would be able to utilize the principle of special ammunition. In the short term, however, he could only use special ammunitions for his gunpowder weapons, so he would not be throwing away his Red Falcon sniper. Han Zio then built 2 magazines with magnetic clips. All of a sudden, his eyelids started to feel heavy, and a wave of fatigue gushed over him. He held the side of the table for support and took a deep breath. He did not sleep a wink last night. He had first completed Return the Antiques, and subsequently he had battled against the invisible demon. He had only briefly taken care of his wounds. Then, without a break, he had begun to develop new guns late into the night. His body was able to withstand the exhaustion, but his mental fatigue had been accumulating. That is all for today. Han Zio rubbed his eyes and switched off his equipment. The surroundings quieted down. The people on the airplane were all resting. Han Zio did not want to stay any longer, so he took his equipment and drove back to the manor. He needed to get back quickly so that he did not miss anything while he was not at the manor. With Han Zio's alertness, he had smelt something fishy from Wang Yuan's instructions to return to the manor the next morning. He had a hunch that if he really went back the next morning, he might miss out on an opportunity. Therefore, Han Zio decided to be more cautious. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the manor. Suddenly, a flash of lightning hit his windscreen, and Han Zio rammed the brakes forcefully. There are enemies attacking the manor? Shit, this really is a flag. After putting out the fire, he quietly sneaked onto the tree with his equipment. He then took out a telescope to check out the battle outside the manor and was shocked by what he saw. Provided it's not a character I do not know, Planet Aquamarine only has 4 characters who possess this level of ability. They are Dust Thunder, Electric Eye, Raging Bolt, and Ingerminal Executive. This person's lightning abilities are so powerful, and they can release an EMP externally. This is likely Raging Bolt, another famous figure from Aquamarine. After observing for a while, Bennett finally walked out of the manor. Han Zio's eyes flashed. He had thought that he would have to settle the problem himself. As he thought that, Han Zio suddenly deduced the hidden requirement for the 5th round. Most likely, the upper limit of the special reward, 300,000 EXP, was for ensuring that Bennett did not need to get involved. With this in mind, Han Zio immediately picked up the rifle and aimed at Raging Bolt. "Flaming Will!" Han Zio shouted. Shouting was not required, but he felt that it would give him a higher chance of getting what he wanted. You activated Flaming Will. Your next attack will cause 180% base damage. Han Zio then pulled the trigger, and the exposed part of the gun glowed bright blue. The bullet flew out at such a high speed that the enemy could not react. The recoil was minimal, and it had little effect on accuracy. The blue light penetrated the body of the Raging Bolt, not allowing him to escape in time. It hit the heart, which exploded into a bloody fog. The interface flashed with the results of his move. You have caused 200% stealth damage to Raging Bolt. You have caused 200% critical damage to Raging Bolt. Flaming Will's bonus caused the attack to be multiplied to 342. Critical strike. Damage multiplied by 4. 1,368 damage. You have caused 1,175 damage to Raging Bolt after resistance reductions. You have damaged the heart of Raging Bolt. The damage has taken 1/3 of his life. Raging Bolt has fallen into a state of severe bleeding, losing 2% life per second for 10 seconds. Raging Bolt is paralyzed. His defense is reduced by 30% for 3 seconds. Raging Bolt is in a weakened state. All his attributes have decreased by 50% for 30 seconds. Raging Bolt spat out blood as he fell to the ground. His heart had been pierced, and his entire body was devoid of energy. He gazed in the direction that the bullet had come from, his eyes filled with pain and agony. Bennett was shocked as Raging Bolt was a powerful character, yet he was no match for the sniper rifle. The power of the gun had indeed exceeded his imagination. "I cannot die here." Raging Bolt bit his teeth, holding back the pain as he was about to escape. Han Zio, who was hiding a distance away, shot Raging Bolt a second time, sending a bullet through his brain. The 3rd shot then followed, shooting the left eye, causing red and white fluids to spill to the ground. Fatal attack! Raging Bolt fell to the ground, his remaining eye full of despair. Everyone was stunned. Those 3 shots were like the god of death wielding a knife, taking away his life. The air of death had silenced the entire audience. Bennett heaved a sigh of relief. 3 shots, it had only taken 3 shots. A criminal who had taken the lives of many could actually be killed in seconds. The mercenaries around were shocked. The turn of the situation had exceeded their imagination. That thunder-like enemy had been defeated in just 3 shots? Impossible. In the distance, even Dai Susu's tone trembled as she yelled. "Who shot that?" Chapter 121. Did too much work, so I couldn't think of a title. Han Zio looked up from the scope, surprised. He was also shocked by the power of the 3 shots. The second shot was a critical shot, greatly weakening Bayu's attributes. It was as if the actual damage had doubled. The first 2 shots were so impactful. Han Zio roughly estimated that a player like Bayu, who was at LV 48, was likely strong in offense, yet weak in defense. Therefore, his HP would roughly be at around 2,500 after the second shot. Thus, he fired the 3rd shot as the last fatal blow, killing Bayu in just mere seconds. The key blow was the very first shot, which inflicted explosive damage on Bayu, causing him to crumble at once. He became an easy target. You have gained 64,000 experience points by slaying by you, LV48. You surmounted the 14-level difference. You will get 360% additional XP bonus, bringing the total to 230,400 XP. Your personal contribution rate was 100%. You've gained an extra 230,400, 100% experience points. Han Zio himself did not even think that he could successfully complete the leap level killing. 300,000 XP in a matter of seconds made up for the XP that he had used up to for the fusion of blueprints to manufacture the Ghost Sniper rifle. There was in fact an excess of XP. He looked at the manor again and realized that it was all quiet outside. Everyone stood rooted to the ground. They had originally thought that there would be an impending bitter fight and had braced themselves for it. Yet things had happened in just a flash, leaving everyone stunned. Pitter-patter, footsteps could be heard creaking through the forest, and everyone's eyes immediately veered toward the sound, full of curiosity, awe, and fear. At that very moment, dark clouds gradually began covering the moonlight, and the silver moonlight faded into the clouds. Han Zio, who was in a black suit, walked out of the forest with the moonlight shining on the bottom half of his face. The moonlight seemingly backed away as he advanced, and darkness was following his every step. It was as if he was bringing about nightmares with the darkness. He was a spirit concealed in the night. This scene made him look ever so cool and led everyone to hold their breath for that moment. This very moment was deeply ingrained into everyone's memories. Mr. Black, it's him! Everyone gasped in shock, for they knew Mr. Black was extremely strong, but little did they know he was this powerful. Bennett was surprised. He did not expect himself to be dazed by Han Zio as well. Judging by the explosive, destructive power of Han Zio, it was more than sufficient to threaten him. And as Han Zio walked closer, Bennett could not help but praised him. "Well done." "It wasn't much," Han Zio replied, modest as always. Looking around him, their mercenaries who gathered around were staring at him in silence. Han Zio said sternly, "Don't just stand there. Go do what you're supposed to be doing." The mercenaries came back to reality as though waking up from a dream, and they hurriedly began to repair the fortifications of the manor. All of them accepted Han Zio's command without much thought. Bai Yu's body was then moved in, covered casually with a cloth. Nobody would forget that this was a supreme fighter, and every time they saw it, their respect for Han Zio would grow even deeper. The corpse of an enemy was a medal of accomplishment. Han Zio walked into the manor, and Wang Yuan came over. This time, his smile did not mean just a welcome invitation, but also full of appreciation and sincerity. "Stunning 3 shots? This old man here was shocked by you as well. You're too polite." Han Zio waved his hand and glanced at Bennett next to him. "With him around, you won't even be in any risk." Wang Yuan smiled. "I've checked the file. The Rothschild family introduced you to this mission. Your strength widely exceeds the level of Dark. I will raise your level directly to Ghost." This was an obvious act to gain his favor. An immediate promotion to Ghost made Han Zio surprised. He nodded, accepting Wang Yuan's kindness. In the woods, Dai Susu had solemnness written all over her face. She reported on Han Zio's performance. "Mr. Black possesses immense sniping ability, and his lethality is hard to behold. I suggest that we add him to the Extreme Threats target file." "Permission granted," Moran responded. Division 13 had a database for all extremely dangerous targets, and this was also called the Extreme Threats file. Han Zio's performance had already attracted their attention, especially the fact that he was a sniper. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan summoned all the mercenaries and declared that all guard duties were to end that instant. All the gains from the task would be directly credited to their accounts. The traitors in the organization had already been captured. Wang Yuan's goal was completed. As for the invisible demon, the owner had died, so it naturally stopped attacking. Han Zio checked the deposit, $2 million, twice the initial agreement. This was likely Wang Yuan deliberately compensating him extra due to the performance of his last 3 shots, which was well worth the price. The 5th round has been completed. You gained 30,000 EXP points. The hidden request to ensure that Bennett did not join the battle has been completed. You gained 300,000 EXP points. This time, there was not an additional mission segment, which meant that the chain mission had ended. The level of EXP he had accumulated so far broke the 1 million mark. This mission's reward was way too fruitful. Finally completed this mission, Han Zio felt more relaxed. He went on to find Bennett and gave him the Lock HOC sniper rifle. "You're giving me another present." Bennett was bewildered. Noting that this present was to his liking yet again, he could not help but ask, "What request do you have?" "I would like to learn the art of combat." Why is he saying this again? Bennett's head hurt. After thinking for a while, he decided to teach a set of skills suitable for Han Zio's sniper ability and began to explain. "In my early years, I was once an assassin known for my stealth. Perhaps these skills can help you a little." After hearing Bennett's explanation for over an hour, Han Zio was awarded with a new mission. "You have triggered Level D mission Night Stalker, class change." Task summary: you have learned some special skills from Bennett's explanation, but you still need practice them to perfect them. Mission requirements: complete 5 assassination missions in the dark, no limit on level. Reward: Night Stalker, class Night Stalker. This was a class that Han Zio had long wanted to attain from Bennett to be able to learn stealth skills, critical strike bonuses from stealth hits, and other skills. Coupled with his Flaming Will and Ghost sniper rifle, he could perfect the art of stealth battles. Moreover, this would give him the chance to enable the Fatal Shot specialty. This class was already extremely rare in version 1.0, and the attribute bonuses were not low. The experience needed to level up was less than the main profession, yet the sub-profession was able to be used for improving his combat skills. After explaining, Bennett paused and said, "I can tell that your energy is not strong, but your lethality is unfathomable. Here's my number, you can find me anytime you need me. Who knows, I may need your help in the future as well, what do you think?" "Sure." Han Zio blinked, promptly recalling one of Bennett's main story missions. Since he had no objection to this, they exchanged numbers. On a side note, the phone that Han Zio was currently using was no longer the black brick machine that Division 13 had given him. The defense mission had finally ended. The mercenaries all heaved a sigh of relief. They proceeded to pack up, and as they were about to leave, Han Zio walked around to collect the phone numbers of the assassins and mercenary leaders. Who knew, maybe they would be of use someday. Golden Fox took the initiative to give Han Zio her number. She promptly left afterward, fearing the strength of Han Zio. Furthermore, she could not stand his strange taste. The manor became much calmer now, with the crowd having dispersed. Han Zio drove back to Seagull City Airport and departed on Ferry and Company's plane. Having leveled up through 2 highly rewarding missions, Han Zio had accumulated tons of experience. The big action plan that was about to start before the public testing began would likely be following the trend of reward-based missions. "I have already become a ghost-level assassin with priorities in receiving tasks, commissions, and intelligence. Now that I have paved the way, I can definitely become a legend if it all goes according to plan. All I'll have to do is complete this final goal, Screw Germinal. I hope that you all can withstand the violent love I'll be showering upon you." Han Zio laughed devilishly and rather coldly at the same time. In the intelligence headquarters of Division 13, the intelligence minister had received a file about the application for the transfer of Mr. Black into the extreme threats target file. Mr. Black, of unknown source and unknown origin, is currently a serial killer. Only completed 2 missions, smashed the Rose militant mercenary gang of the Sommer Desert, displayed extraordinary sniping ability when guarding the Valley of Manor, caused the invisible demon to retreat, killed by you with just 3 shots. He possesses extreme alertness and excellent stealth ability, NB. He shook off the stalker of Division 13. He is also a mechanic, has high-speed boots with sliding ability, and possesses shocking killing ability. He uses a special sniper rifle. Requires special attention. After reading the information sent by Seagull City, the intelligence minister felt a sense of looming imminent danger. Seems like another amazing player has appeared. He took out his stamp and stamped firmly onto the footer of the document. Entry file approved. Something big had happened in the underworld. The list of killers in the dark net had a shocking major change. An unknown killer by the name of Mr. Black was added, and among the 1,000 names, he skyrocketed to number 23 on the killer list. "I've never heard of this name before. Where did he come from?" The Darknet's list has always been fair. It was impossible that this is in any way untoward. Quickly, go ask around about this Mr. Black guy. People of various strongholds were on the phone, calling each other about Mr. Black. The Underworld Intelligence Network began to collaborate with one another to find information about him. Some mercenaries and killers who had once fought aside one another at River Valley Manor spoke up about it. Han Zio's extraordinary feat of killing Bai Yu in 3 shots sparked a commotion in the underworld. Those who knew Bai Yu thought the news was fake when they first heard it, but the hard evidence of Bai Yu's horrible death captured by the mercenaries proved them wrong. It was those 3 shots that caused his death. The killers who knew about it were shocked. Even though Bai Yu was strong at attacking and weak at defense, he was still a high-level individual on planet Aquamarine. He was not afraid of bullets. How could he have been killed in a matter of seconds? More and more people went to investigate the origins of Mr. Black, only to realize that this person had simply appeared out of thin air. No one knew his identity. He was like a ghost, appearing out of the blue, floating around in the underworld. Mysterious and powerful, Mr. Black's codename became known by everyone in the underworld. It entered the list of people to take note of for many forces. Many old schoolers would say that the killer should be hidden in the darkness. Becoming famous was equivalent to failure. However, to the blood-packed society, with fame came greetings, and it was also a form of deterrence. Any enemy who threatened the Darknet organization needed to take precautionary measures. Could they withstand the continuous attacks from the Killer Alliance? The blood-packed society had been weakening as the elder killers died. Those who wanted to leave had left, and those who wanted to retire did so. Ever since then, the Killer Alliance's days had been numbered. With Mr. Black's new fame, blood-packed society was out to make Mr. Black their poster boy. Chapter 122, Let's Create Some Trouble. Thorns was traveling alone in the endless plains of Karst. The vehicle definitely looked scary and threatening, like a spiky porcupine. The vehicle was dragging a huge container as it traveled. It looked odd, as if it had a light head and heavy torso. There were huge batches of raw materials worth millions stored in the container, all of which had been purchased by Han Zio in a single consignment. Han Zio was the only one on the car. As he was driving, he was looking at the radar coordinates. He was heading toward the ruins known as Grey Metal Ruins. After completing the mission at River Valley Manor, there was a large increase in the affection of the Blood-Packed Society toward him. The Blood-Packed Society was now friendly toward him. Based on his current progress, he would be able to hit the legendary level before the public beta. Also, he could complete the class change mission along the way and officially become a Night Stalker. The side profession he planned to attain was rarer in version 1.0. He planned to not only use it to attain new skills, he also prepared himself to advance up to level 40 and start another level advancement mission. The maximum level of an apprentice mechanic was 15. The higher the level, the larger the increases in EXP points. Based on his current efficiency at gaining EXP points, adding a side profession was a good move. Also, the side profession allowed him to improve his combat style. Beforehand, Zio carried out the plan for his assault on the Germinal organization. He planned to create a secret base for him to deposit supplies and round up weapons and essential equipment. That was to ensure that he had a place to retreat to if his mission failed. Based on his current situation, the Farian company seemed like it was able to provide a reliable hideout. However, Han Zio had cultivated the good habit of preparing alternative solutions and redundancies. Although the possibility of getting into a conflict with the Farian company was rather unlikely, he would still feel safer if he was completely in charge of his own fate. Anything could change in this world, and it was especially so for relationships. Han Zio had seen too many of such cases, especially the relationships with his ex-girlfriends. More often than not, genuine feelings lost out to tactics in terms of attracting one's heart. If there was a color to love, it would be the color of forgiveness. The world was just too much of a mess, such that anyone could lose their footing if they were not careful. It was not worth mentioning, getting close to the ruins of the Grey Metal Ruins. The maroon soil looked like dried-up spats of blood. Once the tires went past the dried-up hard blocks of soil, the sound of the friction between the tires and the soil could be heard. Through the window, one could also see the oddly shaped plants that were sparsely growing on the plains. The land before his eyes indeed looked barren. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of an abandoned city. Grey Metal Ruins was a dead city that even the vagrants avoided. The only creatures that resided in the city were insects and animals. Gray metal ruins had once been the capital of an old regime, and green pastures had surrounded the city. When the fires of war reached the city, the place was reduced to rubble, and the green plains turned into a barren landscape. Mighty civilizations and abandoned cities coexisted on this planet. The world was constantly changing, regardless of it changing for better or worse. There was an abandoned base among the ruins that the outside world did not know of. The abandoned base was in fact Han Zio's target. As Han Zio moved closer to the city, the scene before his eyes became more dilapidated. Vines could be seen creeping along the walls of the wrecked buildings. The streets were completely empty and covered with moss. Only a couple of lizards hopped out from the cracks on the road. The rumble of the vehicle's engine seemed to have awakened the city. Bugs crawled out from the buildings and cracks on the roads. They rested along the street, watching the vehicle speed past them. They used their limbs to scratch their eyes and moved their antennae. On the south side of the ruins, there was a building that resembled a military facility surrounded by barbed wire. Fortunately, the wires were not charged with electricity. The interior of the building had collapsed. Han Zio drove his vehicle in and parked outside a bunker with the red label S539. There was only small entrance left into the bunker. Dust particles were floating in the air, filling his nose. After Han Zio alighted from his car, he took out the mechanical spider and threw it into the bunker. He had modified the camera on the spider. The spider was now equipped with thermal vision and electromagnetic sensors. It even had hearing abilities. Half an hour later, the spider reported that there were no signs of life in the bunker. Han Zio then made his way into the building. He navigated through the darkness with his torch, making his way to a small room in the bunker. He found a small crack in the wall and pulled hard. An elevator well was revealed behind the wall. The abandoned base that he was searching for was in the basement of the bunker. Han Zio knew this place very well. In fact, this base was also his in his past life. However, it was unfortunately taken over by a guild. At that point in time, Han Zio had still been a young lad who was easily bullied by others. However, when he looked at the base again now, he realized that the base had great defensive infrastructure in place. As long as he was able to supply electricity to the building, the base was practically impregnable to attacks. He only had himself to blame for giving in to his enemies in his previous life. The underground base was very spacious and had 2 emergency passages. There were spider webs and dust everywhere. I shall call this place the Gray Metal Base. Han Zio came up with a practical name for the facility. There was no source of energy in the base. Han Zio took out the flashlights that he had brought with him to light up the place. He then started to execute the most important task, which was the energy modification operation. The Gray Metal Base previously had a cable that connected it with the power station. However, since the city was abandoned, the power station had stopped its operations. The power station was located some distance away from the Gray Metal Base. Han Zio entered the power station only to discover that most of the generators were faulty. However, he never planned to rely on the old generators. He had expected such a scenario to occur. Therefore, he had spent a huge sum of money and bought a batch for solar-powered generators. He dragged these generators out of the container and altered the wiring in the power station. He switched out the faulty items in the power station and connected the electric cable from the military base to his new solar-powered generator. When Han Zio returned to his base, the base was already powered up. The lights were switched on, and the interior of the base was clearly shown before his eyes. The base, which had been covered in darkness for so long, was finally embraced with light. The solar-powered generators were clean, efficient, and discreet. The additional electricity that was not expended in the day would be stored in the batteries. The generated electricity would likely cover 1 full day of activity. Han Zio started to clean up the base. Due to the prolonged period of inactivity, everything was covered in a layer of filth. It was while he was cleaning that he started to miss Lu Kaiyan, who had superb housekeeping skills. Han Zio had not seen Lu Kaiyan for some time, and her cooking was something he longed for. I wonder what her reaction is for leaving without a word. Thinking back to old man Lu's repeated recommendation of his granddaughter, Han Zio could not help but smile. After the housekeeping session, he carried the supplies out of his vehicle. The material and spare parts were all sorted out and stored. The bottles of water and canned food were placed in the gigantic fridge. following which he used some of his EXP points to raise his basic programming to LV 10. He then modified the main control room and created a chip to organize and store the data of all the activities in the base. The main use of the system was to map out the energy usage so that electricity could be better allocated for the different activities. For the next few days, Hanzio was busy modifying the base, and it slowly began to take shape. The base was equipped with infrared thermal scanners. The defenses put in place were light machine guns and booby traps. The bunker on the ground level was also repaired. Additionally, the large gate was fixed up so that the base was better hidden. However, the most important point was that Hanzio created 3 robotic assistants to serve as his workers. The skill of elementary programming, at the maximum level, could create low-level chips that were able to store simple blueprints that the robotic assistant could follow and manufacture according to the plans autonomously. Hanzio could also gain a part of the EXP from the items successfully manufactured by the robots. This meant that there would be incoming EXP for Hanzio all day, every day. One robot assistant could generate 2,000 to 4,000 EXP, so 3 robot assistants could contribute a steady 10,000 EXP points. There was a limit on the energy that could be used by the gray metal base, and the 3 robot assistants made it reach this limit. The stored raw materials and spare parts were also only sufficient for around 10 days of continuous activity by the robot assistants. The logistical flow of the system he had set up could not be disturbed. Hanzio could also make use of this period of time to carry out his assassination mission and gain skills that could help him refine his process. If the earlier players wanted to develop a base, they could only employ a team of mechanics to complete their base. That was because most players had certain gaps in experience that they could not fulfill themselves. They had different areas of specialties in terms of their knowledge, and that meant that there were also many areas they were unfamiliar with. However, my 3 separate branches of knowledge are upgraded together. That makes me master the different aspects of the job alone. However, my strategy has a huge flaw of requiring me to possess an especially large sum of EXP that is several times more than that of normal players. Luckily for Hanzio, he had his ways. The gray metal base might not be the largest, but it was definitely one that had all the necessary items that were required. The base also looked new and tidy after Hanzio's refurbishment and housekeeping. Hanzio could feel a deep sense of achievement when he saw the fruits of his labor. Finally, I am a man with some assets. After completing the modification of his secret base, it was time for him to begin his assaults on the Germinal organization. He had been left with no time to spare for the Germinal organization lately, and that resulted in the organization recovering and growing from the previous damage that Hanzio had caused. Indeed, the Germinal organization had recovered by 0.1%. However, Hanzio was not worried in the slightest. The reason he decided to carry out his activities at the later stage was because he had set his sights far. He was no longer aiming for the smaller bases of the organization. He wanted to do something big. Hanzio's plan was simple and loud. He released all the information he had collected about the smaller bases to the 6 nations. Crazy but deadly. The 6 nations were old enemies of the organization. The moment they got their hands on the weakness of the organization, they would not rest until they caused grievous damage. As long as he dared to do such a crazy thing, the Germinal organization was bound to suffer intense damage. However, that would also destabilize the entire situation on planet Aquamarine. It was even likely for a change in the original storyline to occur. It was that which made the whole process exciting. To be scared of a change in the storyline was not the hallmark of a strong individual. A world that did not change was something a destroyer like Hanzio was fond of. Hanzio clenched his fists. He could feel gushes of energy flowing through his body and confidence emerging out of his chest. I am no longer a weakling who is afraid of everything like when I first entered the planet. I have the ability to challenge and battle most people on this planet. Strength formed the base of one's power. To endure now was so that one could be powerful enough in the future, such that he no longer needed to endure. Now, Hanzio could defend himself, and he could finally accomplish the initial goal he set for himself. Hanzio connected his cell phone to the computer and created an anti-tracking application to disguise his actual number and address. He then dialed in a chain of numbers that he had memorized. "Hello, who is this?" Feng Zhen's voice emerged out of the cell phone. "Guess Tilda," Han Zio teased. Feng Zhen almost choked. The sly voice was too familiar to not recognize. "You, how dare you call back?" Feng Zhen was dumbfounded. Chapter 123, Germinal, there is something I have to say. In Division 13's headquarters, Director Gu Hui and the Intelligence Minister stared at the phone on the desk, while Feng Zhen stood to the side with a clear look of nervousness. "Can we trace the location?" The technician replied hesitantly. "We can't break the opponent's anti-tracking protocol. He is a highly skilled hacker." Gu Hui's vein throbbed with anger. When did that guy become a hacker? How could I not know? After some deliberation, Gu Hui picked up the phone and said in a grave voice, "Han Zio, you left Division 13 without permission. You violated the code of secrecy. This behavior is abominable." Han Zio chuckled and laid bare Gu Hui's thoughts. "You want to ask me when I'm coming back, right? You should know better yourself." Gu Hui said, "I am not going back. Are you defecting?" Gu Hui's eyes darkened and his tone changed. "You misunderstood," Han Zio slowly said. "I still want to continue to work with you guys, but the way we work needs to change." Gu Hui frowned. "What do you mean?" The others in the room pricked up their ears to wait for Han Zio's reply. With a click, Han Zio hung up the phone. The intelligence minister was expressionless, but the twitch at the corner of his eyes revealed the storm in his mind. Gu Hui took a deep breath and thought to himself, "I am the director. I cannot flip the table. I am the director. I cannot flip the table." Ding. The phone vibrated with a new message notification. Gu Hui narrowed his eyes and opened the text message. A page of dense information was thrown into his view. He was struck dumb by the content of the message. It was all intelligence on Germinal's bases in southern continent. It was very detailed and complete. Is this what he meant by changing the way we work? Gu Hui was uncertain. Nonetheless, his anger with Han Zio dissipated. This was the intelligence they had always wanted, and Han Zio had actually given it to them so easily. "He's so sincere." Gu Hui was lost in thought. Han Zio had demonstrated unexpected sincerity. The issue would be how he should deal with Han Zio's identity. If he were to say that he was a defector, his action would benefit the interests of Star Dragon. But to say that Han Zio would be returning to Division 13 would be untrue. Han Zio had personally said that he would not go back. After some thought, Gu Hui made a decision. Stop searching for Han Zio, keep his official secret agent identity, and move his files to the field agent files. Feng Zhen was taken aback. The director's decision would mean that Division 13 was reconciling with Han Zio. They would acquiesce to Han Zio's solitary behavior and regard him as one of their own. Division 13 was in charge of the formation of field agents. Field agents were employed under the department, but they could move freely. Only some meritorious agent or retired agents could get such preferential treatment. Although Feng Zhen did not have a long relationship with Han Zio, they were on good terms. Feng Zhen was happy. At least they would not become enemies. With the information he needed in hand, Gu Hui was in a good mood. He praised the intelligence minister lightly and was about to leave when the bespectacled secretary in the intelligence group stumbled in, panting for breath. "Director, Minster, the intelligence departments from Hesla, Maple, Ordina, Thews, and Raylan have all sent us a request for communication." The look in Gu Hui's face hardened. Only with truly urgent incidents would the intelligence agencies of each country contact another country. It had been many years since they had a meeting between the different intelligence agencies from the 6 nations. What had happened? With a heavy heart, Gu Hui walked to the conference room. 5 individuals appeared on the big screen. They were the heads of the intelligence agencies from the other 5 nations. They had the same rank in their respective agencies as Gu Hui. "What happened?" asked Gu Hui. As soon as he spoke, he found the 5 heads of intelligence agencies stare at him with a very strange look, making him feel a little confused. The representative from Ordina took the initiative and said, Division 13 Director, do you know Germinal's top wanted man, Zero?" Gu Hui stared dumbfounded. He had a bad feeling. What happened was, all 5 of us received intelligence from Zero, including maps of Germinal's secret bases across the South, West, and North continent. We have always been cautious about information from unknown sources, but he had added a line to his intelligence. Star Dragon's Division 13 can testify as to the credibility of my intelligence. So, we are here to clarify with you. Damn you. How could you even send the information to all the other nations and expect us to testify for you? Hanzio, you just scammed us again. Gu Hui almost fainted from the shock. He could almost see Hanzio's sniggering face in his mind. His set of equipment, the incomplete Phantom Ghost Sniper, electromagnetic skateboard shoes, facial simulator, and a full version of a magnetically controlled retractable armor, would be able to fully support his variable sniping style of combat. This was a tactic that was very popular among the older mechanics. Since the equipment he produced had properties way beyond what would normally be at his level, it was obvious that his combat capability would be way more effective. With his enhanced equipment, his energy was about 1,100 auna. He was considered upper-middle rank on Aquamarine. In addition, Hanzio also had the NPC molding ability, basic strength and life. He was definitely able to take some hits. Flaming Will was upgraded to LV5, and the lowest multiplier was increased to 138%. Although this did not sound like much, with sneak attacks and critical strikes on weaknesses, even with the lowest enhancement, he could boost his capability significantly. As long as he avoided fighting someone crazily powerful like Bennett head-on, Hanzio should be able to cope with most face-offs with ease. So, the assassination mission from the Blood Pact Society would naturally not be too much of a worry for him. Time flew past as Hanzio completed more and more missions. He gained vast amounts of EXP and wealth, and he was growing stronger day by day. Mr. Black was also becoming feared by more and more underground forces. He had risen to the 10th position on the assassin leaderboard. He was finally gaining some fame. Meanwhile, the underground world gave Hanzio a new nickname, Black Phantom. One could only take on a bad code name, not a bad nickname. Planet Universal Reputation Legend, Aquamarine. Black Phantom, Darknet Assassin List. Legend has it that he comes from the darkness of the night with 1,000 faces. No one knows when he will come. No one knows when he will leave. When you see him turn away, the kiss of death has already been printed on your forehead, leaving fresh bullet holes in blood. He pays a bullet and takes away your life. He sounds pretty cool. In fact, when he learned that he had been given the nickname, Hanzio did not know how he should feel about it. Black Phantom, why don't you call me White Yaksha? Hanzio had been one of the most active members in the underground world lately, and he was getting on the good books of the Blood Pact Society. They were even featuring him to attract talents. According to statistics from the Blood Pact Society, their business had finally stopped falling even since Black Phantom came around. Their business was even slightly on the rise, attracting other assassins to them. They were leading in transaction volume. However, 2 months later, the attention of the whole world was on another big event. As the last civilized countries on Aquamarine, the 6 nations were so powerful that whatever they did would affect every single person in the world. Be it the underground, rogue warlords, or various organizational forces, everyone was always looking to the 6 nations to observe their actions, especially in terms of their military operations. After the wars of the old times, there was a delicate balance of order and chaos on planet Aquamarine. Wars continued to break out occasionally, openly, or hidden, and it was not in the 6 nations' interest to cover up and pretend it was all peaceful. The delicate world situation tipped on this fateful day after 2 months. The 6 nations sent out troops almost simultaneously. The armies were sweeping across the 3 continents, wiping out Germinal bases one by one. It shook the whole world. The war came without any warning. The world fell into a turmoil. Many was starting to fear that the nightmare of a terrible war that happened decades ago would explode again. Their wounds from the war had not healed fully, and no one was too eager to be devoured by such a man-made disaster again. Even within the 6 nations, thousands and thousands of people took to the streets to protest against the war, but the governments have turned a deaf ear. To them, Germinal was the root of a disaster. As a terrorist organization that had been created to subvert the 6 nations, the conflict between the 6 nations and Germinal could be traced back to the War of the Old Times. Germinal had been gathering outlaws and rebels who were determined to subjugate the 6 nations. Until now, the 2 sides had been caught in a stalemate. It was such a good opportunity to crack down on the Germinal organization. How could they possibly miss it? For those who were more informed, They were not as surprised by the tough stance of the Six Nations as the intelligence they had gotten. Why did the Six Nations act simultaneously, and how could they launch precise attacks on the hiding grounds of Germinal? There was only one possibility: someone had provided a large amount of intelligence. In another way, this mysterious person providing the intelligence was the real puppet master behind the war. After many inquiries, the name of the man was leaked out from within the Six Nations. Zero, Germinal's traitor. The underground world was shocked. Among the outlaws taken in by the Germinal organization, some were idealistic fighters while others were hooligans who had committed petty crimes. There were traitors in the past, but they had all hidden like street mice, afraid of being hunted down. Zero was the only person that had struck back on Germinal so openly, generating such chatter. How did Zero get so much intelligence? Was he a high-level officer in Germinal before he defected? Many were scratching their head over this. All this was a mystery. There was no way anyone could get an answer, but that did not prevent all the major powers from adding the name Zero to the threat list. A war is coming. Bennett looked up at the hazy sky with furrowed brows. His mood was as gloomy as the sky. Wang Yuan whispered to him from the side, "It seems like we need to get the shelter plan up ahead of schedule. There are still a lot of things left unprepared." Bennett shook his head. "I guess we can never be fully prepared. Let's roll out the shelter plan. Contact some allies and get strong independent fighters to join us. We must rally all our forces." Chapter 124, Open Beta, in the Germinal Organization headquarters at Andrea Mainland. Bam. A fist covered with a black glove slammed against the wall, creating a sound like a steel rod being swung against a car window. The thick force made a large piece of the wall shatter and collapse, exposing the steel bars. His fist, however, was not injured. The leader's body trembled with fury. His anger was obvious. His subordinates trembled next to him and dared not move an inch. All the secret bases on the other 3 continents were being swept through by the Six Nations armies, incurring huge losses every day. The Germinal organization's base camp was located on the continent of Andrea. The secret bases on the 3 continents were intended to be the beachheads to nail the enemy in future wars. So, the loss this time was equivalent to the organization's painstaking efforts for many years being destroyed. It had severely wounded the organization. Zero. The leader took a deep breath into the unfathomable depths of his lungs. How much information does Han Zio have? This was a question that the leader had always been suspicious about. He felt that Han Zio was not in a position to be aware of key intelligence. He had once told the organization's hackers to check the program loopholes repeatedly, and there were no signs of hacking. He had also conducted multiple investigations on the top management. There were no traitors. Zero's source of information was really too suspicious. It was as though he was a prophet. In fact, the 4 bases that were lost, including the Dark Crow Valley base, were not of particular importance to the organization. Before the 4 secret bases were removed, the leader hesitated over whether or not to relocate other bases in southern continent, but he did not implement any action. It was not that he wanted to leave it to chance. He felt that moving other bases rashly would expose these locations and cause them to lose their secrecy. It was like abandoning the huge amount of upfront investment, wasting their finances and time. Perhaps it was as Zero had mentioned, making a mountain out of a molehill. However, the situation made it clear that Zero had mastered the detailed information of the organization, far more so than he had expected. The Valkyrie experiment strengthens the brain and awakens. Thinking of Han Zio's performance, the leader felt as if there was a hint to the truth. Zero has awakened the ability to predict. No wonder he could get intelligence, escape from the lab, and avoid the tracking of the organization. The leader closed his eyes and anger brewed in his heart. He felt that this was the only possible explanation. Zero was a monster created by the Germinal organization, and all the organization could do was accept it. Regret. The leader did not allow himself to have this kind of emotion. There was no room for regret. This kind of character is too dangerous. If he is allowed to live, all the actions of the organization will be made known. He has to be killed. The pin-drop silence continued for 3 minutes. The leader's low, hoarse voice slowly sounded, and it spoke of deep savage intentions. Even though the Germinal organization's members in the room knew that the leader was not targeting them, it still sent a chill down their spine. Move all the bases in the 3 continents. There is no need to care about the loss and damage. Withdraw whatever can be withdrawn. Start the crisis plan hibernation project, and all activity is to be moved underground. All intelligence personnel are to thoroughly investigate Zero's tracks. Not a single clue is to be neglected. Before we find Zero, the full-scale war plan is to be delayed indefinitely. Fall of the Germinal, current progress 13. 8%. At the gray metal base, Han Zio lay on the sofa, sliding his fingers across the tablet and brushing through the information collected and organized on the darknet, almost all of which was related to the movements of the Six Nations. 2 months ago, he had provided intelligence to the Six Nations. Naturally, none of the Six Nations acted immediately. They first sent people to confirm the accuracy of the intelligence, then they secretly dispatched resources to prepare for the war. The military operation only became official 2 months later. The results were very gratifying. A large number of Germinal bases were removed. Yet, there were some secret bases that Han Zio was not aware of. They were forces that had been preserved. Han Zio's mission profile had increased exponentially. Although the increment was reduced, he was winning by volume. With the actions by the Six Nations, he was progressing every day. The Germinal organization was not a pig that would stretch out its neck dumbly to be slashed. They were determined to preserve their last breath by any means. They had evacuated all remaining bases and were trying to minimize losses. This was within Han Zio's expectations. He was simply waiting to see how many battles the 6 countries could win next by chasing Germinal's trails hard. With the momentum now, my mission progress is estimated to be more than 20%. About 50% of the Germinal organization's bases in the 3 continents had been conquered, whilst their base camp on the Andria continent had only half its size left. The morale of the Germinal organization had been so badly hurt that it would not be able to declare war against the Six Nations in 3 months' time as per the original scenario. This had a far-reaching impact. One such impact was that the Germinal organization's sub-bases on the 3 continents had been removed, cutting off the channels for most players to join the organization. That meant that the players in Germinal's camp would be 90% less than originally. In Han Zio's opinion, this was the biggest gain. Taking advantage of the chaos, I can also personally intercept and kill countless disoriented troops and improve my mission progress. Releasing information could only be done once, so Han Zio was ready to make full use of this opportunity to strike against his enemy while it was at its weakest, hoping that his attacks would deal some serious damage and advance his level. The small butterfly effect he had set off was rolling up into a storm, causing a huge mess in the quest between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization. If one of the frontline events on planet Aquamarine was accidentally annihilated, the players on this planet would become idle and start to freely explore. Interesting, Han Zio's face broke into a sinister smile. His 2-month killer career had earned him a lot of EXP. He had already unlocked Night Stalker, providing him skills such as stealth and steady aim. This sub-professional upgrade bonus had a slant toward agility. With this, Han Zio's total level had reached LV40, and he was stuck at his advancement. The manner in which he completed his mission was a prerequisite for his next advancement. Second stage advancement: defeat 3 strong enemies beyond your level. Note, your opponent must be at least 5 levels higher than you. Current progress, 0%. Defeating a higher-level opponent was a common requirement for class advancements. The difficulty was not high, and the player could compete in a team. This made it easier for Han Zio. It was a pity that his previous such assassinations were not counted for his current task. As his level increased, higher-level killing was becoming more and more difficult. With Han Zio's level, he had to kill opponents beyond LV45 at the bare minimum to achieve the cross-level standard. Moreover, these LV45 opponents were already in the 3rd stage of planet Aquamarine's combat power, possessing ghostly powers. Because he was stuck at advancement and could not upgrade to the next level, Han Zio was putting all his EXP into developing his skills. He had managed to improve his combat sniping skills. Before building a powerful machine that could become the core of his tactics, he was not going to change his strategy of using moving snipe for the time being. In addition, he had also incorporated new blueprints, improving his personal capability tremendously. In addition to becoming a legend in the list of killers, Han Zio had also unexpectedly become a legend for a different reason. The legend of Planet Aquamarine, the mysterious Zero. As a traitor of the Germinal organization, you have uprooted the solid foundations of the organization based on your sole effort. No one expected such a course of events. You have already become the arch-enemy of the Germinal organization. Perhaps you should protect your identity, as there are many people who are searching for you. The source of my legendary status comes from my intelligence that inflicted a great loss on the Germinal organization and caused Planet Aquamarine to fall into a state of chaos. I think I figured out how to attain such legendary status. I guess I just have to disrupt the original quest of the camp, and that means to wreak havoc. I guess that is my strength. Han Zio touched his chin in thought. His relationship with the Germinal organization had fallen to -3,000. He was becoming their arch-enemy. The relationship was unsalvageable. This hatred is really deep-seated. Han Zio furrowed his brows. On the other hand, the gray metal base was also becoming better equipped. Han Zio had upgraded the energy source on the base. There were already 8 assistant robots working hard. It was a stable source of EXP. The cost of manufacturing each assistant robot was about 200,000 EXP. Mechanics could create assistant-type robots, but few people did it in the early days because it was not cost-effective. These robots cost hundreds of thousands of EXP to develop, but they would only provide a few thousand XP each day. One could easily attain that by completing simple tasks. Moreover, these low-level intelligence robot assistants could only complete simple manufacturing tasks. If spare parts were needed, players could directly purchase them from the player market. Even unions were unwilling to use the assistant robot in their early stages. They had their production team and were in no shortage of manpower. Only when the mechanics learned how to manufacture intermediate-level smart chips to enable robots to perform more precise operations would these robot assistants gradually become the standard tools for mechanics. But for Han Zio, money was not that important. He took a brief look at his darknet account, and a bunch of zeros leaped into his eyes. All these were rewards that he had collected from completing various assassinations. Well, it seemed that there were some orders from Division 13. He had almost forgotten. Han Zio looked at the interface, and it was the last 30 minutes before the public beta. This day has finally arrived. Over the past year, he had accumulated a huge amount of capital, way more than most. Han Zio's eyes were beaming as he nestled in the sofa, waiting silently. The public beta countdown was counting down to the last minute. Looking at the time, Galaxy Calendar, July 3, 688. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The public beta is now open. Fetching data done. Player forum open beta duration. 1271 days. Welcome to Galaxy 10 Adventure. Chapter 125. What have we missed? Ever since Galaxy was in the research and development stage, the game had received wide attention with minimal marketing. Only basic information was provided on the official website. Even so, its popularity was continuously rising. Due to the many groundless rumors, Galaxy was shrouded with an air of mystery, fueling the players' anticipation and curiosity. On the day of public beta, the enthusiasm of the players was exploding like the eruption of a volcano. Although the number of VR capsules in the first batch was limited, and there was also a restriction on the number of purchases, the game was sold out in half an hour. Those who did not manage to grab hold of the game were utterly disappointed, whereas those who did get it could not wait to enter the game. The day that the game was released, enthusiastic players rushed into the game. In Galaxy, there were dozens of players who came from different birthplaces, and this formed the first batch of players. In the evening, more and more public beta players who had created their characters appeared out of thin air in the forest outside the settlement of Bighorn Village, looking around curiously. "It feels so real," exclaimed a player as he jumped around with ease. "Quick! Look at the sky, there is actually more than one moon," a player shouted out in excitement as he admired the scenery. "Whoa, can I take off my pants?" asked a muddle-headed player. "Is there no novice village in this game?" Another player scratched his head, not knowing what to do. As more and more players appeared, a huge crowd began to form. With more than 1,000 people gathered, one could hardly see an end to the mass of players. There were thousands of players who had gathered. After some confusion, some observant players spotted the lights in the distance from Bighorn Village. Thinking that it was the novice village, the players rushed over en masse. The guards at the settlement of Bighorn Village were shocked to see the group of ragged men and immediately blew the whistle to inform the rest of the population to lock their doors and stop this huge group of foreigners from entering their settlement. The players were all stopped at the gate and they started shouting out against the guards. "What is going on? Why isn't the novice village open? My hunger level is dropping. I will die if I don't eat something." The expressions of these NPCs are so lively. Within the settlement of Bighorn Village, all the residents walked out of their house holding torches and weapons and stood guarding the main door solemnly, preventing the mass of people from attacking the place. The village chief, Xander, gathered the few key personnel urgently. "Where did this group of people come from? It's almost 10,000 people," Xander exclaimed. "Is it a group of migratory vagrants? Let's just ask directly." Xander climbed to the watchtower and asked loudly as he looked down at the huge crowd of players, "Friends from afar, why have you come to us?" The players looked at one another with confused faces, not knowing how to respond. Xander then shook his head. "If you all do not state where you are from, I cannot let you enter the settlement." The public beta players were baffled. They were all new players who could not even understand the map. How would they be able to tell him their origin? Was that a joke? Inside the settlement, the closed beta players found the whole situation amusing. It was like a show for them as they watched the situation unfold from the side. They had landed directly inside the settlement when they first arrived and did not have to go through the trouble that the public beta players who had landed outside the settlement had to face now. Just then, they received a notification. It was a mission where they had to convince Xander to allow the public beta players to enter the settlement, and the prize was rather significant. There was a note that specified they had to make sure that their use of words would match the current game context. Interesting, there are no other games like this. The players inside the settlement were surprised by the creativity in this game. They could actually use their convincing skills to influence the NPC in this game. That was new to them. After a few discussions, the closed beta players went up to Xander to start a discussion. After what seemed like a long time, Xander finally understood. "Do you all know the group of people outside?" One of the closed beta players answered with a straight face. "Yes, we used to be residents in the same settlement called Earth Village. There was a disaster, and we lost all contact. This group of people outside are all as hardworking as us. Chief Xander, please accept them." "Earth Village? Why haven't I heard of this settlement?" After some thought, Xander seemed slightly convinced. "There are too many of them. It is impossible to accept all of them. That is simple. All they need is a job, some food, and basic supplies. You can think of them as cheap labor, and it is also an opportunity to expand the settlement." The closed beta players snickered as they could not wait for the public players to be scammed. Xander's eyes lit up. "You are right." Soon enough, Xander explained the situation to the public beta players, and they all received a task each. The first job: you should earn some money through labor. Do not let yourself starve to death. Try to build a better relationship with our settlement so that you can be trusted. With guidance, the public beta players started their tasks. Residents of Bighorn Village Settlement eagerly provided different job opportunities, and the merchants also opened up their stores to the players, allowing them to use their own money to buy some food. With a clear goal to work toward, the public beta players started to have a good impression of Bighorn Village. The public beta players formed a ring of tents on the boundary of the settlement, adding on to the construction of the settlement. The same scene was happening for the newcomers at other settlements on planet Aquamarine. On the first day of the public beta, all the players were very excited, and they soon found out that there were camera and video functions, which added on to their excitement. The number of posts on social media exploded with players posting about the most minuscule of events. The following were some of the posts. "Poor review. How can there be no excretion function?" The owner of this post obvious had ulterior motives, and he was obviously not really complaining about excretion. "Taking on an alien body is so fun." Another post showed a picture of a Taurus male player shaking his tail. "Almost got killed by a wild boar." "It's so fun." The post showed a picture of a female player making a peace sign with a wild boar chasing right behind her. On the first day of the launch of the public beta, millions of players joined the game, and they were assigned to different planets, with at least around 100,000 players on each planet. As the news spread, the numbers rose at a rapid rate. With the next half a year, the numbers would likely snowball into tens of millions. The public beta players were overjoyed with the game, while some of the closed beta players were not having it so well. In Dark Crow Valley, Jupiter and the other members of the guild looked at their surrounding forests with a blank look. All around them, the woods were green, the evening wind lightly caressed their skin, and the calm atmosphere was like a gentle palm, warming their hearts and making everything seem so harmonious. The view was amazing and pleasing to the eye. But where did the base go? Jupiter hesitated before he asked, "The place we're going to should be the base, right?" Everyone nodded in unison. "There is no longer a connection with the camp," Poseidon exclaimed. Everyone then checked their interface and realized that their original Dark Crow Valley base connection was gone. Everyone was flabbergasted. "What is this situation? Quick, check the tasks." Waking up from the trance, Jupiter checked his interface immediately before heaving a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mission is still there. OSH*T. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Search for Zero, Level A, Zero, a mysterious traitor. He has caused the organization to suffer many losses. Find Zero, and you will become a great friend to the organization. The level of difficulty had changed from B to A. The task instructions had also changed. The location of Zero was no longer required, as it was like finding a needle in a haystack. The Guild of Gods had made a lot of preparations, and the results of the discussion could fill up an entire blackboard. This change had caused all the preparation in the past few days to go to waste. What have we missed? Jupiter then thought of the official introduction of Galaxy and lost his voice. Don't tell me Zero is the main character on this planet. Chapter 126. What a scam. What shall we do now? Poseidon asked. Let's go ask around. Jupiter and his group returned to Dark Crow Forest Town, and upon hearing from the villagers that Dark Crow Valley base had been destroyed by Stardragon, they were shocked. After getting a rough idea of what had happened, they thought to themselves, how is it possible that the base could have disappeared just like that? Wow, who knew this game would be so intense? Last week's efforts had all been wasted, and their advantages from the beta testing were almost all lost. Now that Dark Crow Valley base, the organization that had been issuing quests, was gone. Even if they completed the quest, they had no idea who to get their rewards from. Everyone looked at each other and cried in dismay. How could this actually happen? Jupiter felt terrible, but he was reluctant to give up on this grade A quest. The Germinal organization definitely won't just stop here. Let's go look for other bases. There should be a way for us to return to Germinal camp. In the western capital, in a blur of vision, Frenzied Sword realized that he had spawned in an alley that was not too far from the site where the beta testing had gone offline. Public testing has begun. Frenzied Sword was so excited. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the time limitation and could wholeheartedly follow Han Zio. My dear Zio, I'm coming. Based on his memories, he found his way to Old Man Lou's repair shop. Han Zio. That kid left long ago without even a goodbye. Who knows where he went? Old Man Lou gulped down a can of beer, and his tone was a little depressed. He secretly doubted if his granddaughter's charm had truly lost its effects. Upon hearing the news, Frenzied Swords was struck dumb. He bore a sluggish face and stood rooted to the ground. How could his master run away? What am I to do now? The forum's popularity continued to climb. Gamers from different planets shared their own rumors. There were some gamers who were purely focused on trying and reviewing new elements of the game, and all seemed to praise it highly, even calling it a new era of gaming with true-to-life experiences. It was merely a display background that was recently set, yet people were already fantasizing about it. It was a virtual game that was like no other. From the start to the end, there was only one world, so gamers all united in one place. There were different planets, which were equivalent to the different servers. Gamers very much looked forward to meeting fellow gamers from other planets. This was not just the case in China. Esports teams from other countries also flocked to Galaxy. Even though they did not communicate prior to this, among the esports powerhouses, America, Korea, France, England, and so on all chose to develop themselves in their own planets. Planet Aquamarine was one of the base camps that gamers from China chose. However, this did not mean that all the gamers on Planet Aquamarine were from China. People from other countries could also choose to join Planet Aquamarine. There were leisure gamers, and there were also the European spies who came just to create trouble. Electrolux, a retired professional gamer of America's Key Club who did not achieve anything much in his career, joined the club's studio after retiring. He joined Planet Aquamarine with such an ulterior motive. Han Zio was the only one who could recognize Electrolux. This scorpion was to become the first to rise up to the top 16 in the first professional league in the future. And in Planet Aquamarine's selection trial, the strongest 16 that were selected to represent Aquamarine were usually all Chinese. This was going to be the Chinese professional gamers' base. Among the sea of Chinese, one could easily spot the one American, Electrolux, who started the uproar with a swear word on the forum. The evil Chinese gamers all over the planet were out to kill him, but all ended up dead under Electrolux's knife. Although Electrolux had the American arrogance, his strength and vast resources gave him the courage to start in a random planet. His luck was good as well. In one of the germinal organization's laboratories, Electrolux opened his eyes wide and found himself soaking in a light blue solution. He was in a vat of nutrition fluid and was surprised that he did not need to breathe. He looked through the glass and saw a scientist holding a tablet, recording scribbles on the outside. Realizing that he could not control his character for the time being, Electrolux waited patiently. According to his experience, this should be an intermission animation. After roughly a minute, a drainage hole appeared at the bottom of the nutrition tube, and the light blue solution disappeared. Electrolux could now move, and he saw a notification on the interface. You have been injected with DNA improvement solution. Your total attributes have increased by 3. You have acquired the skill DNA regulation. DNA regulation, you have a much higher chance of awakening Esper abilities, and the power will be increased by 10%. My God, Electrolux was overjoyed. Random openings are so awesome. The nutrition cabinet opened, and the scientists came crowding. Electrolux did not resist, allowing the scientist to pull him over to the golden platform to do various instrument tests. At this moment, Electrolux received another prompt. The DNA Improvement Program is a biological research program that helps to cultivate superpowers. The success rate is extremely low. And you, being one of the few successful tests, will be valued much by the germinal organization. You can choose to stay or leave. Previously, Electrolux had chosen to stay, and afterward, he had become germinal organization's strongest player. He made a similar decision, for with such an amazing start, only a fool would leave. This skill is specially tailored for me. Electrolux had originally planned to become an Esper, and without saying another word, he entered a shop in the interface. Using the funds given by the club, he bought an ultra-perfect deluxe gene awakening elixir. He immediately chose the awakening option, and after a long and nervous wait, the interface prompted that he had successfully acquired the awakening ability. How smooth. Electrolux had a look of joy on his face. He felt like Lady Luck was shining upon him. He raised his palm, and his palm amassed a white whirlwind. The scientists rejoiced. Eureka! He's awakened! Electrolux knew that since he wanted to stay, it was best to show his potential. The scientist's reactions made him very satisfied. But the next moment, he saw a scientist calling for the guards, leaving him puzzled. Why did he have to call the guards at such a nice moment? Germinal guards sped to the site, and without much effort, they handcuffed him. He was dumbfounded. Did they not say that they valued him? Why were they treating him like a prisoner? When he entered another laboratory, Electrolux was locked down onto the brainwashing device. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. What are you doing to me? The guard spoke in a chilled manner. We have orders from above that every successful test subject must be brainwashed 5 times over and then observed for another month before they can move freely. Electrolux was stunned. What logic is that? The reaction is simply too radical. He really was clueless. The original DNA Improvement Program did not need brainwashing. His random start was started by a European, and it was all benefits and no harm. However, after their experience with Han Zio, the germinal organization had implemented an extremely strict policy. They would rather kill than release, and no matter the research plan, the test subject was to be brainwashed and put under close observation for a month. Little did Electrolux know that this was all because of Han Zio. It was too late to regret, for he was soon to be brainwashed. You are not exempt from the brainwashing. You have joined the germinal organization under a special condition. As you have been brainwashed, you are unable to rebel against the germinal organization. Electrolux panicked. Being unable to rebel meant that he was unable to escape the 1 month of imprisonment, which meant a month of being locked up, not to mention leveling up. This would mean he would be much behind other gamers. Which part of being valued is this? What a lie. He had clearly attained the ultimate awakening skill, yet he was stuck in this rot hole and had to suffer a month of being locked down and gaining no experience. It was a perfect start, but now he was to fall behind all the other gamers. Electrolux exploded internally. Chapter 127. The fangs of capitalism, the golden rays of dawn were shining in the sky. It was a cool and refreshing morning. Whilst driving a truck, Hanzio made his way toward Bighorn Mountain. He had based his directions off a radar. Despite him driving all night, he was not tired at all. In fact, he was alert as he had pulled over to nap the night before. The public beta had started a few days ago, yet the forum was already buzzing with comments. Hanzio specially took notice of Planet Aquamarine's forum, and through the tags of the players, he managed to understand the situation of each and every newcomer. He had always wanted to join in the commotion. The best chance to interact was when the players made their first appearance. Just a few days back, Hanzio had used his authority to obtain a tip-off from the dark web. There was a batch of newcomers in Bighorn Village. Hence, Hanzio decided to advance toward Bighorn Village to get rid of them. In the distance from Bighorn Village, one could see the silhouette of the settlements. Hanzio could tell with one glance that the settlement was filled with countless tents, just like a refugee camp. A swarm of players could also be seen busy bustling about. The moment Hanzio parked his truck, he caught the attention of the players. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Hanzio got out from his truck and leaned against it while puffing out a cloud of smoke. He put on an air of arrogance, misleading the players to think that he was an important character. A deep understanding of players' mentality was Hanzio's specialty. He had analyzed the situation. With the new game being released, all the players were thrilled. No matter what kind of tasks were given to them, they were all willing to try. This was known as the hunger stage, and since there was an overwhelming number of new players, there would definitely be a few players who could not obtain any missions. Therefore, Hanzio knew that as an advanced player character, he was influential. All he had to do was appear in front of the players, and he could definitely rile up the players. The players were all new and did not have skills yet. However, he could benefit from their large number. Hanzio also happened to have a way to reap benefits from these newcomers, and he could take this opportunity to further test the functions on the NPC interface. In Hanzio's eyes, the players who were walking about resembled walking wallets. After a while, the players were finally starting to get curious and some walked over. Black Phantom, unknown yellow name, rank, unknown attributes, unknown risk level, extremely deadly, what the heck? This is a high-level NPC. This is the first time that I've seen one. Why is there such a high-level player in a novice village? Is he the boss? Doesn't seem like it though. It looks like we can trigger a mission. The surrounding players were full of astonishment and were hesitating whether they should approach Hanzio. Hanzio raised an eyebrow. He was now at LV40, which was 30 levels higher than all the other players. This time around, he was fully aware of the players' abilities. Hence, he cleared his throat and said, "You all seem to be a capable bunch of people, and I do need some help at the moment." After making his statement, Hanzio sent out the missions that he had prepared earlier on. The dozen players received their missions. Mysterious stranger, you have encountered a mysterious NPC, and he seems to have some work for you. Try to please him as much as possible, and you might receive unexpected surprises. The mission was to collect a plant known as snake venom. These players realized that the reward given was more generous than the novice tasks that they had received in Bighorn Village. It was reaching up to 1,000 EXP. Thus, the players received their missions excitedly. Snake venom was a relatively common plant. This plant could be collected near Bighorn Village, and it was also sold in the settlement to make poisoned arrows. At this moment, many players could not afford firearms. Instead, they used cold weapons. Hanzio set up this mission for the sole purpose of experimenting, as well as to allow his subsequent activities to not be suspected. The limit of my missions now is much higher than before. It has reached D level. With that thought in mind, Hanzio opened the interface and the detailed numbers appeared. Highest reward limit, 36,940 level 40, plus 12000, advancement level limit plus 300 rank D, plus 10000 camps. Germinal enemy, minus 3000 division 13, friendly, 2130 blood pact society, respect, 3950. The Rothschild family, friendly, 1300 Farian company, friendly, 1200 universal reputation. Black Phantom Aquamarine, plus 5% Mysterious Zero Aquamarine, plus 5%, the bonuses from his universal reputation was a 10% on his current limit. Different regions had different universal reputation bonuses, but usually the bonus from one universal reputation was 5%. In addition, the bigger the area, the higher the bonus. The main objective of the universal reputation was for the daily limit. One universal reputation resulted in double the limit, and originally, his limit was a 5 times addition. Now, it was at 7 times the original limit, nearing 26,000 experience points. The players who had not received any missions huddled together and were quietly discussing among themselves while looking at Han Zio curiously. This is the high-level NPC. It feels like he's no different from us. Black Phantom does sound very old-fashioned. I wonder which profession he is from. It might not have been mentioned before, but most of public players' profession was a spur. The other 4 schools of players required basic knowledge to change their profession, but a spur was capable of many things. Of course, even though their abilities were strange, none of the players had the ability to use them. Espers required a huge amount of energy, and it was dependent on the players' current levels. They were simply unable to use their powers and hence appeared very weak. The players were at most able to exert their power for around 10 seconds, which meant that the players were weak and vulnerable. Not long after, the players who had completed their mission were returning with a bunch of snake venom. Their faces were filled with excitement. Once Han Zio realized that there were enough onlookers, his eyes flashed. I will stay here for a few days. I can provide some weapons for you should you need them. Han Zio then opened the window containing goods that he could sell to the players. He had only set up a few types of weapons: foldable machete, ordinary pistols, and submachine guns. He did not sell other machinery as he knew that the novice players did not have that much money, but he was selling many types of ammunition and special ammunition. However, Han Zio also had a powerful setup called lightweight mechanical arm, the price of which was so steep that the players were unable to afford. It was actually bait that was as effective as hanging a carrot in front of a donkey. Offering the lightweight mechanical arm meant nothing to him as it was useless to him because of 2 main reasons. Firstly, the equipment did not match his capability, and secondly, it was not a rare product to begin with. It was just introductory machinery, and since it would be developed by other mechanics in the future, it was better to release this machinery now to earn short-term profit. One issue was that the foldable machete and lightweight mechanical arm that Han Zio had created in Star Dragon seemed to have a risk of being exposed, but Han Zio was not too concerned as Star Dragon and him were not enemies. Furthermore, his own whereabouts were erratic. Even if his identify was known, it did not matter as the circulation of information between the players and the organizations was very slow. Hence, his sale of this machinery in a short period of time would not pose any problem. The profits from the players' market was too awesome for him to give up, whereas in the future, once I'm stronger, there will be absolutely no need to continue hiding my identity. Not to mention Han Zio's psychological activities, but all the players who saw the equipment put out for sale were shocked. This is the mysterious businessman. Lightweight mechanical arm? Oh my god, this is an artifact. This machinery costs $20,000. This is way too expensive. Who can even afford it? Besides, it requires 25 points of strength to use it. I think you would need to be LV10 at least to reach this attribute. Those firearms are cheap though. They only cost $1,500 for one. The player then called their friends and flocked over, eager to have a look. Han Zio was surrounded by them in an instant. The novice players were attracted to the firearms like a moth to a flame. Since they are using cold weapons now, it would require a dozen people to even defeat a weak beast. Not only were Bighorn Village's firearms expensive, they needed money for the ammunition too. The novice players simply could not afford it. The cost of Han Zio making a pistol was only about 800 aqua coins, and the selling price was twice the cost price. He was considered kind because his price was affordable. He doubted that anyone could find a cheaper pistol than his. Furthermore, Han Zio's pistols were of great quality. It was not as if he was trying to cheat the players' money by offering inferior quality pistols. Because there were limited firearms, the players rushed to make a purchase. Those who managed to get their hands on the guns were exhilarated, while those who did not manage to get one were disappointed. The closed beta players had also squeezed in with the crowd. Slice You Up, who had killed the World Guild's leader, bought a pistol from Han Zio and realized that the quality was much better than the guns sold in Bighorn Village. How regretful he was. Had he known earlier, he would not have bought his weapons from Bighorn Village. Having sold all his weapons in the truck, Han Zio earned $30,000 in that short period of time. Yes, the players' funds were limited, but there were at least 10,000 of players in Bighorn Village, which meant the combined purchases were earning Han Zio big bucks. After selling the firearms, Han Zio could use the cargo compartment in the truck to manufacture new firearms and ammunition. The real profits from selling firearms were the sales from ammunition. Having bought the firearms, the players would have to buy ammunition as well. This was known as bundled sales, where one product generated the demand of the other because they had to be bought together. This was also what Han Zio had realized previously when he had bought instant noodles without the seasoning from the shop downstairs. The players loved their newly bought guns so much that they refused to put them down. Some were shooting at trees far away. The recoil strength was so strong that the players' wrists shook and the bullets flew aimlessly. Those who had no shooting skills were unable to unleash the gun's power fully. A lot of the players realized they had this problem, and their excitement slowly turned to distress. This was what Han Zio had been anticipating. Now he could offer his after-sales service. Han Zio smiled to himself and set up a window for shooting lessons. This time round, he did not announce it to the players. He said it in a way that, to learn from him, the players would have to have a reputation of 5 points. The players discovered this service almost immediately. We can actually learn skills from Black Phantom? Oh my, there are so many abilities to learn. We need 5 reputation points to learn though. How do we increase our reputation? I just discovered how. For every $500 spent, your reputation with Black Phantom will increase by 1. It is still too expensive. The players only had $1,000 with them now, and they had accumulated this from completing missions. Han Zio had a deep understanding of their financial status, as he was, after all, once a novice player. This move was to enable the players to feel that learning a skill was not easy. Humans are as such. They would not appreciate things that were given easily. Only when they are unable to obtain something instantly would they feel the need to upgrade themselves to get what they desired. In this case, once an ordinary player and a character developed a good relationship, it would also increase their reputation with the NPC. Of course, Master Han's main purpose was to also rake in a large sum of money from the players. If I don't earn the players' hard-earned money, am I still human? To continuously create demand from his customers and force them to buy products was a tactic used by businessmen. Han Zio touched his chin and mused, "Oh, if only I had gone into business instead." Chapter 128, all linked, the players were hesitant, but Han Zio was not at all worried. There would be someone who eventually decided to start eating the crab first. Just as he expected, a cute girl with the ID Maple Moon finally decided to do it. After she spent enough money in the shop, Han Zio immediately raised the reputation of this player by 5 points. After which, he suddenly realized that Maple Moon was someone familiar. Maple Moon was shocked as she looked at the list of skills that could be learned. I can actually learn the basic knowledge required for class advancement. The moment she said those words, players began to chatter, and their level of excitement went through the roof. Besides tycoons and those who were willing to spend a lot of cash in this game, most of the ordinary players had experienced problems with advancing as they still did not know to obtain the basic knowledge required. This mysterious NPC Black Phantom was willing to sell basic knowledge. Players who were initially hesitant instantly made up their minds and were determined to raise their reputation with Black Phantom to 5 points. They were not willing to let such a good opportunity slip by. You have taught basic assembly. You have obtained 1,000 EXP and 200 aquamarine dollars. Indeed, compared to the beta testing phase, Han's.io doubled the price of the basic knowledge, yet players were still highly enthusiastic to learn it. Although he would only gain 1,000 EXP every time the knowledge had been learned, the total amount would accumulate quickly with so many players here wanting to get the knowledge. Originally, for aquamarine players to advance, the most common way was to join a camp. It was rare for players to obtain the basic knowledge before joining a camp. By joining a camp and performing quests to get connections, players would be able to exchange their reputation points for basic knowledge. Of course, players could choose to purchase with cash, but it was not worth it. Han's.io's action had saved many players from this trouble, and at the same time, it quickened their progress. In a short while, hundreds of players had learned the basic knowledge. This meant that Han's.io obtained hundreds of thousands of experience points. This number was still quickly climbing. With his business booming, Han's.io was like Jiang Taegong, calmly waiting for fish to fall for the bait. While entertaining the players, he was casually scrolling through the forum. All the players from the new planets were sharing this information. Players from Big Horn Village were all enthusiastically advertising Han's.io on the forum. He was the first high-ranking character in all the new planets that ever appeared in the novice villages. Therefore, he quickly gained popularity. Many posts about him kept being bumped up in the forum. This high-ranking character sells inexpensive firearms and ammunition with excellent quality. Basic knowledge can be learned from him if the reputation is raised to at least 5 points. Other than common skills like basic shooting and other basic combat skills, a lot of mechanical knowledge can also be learned. Mechanic players can immediately go for their class advancement by learning the basic knowledge from him. Whoa, I haven't seen such a high-ranked character before. Even class advancement knowledge can be learned. Big Horn Village, I'll go over right now. Damn, I'm on another planet, I can't go over at all. Why has such a high-ranked character not been seen anywhere else? Danger level, fatal. Any brave souls want to test out his power? If you die, I will pay you. I am not that rich, so I can only give an airplane for compensation. Many posts were also accompanied by images. The appearance of Han's.io, who was in black, achieved a huge on-screen success. Many people were greatly impressed by his outfit, which included a black windbreaker and a pair of black gloves. He appeared both cool and handsome, and as long as his face was not shown, he could definitely be a male model. Even players from the other beginner planets were discussing his combat strength enthusiastically. The forum had an automatic translation function, so there was no need to worry about language barriers. Players are really interested in the combat power of this high-ranked character. An idea suddenly ran through Han's.io's mind, and he thought that if he could show off his skills, he might be able to attract more people to advance as mechanics. Even though he was willing to share his basic knowledge, many people were still on the fence. After all, there were quite a few players that were not really interested in the path of a mechanic and were doubtful about their combat strength. Naturally, Pugilist and Asper were more fun to play and therefore more appealing to most players. Indeed, they were right in their suspicion. Mechanics were not as strong in the earlier stages. However, this rule did not apply to Han's.io. He smirked and decided to mislead the players. He understood the psychology of these players too well and knew that many would simply join whichever class they thought was the most powerful. To Han's.io, teaching the basic knowledge was an excellent way of earning profits. There were already hundreds of players who had acquired the mechanic's basic knowledge. If he was able to trick half of the players from Big Horn Village into becoming mechanics, then he would easily obtain millions of EXP. The profit in this market would be almost unbelievable. Han's.io was exuberant. Just in time, the troops from the Germinal organization will be arriving in a few days. This is a good time to carry out the plan. In the Western capital, Frenzied Sword felt exasperated. In the last few days, he had no appetite for anything. Days without Han's.io were like a day without sunshine. Each passing day was torture. As Frenzied Sword randomly scrolled through the forum, he came across a bunch of posts by the players from Big Horn Village. The posts were about Han's.io and the goods that he was selling. Lightweight mechanical arm, with a look of pleasant surprise, Frenzied Sword stood up suddenly. He remembered that Han's.io had previously exhibited this mechanical arm. Han's.io was, too, always wearing a mask. As such, Frenzied Sword hazarded a guess. Could Black Phantom be Hanzio? I have to find him. In order to raise the reputation with Hanzio to more than 5 points, many players had moved to the assembly point at Big Horn Village to do the quests and earn money. As such, the number of players surrounding Hanzio increased significantly. Your product lightweight mechanical arm has been sold. Hanzio was shocked. He had previously set the high price of 20,000 for this item, yet someone was able to afford it. He surveyed the surrounding players and found their leader. His ID was Jade Green Sky. The moment Hanzio saw this name, he was immediately enlightened. Jade Green Sky was the chairperson of a guild named Sky Territory, and with the wealth of the guild, he would naturally be able to afford the item. Jade Green Sky was wearing a set of hand-sewn leather armor, and his equipment was at least a grade better than the open beta players. That was because he was a close beta test player. During close beta testing, he had brought some of the core members with him to explore the other places on the map. Through the mouths of the other open beta players from his guild, he learned about Black Phantom, and he quickly brought the core members back to the village. Even though Jade Green Sky had yet to advance in his class, he was preparing to be a pugilist. He was immediately drawn to the stats of the lightweight mechanical arm. Although he was unable to equip the item as of now, he decided to purchase it first and keep it in his storage, just in case Black Phantom disappeared suddenly and the opportunity was lost. There are quite a lot of good items. Members of the Sky Territory Guild muttered praise as they browsed through the list of items. Unfortunately, in order to raise the reputation to 5 points, each member of the guild would have to spend $2,500. Despite being a large guild, the money that Sky Territory had was limited. The purchase of the lightweight mechanical had used up the majority of the guild's cash. Out of a blue, Hanzio spoke. There will be a troop from the Germinal organization passing by here in a few days, and I need some people to help me set up the traps in the forest. Are you free to do so? With that, he set a quest and released it. E-level difficulty. The description was set up any kind of trap in the forest, and you will gain 500 EXP. Additionally, Hanzio offered 3 reputation points as part of the reward, just what the Sky Territory Guild wanted. Jade Green Sky responded decisively. Everyone, accept this task. Hanzio smiled to himself silently. By luring players to complete his quest using reputation points, he could both complete his quest and gain more business. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could arbitrarily attribute the reputation points with a certain value. This method was like the theory behind paper currency, whereby something was made to appear valuable, but in actual fact, it was worthless. This could be effective in attracting the Sky Territory Guild, Destroyer Guild, any guild's players into picking up the quest. Hanzio had always felt that the currency system was built on a bubble. With this thought in mind, he would spend any cash he earned. Unspent money could become a hindrance to one's motivation to work. Most of the players went into the forest to set up traps. The traps that they could use were the more elementary ones. They were monster traps. Hanzio took some time off and visited the forest. The forest was so full of traps that anyone with claustrophobia would have been triggered and covered with goosebumps instantly. The retreating troops from the Germinal organization would definitely be horrified when they entered the forest. The monster traps that the players had set were very much useless and were mainly to attract attention. Hanzio set up some other traps by himself, and those traps were the ones that would be the deadliest. This comes from the idiom, there are always fish willing to be caught by angler jiang taegong. https://www.pissifun.com/blogs/fishing tips/ the most famous angler in Chinese history Jiang Taigong Chapter 129, Uproar in the Esports Circle. There were 4 continents on planet Aquamarine and many more assembly points for novice players. There was a perennial stream of new players joining the open beta, so the total number of players kept increasing. However, compared to the entire population of the planet, it was still an insignificant number. The players were all doing beginner quests and advancing slowly. They mostly camped in the areas around the novice villages. The players in Big Horn Village had been envied by many since they encountered a high-rank character, Hanzio, who could teach them basic knowledge, whereas the players in other novice villages could only advance slowly through grinding for the secondary class. Generally, players could be divided into 3 types: casual players, studio players, and professional esports players. On the forum, there was a live broadcast. A godly player from the Deluxe Sanctuary Club, who was ranked second in the country's esports field and 21st in the world, had officially announced that he would join Galaxy. His ID was Song. The number of viewers had already reached millions, and yet it was still rising rapidly. Song, may I ask if your work from now on would be entirely focused on Galaxy? May I know why you only chose to join during the open beta phase? May I know? Even when he was bombarded by questions from reporters, Song remained calm and charismatic, and he answered each and every question elegantly. He was a handsome young man who always wore a mesmerizing smile. Due to his excellent skills and dashing looks, Song had gained a huge fan base. Galaxy is the game of the century with unparalleled potential. It has countless possibilities, vast maps, and an incredible amount of freedom. From my personal point of view, I believe that Galaxy will become a phenomenal game. The World Esports Association has already begun to prepare the first league for Galaxy, and it will be on a worldwide scale. Not only me, but all Chinese players will participate in this grand event to compete with players from America, France, Korea, and other great esports countries, aiming to win glory for our country. Yesterday, major America guilds like Key, Devil, and Thunder Snake also announced their entry into Galaxy. They chose the in-game planet with the greatest potential, Planet Winterfrost, to be their base camp. They will become tough opponents in the future. Our guild also contacted major esports clubs such as Long Sky and Thunderstorm to invite them to join the game. We, as a nation, will definitely not lag behind in this game. Do you have any comments on the issue where your old nemesis, Lost Angel, claimed that he is going to defeat you in Galaxy? One reporter asked. Song chuckled before he spoke with a strong sense of self-confidence. I will never be afraid of any enemy. I will be the best in Galaxy and lead the Chinese players to defeat every player from other countries. This conference was like a signal that hinted the rise of Galaxy. Its influence soared immediately after the conference. The entire esports field roared, and countless professional players announced their plans to enter the game. With the arrangement of their respective clubs, players such as Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim, who joined the game during the close beta phase, also held a press conference. This further fanned the enthusiasm in the esports field. The topic of the game became more and more popular, and the activity in the game forum was at a phenomenal level. Countless players were also looking forward to the sales of the second batch of VR capsules. Just as the popularity of the game soared, Galaxy released its first official trailer. The trailer showed the different landscapes of the novice planets as if it was a documentary film. The different styles and appearances of the planets, coupled with magic and technology from both ancient times and the future, attracted countless eyes. This trailer was made from the collection of closed beta players' clips, and they were all recorded from their point of view. This trailer introduced the background and the environment of the world of Galaxy through moving images. Soon, Galaxy would release other similar publicity videos to introduce other aspects of Galaxy. They announced that the next video would show the battle scenes of different classes, giving players a greater insight into the variations of different classes and their fighting styles. Many were eager to watch this video. The activity level of the forum was constantly through the roof, and Han Zio kept an eye on the trends on the forum. Seeing the IDs of many professional players whom he had previously battled in his last life, Han Zio felt a little emotional. He could still remember the times in his past life when he was an enthusiastic new player in the game. After many years, he had become a highly experienced professional power leveler in the game, and then he was transmigrated. Things had changed so much for him. Indeed, reality was more dramatic than a novel. In his last life, he had been among the players who bought the second batch of VR capsules. Han Zio was curious if there was another version of him in this world, which was why he always paid attention to the forum for any evidence of it. Han Zio had stayed at Big Horn Village for the past few days, and during this time, there had been old players constantly visiting the village and new players been born here. A group of curious new players who had just arrived gathered outside Big Horn Village. Their faces were full of curiosity. This is the novice village, right? A player with a pistol around his waist walked past, and he immediately caught the attention of those new players. Bro, where did you buy that gun? Oh, you must be newbies. You asked the right guy for this. A word of advice: never head to Bighorn Village to purchase a gun. Go straight west. There is a high-ranking character called Black Phantom who not only sells guns at a really affordable price, but can also help you with class advancements, the player with the pistol said. Really? Let's go take a look now, the newbies exclaimed as their eyes lit brightly. Go on, do not forget to thank me. The player with the pistol had a look of pride plastered on his face. More and more players came to find Han Zio the moment they arrived in the game before heading to Bighorn Village to receive quests. They then used all their hard-earned money from the quests to buy more items from Han Zio to earn reputation points. They were just like hard-working bees, promptly supplying Han Zio with a large amount of money. In just a few days, Han Zio had earned more than 500,000 aquamarine dollars and close to 1,000,000 EXP. Such efficiency was unparalleled. It was also a much safer and more convenient way for him compared to earning money and EXP by doing quests himself. The players now are all only newbies. Now is the best time to exploit them. The features of an NPC offered him a tremendous advantage when facing players, but Han Zio knew there was a prerequisite to extracting profits from them. He had to be ahead of players in all areas of advancement. Although the current situation is really good, I cannot relax and stagnate, Han Zio thought to himself as he took a puff of his cigarette. Among the players in Bighorn Village, around 20% had chosen to switch to become mechanics, while the other players were still on the fence. Only by showing off the combat strength of a mechanic would the other players start to budge. Han Zio glanced at the computer and read the intelligence passed from the darknet about the Germinal organization. The retreating troops would be passing by Bighorn Village this afternoon. As he was in the process of thinking, he heard a female voice. Black Phantom, why do you want to be enemy with the Germinal organization? Han Zio turned his head and saw a petite young female player. She was below his chin and had delicate short hair and watery eyes full of curiosity. Her face was just like an apple, which made people want to poke her cheeks. Her ID was Maple Moon. She was the first female player who learned skills from him. I can't believe we've met again. Han Zio raised his eyebrow as old memories started appearing in his head. Maple Moon, one of the mechanic representatives in the 3rd season, was originally a casual player. She became extraordinary in the 3rd season competition and was then signed by a club to become a professional player. In his past life, it was revealed on the forum that Maple Moon liked to dig into hidden story plots, and all the benefits she gained from doing so accumulated and compounded until the 3rd season, where it was advantageous for a mechanic. It was only then that she really showed her true combat prowess. Han Zio blinked and had a new idea. Players like this seem to be able to Chapter 130, the first step in building a large network. Based on the quests that Han Zio assigned to the players, Maple Moon had guessed that Han Zio and the Germinal organization were enemies. Most players would just want to complete the task and get it over with, so they would not even bother with understanding any background information about the quest. However, Maple Moon enjoyed exploring the story plot and became curious about the background story of Han Zio. Black Phantom, this name made her think of all sorts of assassins and stories of vengeance. She believed that there was something she could dig further into. She is the first player to interact with me outside of assigning quests and selling equipment. Han Zio's eyes lit up. Han Zio pondered about his relationship with the players and concluded that they were not enemies, except for the players who took on missions that targeted him. He was able to not only extract profits from players, but also train players with potential and let them become his allies. By exchanging help and resources, he could make these players willingly fight alongside him. As the players could resurrect, it was somewhat unfavorable to Han Zio. However, looking from another perspective, it also meant that the players were best used as fighters and cannon fodder. Although most players did not have principles, and therefore, using players in such a manner could be rather chaotic, Han Zio was clear about the players' psychology and what motivated them. As long as he manipulated them properly, he could control the players' actions to a certain extent. If he made good use of this strategy, he could gain a huge advantage when fighting against NPC forces. The advantage could be as big as his advantage when interacting with players. What's this called again? Two-timing? Nah, it should be called focusing on both sides. A flash of thoughts sprinted through Han Zio's mind as he glanced at her. He then suddenly walked up to the vehicle. Maple Moon was startled momentarily before she followed. The vehicle storage compartment was a workshop full of spare mechanical components. Hanzio casually pointed his finger to ask Maple Moon to sit wherever she wanted. He then lit a cigarette and began smoking. The smoke created a mysterious atmosphere, and Maple Moon, upon seeing this scene, knew immediately that something exciting was about to happen to her. This caused her heartbeat to thump rapidly. She was very expectant. Hanzio flicked the ashes off his cigarette as he said, "The Germinal Organization is an evil organization that is using the grief the people who lost their country to manipulate them into fighting for their personal gains. They outlandishly try to start a world war and add more scars to this world that is already covered in wounds." Hanzio embellished the story with many details of the evil deeds that the Germinal Organization had previously committed, but he did not twist any facts around. The Germinal Organization had indeed committed a lot of bloody acts. Hanzio was able to know all this based on the memories from his past life and by reading the relevant case files on the darknet. He gave a good account of all these incidents to Maple Moon. As Maple Moon listened to Hanzio attentively, her emotions fluctuated up and down. Her impression of the Germinal Organization plummeted as she felt the anger brewing within her. Maple Moon was the kind of person who would get emotional from the storyline of a game, and she would always make decisions based on what her heart wanted. She had never been motivated by personal gains. There were actually a lot of players like Maple Moon, since most players were there to enjoy the game. A game was a story that people could easily immerse themselves in. However, most of such players were playing offline games, so it was rare to find players like this in an online game. Hanzio, in fact, found players like Maple Moon admirable. He coughed and asked a question that was clearly leading to a quest. "Would you be willing to become an enemy of the Germinal Organization?" It was basically a yes or no question. Maple Moon nodded solemnly. "Your reputation with Black Phantom has increased by 5 points." After adjusting her reputation points, Hanzio took out a mobile phone and handed it to Maple Moon. "Good, I have seen your courage. When you have grown stronger, contact me using this phone. You received the Quest Black Phantom's invitation. Reach LV20, then contact Black Phantom." Maple Moon was secretly delighted by her correct choice. She was right, there were hidden plots that could be triggered. Hanzio secretly chuckled as he saw Maple Moon's delighted face. He was planning to spread a wide net to catch all these players with good potential. However, due to the limited number of players he could train, choosing each player carefully was a very important thing. Maple Moon would be a famous mechanic in the future and could be a good assistant for him. She was definitely a good spare tire, an alternative. As for the remaining candidates, Hanzio had to think hard about them. He was prepared to choose the players who had good principles and potential. As long as Hanzio showed players that they could trigger hidden missions from him, the rest of the professional players would automatically come to find him by themselves, and this would allow him to have more choices in picking the candidates. A rough plan was generated inside Hanzio's mind, and he believed that it was rather actionable. But for the time being, the players still required a period of growth before he could proceed to the next step of his plan. After he sent away the excited Maple Moon, he waited till noon before creating a new quest for the players. Hunting Germinal. Follow Black Phantom to attack a troop from the Germinal Organization. This quest is a prize pool mission, and the base reward is 35,000 EXP. 500 EXP will be consumed by accepting the quest and be placed in the reward pool. The total reward will be split proportionally among the top 5 players or teams. Hanzio had the ability to release different kinds of quests, including a prize pool mission. Unfortunately, the reward he could dispense for a prize pool mission would still depend on the upper limit of a single mission. However, as the players were mostly around the level of 4 or 5, 35,000 was still an astronomical number to them. The players wanting to join the prize pool mission had to pay an admission fee. Hanzio tried and realized that he could not manipulate the EXP that the players put into the prize pool. He felt bummed, like he had lost another way to scam the noobs. The Kill-All Guild was the first to discover the prize pool mission. They were shocked by the sheer size of the reward for the quest. This must be the first prize pool mission. Oh whoa, 35,000 EXP? Even for the base reward, it is way too much. The quests that I can do now only give me a few hundred EXP. If more players accept this quest, the prize pool will accumulate to an astronomical number. All the members from the Kill All Guild could not contain their excitement. Slice You Up's eyes flashed, and he had a different thought. No, we cannot allow other players to accept this quest. Members of the guild were shocked and asked the president, why not? Slicer 18 spoke volubly. Only 5 players or teams can receive the prize for this quest. The Big Horn Village has few 100,000 players, which even includes some professional players. Rather than competing with all of them and rely on luck, why not just get the 35,000 EXP into our hand? If we are the only ones to accept the quest, we can easily manipulate the ranking and distribute the reward without the rest of our guild. Also, if we only win the quest as a team, each member will only gain an insubstantial amount of EXP. If we can distribute the EXP to a few individuals, it will be a lot more useful. He wanted to get several core members to complete the task and earn the huge amount of EXP. It was basically transferring the EXP that other members of the guild would gain to an elite few. If everyone in the guild were to gain the EXP, each person would only average about 500 EXP, which was insignificant. However, if the EXP were to be transferred to just a few members, their growth would be greatly accelerated. The guild members look at each other in consternation. Although they were reluctant, they did not want to lose their job. It was only a little EXP, it would not matter that much. So, everyone agreed. The quest only starts in the afternoon, and Black Phantom will definitely set out in advance. As long as we do not let any players come into contact with him during these 2 hours, we are set. Slice You Up ordered his guild members to hold up pistols and guard the area around Hanzio. He then gave an order. Warn any person that's coming near him. If anyone defies the warning, fire immediately. The Kill All Guild had more than 20 core members located within Big Horn Village and more than 100 secondary members. It was the biggest player faction at the moment. These guilds working in a studio were different from casual players. They had a presence in many games, and only when they were certain that a particular game was valuable enough to have a great investment in would they then move their members based in other games into that specific game. The Kill All Guild had a few thousand members, but there were only about 100 of them based in Galaxy. More players from the guild would join the game when more VR capsules were on sale. Players in this game could kill each other. However, the more people they killed, the more sin points they would accumulate. The amount of EXP and equipment that a player would drop for dying was proportional to their sin points. Hanzio realized that there was a group of guild players around him chasing the other players away, preventing anyone from getting close to him. They were rather aggressive and stern. Those that got driven away were afraid to speak up. He pondered for a moment and immediately understood what the Kill All Guild was trying to do. His face turned black. This guild trying to swallow my prize pool mission alone? How fearless. His original intention of the prize pool mission was to get more players to join in and become his cannon fodder, but the Kill All Guild was now interfering his plan. A large group of players gathered on the side. They were indignant. They are too authoritative. I just want to buy some ammunition, that's all. What right do you have to forcibly occupy Black Phantom? At this moment, members of the Sky Territory Guild forced their way through the crowd and confronted the Kill All Guild. Jade Green Sky then shouted, "What are you guys trying to do?" Slice You Up was expressionless. He did not even bother to explain before he gestured with his hand. His members around him immediately aimed their pistol at Jade Green Sky. This immediately triggered the members of the Sky Territory Guild. They responded in kind. All the other players were slightly shocked by this scene. They quickly moved backward, lest they got splashed with blood. Jade Green Sky was hesitant. He had fewer people on his side, so he knew that he would be at a disadvantage once the battle began. He did not understand why the Kill All Guild suddenly became so authoritative, but he was certain that something fishy was going on. Furthermore, with so many eyes around observing them, the Sky Territory Guild could not act like cowards. Jade Green Sky and his members glanced at each other, confirming each other's thoughts. Fight! Tension was building on both sides. Other players stretched their necks to watch the show. Two big, famous guilds fighting against each other was not an everyday occurrence. The battle was on the verge of starting. Just then, every member in the Kill All Guild received a notification on their interface. Your reputation with Black Phantom decreased by 10 points. Current reputation, current relationship, Cold Slice You Up was astonished. Chapter 131, Bloodshed. Oh my, what's the matter? How did my reputation drop? Players from the Kill-All Guild were all confused. They immediately turned back to look at Hanzio, only to find him looking in their direction with a look of indifference. This time around, no matter how thick-headed they were, they could figure what was going on. They observed curiously and suspiciously from the side. Slice You Up was extremely troubled. How was he to know that such actions would cause Black Phantom's unhappiness? Wasn't it normal for guilds to hoard resources in the game? Why was this NPC so intelligent? The reputation earned these few days was all gone, and it even dropped quite a bit. The members around him gave him looks of disapproval. It was too late for regret for Slice You Up. He could sense that his authority as a leader had decreased a level. He was stuck in a very difficult situation, and he could only quickly withdraw from the scene with his men. The players around him were baffled. They did not know why or how the previously arrogant Kill-All Guild cowered in a matter of seconds. Jade Green Sky thought that Kill-All was afraid of their sky territory. What's happening? When did my guild become this cool? With no one blocking the way anymore, the players realized there was a prize pool mission. They finally realized Kill-All Guild's motive. They were filled with righteous indignation, for that was totally unfair. Look at them trying to claim the entire prize pool. Gross. After crusading against Kill-All, the players then turned their focus to the prize pool mission, becoming increasingly attracted to it. Everyone accepted the quest, all wanting a slice of that huge cake. The prize pool slowly amounted to over 500,000 EXP, and to those players, it was simply an unthinkable sum, to the point that just thinking of it would make them stop breathing. There were only 5 people that would be entitled to the prize pool rewards. The ranking depended on the energy expended. Compared to the number of participants, 5 was undoubtedly a small number. But the problem was that everyone thought they would be the lucky person. Even though it was almost as unlikely as winning the lottery, there was still that glimmer of hope that shone in their eyes. If they were chosen, it would be like hitting the jackpot. The players were not even at LV10 yet. Their combat strength was extremely low, but the good thing about them was that they were not afraid of death. With a pistol, they could deal a bit of damage. At least with everyone around, they could combine their firepower. This was why Hanzio thought of the quest. The forest of Big Horn Village was vast, and the huge amount of information on the Darknet helped mark the exact route of the germinal organization's evacuating troops. Everyone arrived at the place where the trap was marked. Players teamed up and spread out to ambush. Among them, the players from the closed beta were obviously preferred as teammates. Of course, those with a guild would be the most advantageous. Teaming was the best advantage one could have. Everyone knew that solely relying on one's efforts alone would never get one onto the list. Maple Moon was a little down. Every player had a team. She was just a step slower and did not manage to find anyone to team up with. Hanzio noticed and called Maple Moon. He took out his modified sniper rifle, as well as several rounds of ammunition, and handed it to Maple Moon. "I'll lend you this gun. Stay by my side." Maple Moon clasped her 2 hands over her tiny mouth in surprise with a cute look of shock. She had thought that this was the benefit of triggering the secret quest, but upon seeing the traits of the sniper rifle, she was stuck in a difficult position. The sniper rifle required an attribute of at least LV1 in sniper. Maple Moon pouted. "But I don't know how to use this. Black Phantom has imparted the ability sniper to you. Do you want to expend 2,000 EXP to learn it?" Hanzio had not taught the gamers about this sniper ability. Maple Moon was shocked and happy at the same time. She agreed without a second thought. Since Maple Moon was worthy of training, Hanzio naturally became biased toward her. Of course, this was a secret between them. If other players felt that it is unfair, what can they do but restrain their complaints? In this materialistic society, people without resources had no say. A gust of wind whistled through the forest. The ambushing players all had nervous yet excited faces. It was the first battle for many of them. Jade Green Sky brought Sky Territories members to camouflage themselves in the forest. It was a must for him to attain one of the top 3 prizes from the prize pool mission. He thought to himself, my biggest rival should be Kill-All. First place is bound to be either of us. On the other hand, Slice You Up was still extremely troubled by Hanzio's extreme drop in reputation, but the quest still had to be done. He took a look at his dejected guild members. "Don't think too much, just finish this quest first." We cannot let Sky Territories members get ahead of us. The passing time was like a sharp knife, killing any warmth in the atmosphere. Han Zio took out the report he had gotten from the darknet. He took one final look. There were 2 combat executives in the evacuating troops, Frere and Sabera. The 2 of them had once been part of the same elite army squad, each over LV-30, but they were of no threat to him. Woo-woo, the sound of the engine came from far away. The sniper rifle's electromagnetic scanner showed the Germinal organization's troops on its radar. Han Zio reoriented his vision, becoming extremely alert. Maple Moon followed Han Zio's every word and action, sprawling on the ground with the sniper rifle. Suddenly, Han Zio seemed to have disappeared. He was clearly right in front of her. How could he have vanished from her vision? This made her very uncomfortable. You have entered stealth state. Agility stats plus 8%. Your next strike will have a sneak attack effect. You have entered steady aim stat. Your next shot has plus 15% shooting power. Night Stalker had bestowed Han Zio with many hidden skills, and accompanied with his flaming will, anybody shot was bound to be destroyed. There was the little Lee flying dagger in the past. Today there is my deathly blow. Haha, this sounds so good. This shot was specially prepared for the executives. Han Zio held his breath and aimed steadily like a patient hunter, awaiting his prey. The Germinal organization's evacuating troops entered the trap and were almost immediately caught off guard by the many animal traps set up. But they were also puzzled by the animal traps. Was this really a trap? If this was not a trap, how fierce was the beast in the area to require so many animal traps? And if this was a trap, who would be stupid enough to use animal traps to deal with an armed force? It was so obvious as well. Frere, the conductor, felt something was amiss. He said in the intercom, "Be careful, there is a possibility of an ambush. Deploy minesweepers." The troops slowed their advancement. Carrying the metal detectors, the minesweepers overtook them. The Germinal organization had been shifting their bases in massive operations, and many troops had been intercepted. Their enemies were not just from the 6 nations. There were other enemies looking for revenge, taking advantage of their current situation. When Germinal was still strong, these enemies did not dare make any move. But now that they were met with such a good opportunity for revenge, they all got excited. Frere and Sabera had been caught in an ambush during their journey, and they had all raised their alertness greatly since. Beep, beep, beep. The metal detectors flashed in red, indicating that there were mines underground. At the same time, the scouts also found traces of human activity. Frere's expression darkened. Enemy ambush ahead? Just as the Germinal troops were sweeping the field for mines, the players who were hiding in the bushes spotted their enemy as well. The heavily armed Germinal soldiers and armored vehicles looked formidable. The players dared not anger them. But at the slightest thought of the huge reward pool, the players were unable to resist. Some jumped out of the bushes immediately, firing their pistols from afar. The Germinal soldiers habitually wanted to sprawl down and hide, but they realized that the enemy's bullets were almost going into outer space. Their aim was just so bad. Counterattack! The Germinal troops returned fire without hesitation. The submachine guns fired away, the armored vehicles, machine guns roared, and some heavy firepower guns could be heard, too. The fierce artillery instantly tore the players running toward them into pieces. Chapter 132, A Death God? What the hell is this damage? I died instantly when the explosion blast grazed me. My EXPs dropped so drastically. The first wave of players eliminated died tragically, leaving the rest of the players in awe of the Germinal organization's firepower. Slice You Up gritted his teeth. Task requirement is to achieve highest damage. Doesn't matter if you die, just deal damage. Go! The penalty in Galaxy for dying was not light to say the least. EXP was deducted proportionally to a player's level, and the player could only be revived up to a maximum of 10 times within 6 days. With every death, the waiting time before the next revival would increase. After hitting the limit, there would be a temporary ban on the player. Despite all this, it was worth dying once or twice for the prize pool missions. The players from Sky Territory also had the same thoughts, and all the other players followed suit and fearlessly, albeit tactlessly, made their attack on the Germinal soldiers, giving the latter a shock. All these enemies are rushing to die? Sabera was surprised. He had never seen such a fearless army, like a pack of starving wolves dying to get a piece of them. Their spirit and momentum were impressive, but in terms of combat ability, they were shamefully pathetic. They are just a motley crowd. Let's satisfy them since they want to die so badly. Freyr snorted and promptly commanded the surrounding troops. Since there were mines buried in the forest, the Germinal troops stopped their armored vehicles and started using their armored vehicles as a temporary base for their counterattacks, killing off waves of players with ease. Shit, can't even touch them. I already died twice. Got 'em it. The Germinal troops was dominating the fight. The other players were being massacred, yet they refused to give up in the hope of dealing some damage to claim the quest rewards. I will give them a surprise. Sabera smirked. He saw absolutely no threat from these enemies. He was itching to toy with them. Freyr frowned slightly. Don't go crazy, we are in a rush. Humph, I'm always quick with my kills. Sabera hopped off the armored vehicle. With his strong physical attributes, all he needed was a slight push against the floor with his feet, and he was off dashing toward the players like a cannonball. His foot landed on a player and instantly caused the poor soul's chest to cave in before the player was sent flying, hitting against a tree with an explosion of blood and flesh. The shooters dealt no damage to Sabera, since he would dodge way before they could aim. Even if some bullets did hit him, it would be nothing but single-digit damage. Sabera went on a killing spree like a tiger among the sheep, and the players were desperately trying to retreat. However, Sabera would catch up and kill them before they could react. Many tried to assess Sabera's stats. Sabera, level, class, threat level, extremely fatal, another extremely fatal dude. No one knew what this threat level meant until this moment, but the contrast in skill level was apparent. The combat strength of a high-level character was indeed to be feared. Black Phantom and Sabera have about the same combat strength. This thought flashed across the minds of many of the players. Sabera was covered in his enemy's blood, like a ravaging beast. The scene looked so realistic that it scared some of the more timid players, who quickly adjusted the graphics to PG mode to reduce the gore. Some turned on the recording function to capture this highly bloody scene. A panic-stricken player fell, and Sabera, in the midst of his killing spree, laughed as he started to crush the poor player like a cockroach. Suddenly, blood spilled out from Sabera's chest, and a gaping hole appeared at the place where Sabera's heart was supposed to be. Sabera stopped moving, his entire face frozen. Then, he collapsed and fell to the ground without a sound. Is he dead? He just got killed in one shot? Everyone was thrown into shock and confusion. How did the bloodlusting, monstrous enemy just get defeated in a split second? Then, the electrical current buzz of a sniper rifle from afar came within earshot. Jade Green Sky, Slice You Up, and all the other players that were still alive glanced unanimously in the direction of the rifle. Everyone remembered that it was roughly where Black Phantom was camping. This snipe kill was by Black Phantom. Even such a vicious enemy was killed by Black Phantom in one shot? The players all gasped in disbelief. Black Phantom was also extremely fatal in terms of threat level, but this was way more fatal than Sabera. Black Phantom was obviously on a higher level than Sabera, but it was still incredible that the fearsome Sabera got killed in a single shot. Hanzio left a mysterious and immeasurable impression on everyone. Nothing was scarier than a killer who could instantly kill his victims. Sabera is very strong in terms of energy attributes. How could he have been killed instantly? Freyr was shocked. This shot sounds familiar. The ability to instant kill a superhuman, only one person is capable of doing this. Freyr's face changed immediately. Must be the ghost-level Black Phantom from the Blood Pact Society. Goddammit, why is such a high-level monster finding trouble with us? I thought he only does bounty hunting. Black Phantom's reputation preceded him in the underground world in these 2 months because of his amazing stats. He had killed the Raging Bolt by Jin in an instant. Even the famous invisible demon was running for his dear life from Black Phantom. It was no wonder that Black Phantom rose to fame as the best assassin in the Blood Pact Society, and his name began to instill fear in many. The Germinal organization gave a command long ago, asking its members to avoid direct conflict with Black Phantom. It would be troublesome to deal with this type of super assassin, even for big organizations. Freyr wanted to retreat, and he ordered for it with no hesitation. All force retreat? It was too late. Hanzio activated the EMP disruptor he had buried. Some of the Germinal troops' armored vehicles were in the effective range of the disruptor, and they broke down immediately, crackling and sizzling with electricity. 1/3 of the vehicles were fortunate enough to be outside of the effective range. Frere's was one of them. Frere could not be bothered with the rest of the troops. He knew that he needed to retreat. Don't even think about escaping after you have entered my sight. Han Zio's glaze was as cold as the frozen ice as he activated a particular program. Having max-leveled basic programming, Han Zio could bind most mechanical control systems to his computer. 3 metallic plates were lying at a spot 300 meters horizontally away from the Germinal troops. Suddenly, they all cracked open from the center and started a series of self-folding, forming a multi-barreled heavy machine gun with the metal plate as the base of the battery. This was the foldable portable battery that Han Zio had buried beforehand. They were equipped with automatic firing systems, and the ammunition loaded was all highly explosive and could pierce through armor. The firing range had a 500-meter radius. The portable battery was one of Han Zio's new blueprints. It was the product from a mixture of various technology, a fixed battery combined with folding technology and many other designs. Han Zio had spent a lot of effort and had failed countless times before arriving at the final model, which was very handy. He could have arrived at something similar by merging different ideas, but inventing the fort by himself saved him from using EXP. As Han Zio learned more and more blueprints, it was becoming obvious that he was capable of grasping the functionality and usage of knowledge. Within the last 2 months, he already bought the last 3 types of basic knowledge that he had yet to acquire from the slightly friendlier camps. They were basic energy conversion, basic thermodynamics, basic acoustics. To learn all 15 types of basic knowledge was a feat even for some full-level players, not to mention players under level 40. The multi-barreled machine gun aimed at the Germinal troops, who were a few hundred meters away, automatically, warmed up for 1 second and fired away. The fiery metallic storm blew all the trees in the way to bits, and the Germinal troops' armored vehicles could not escape the same fate. There was nothing but screams of agony and firework-like explosions. The cost of a small, foldable battery port was high, as was the ammunition. Wars fought by mechanics were all expensive like this, but with sufficient funds, mechanics were capable of having dominating firepower. Only a rich and resourceful guy like Han Zio was able to fully utilize the abilities of a mechanic to the fullest extent. The firepower from the battery turret gave the rest of the players a huge shock, but this shock quickly turned into a craze over Han Zio. So this is how mechanics fight. One guy soloing against the whole army. He is way too strong. Han Zio did not idle either. He began sniping the enemies one by one. He smiled upon seeing the excitement among the other players. He did not have to use the battery turret against the small Germinal troop, but he did so anyway for the sake of demonstrating the destructive power of mechanics. However, looks could be deceiving. When the players went to research about the actual cost to play as a mechanic, they would find the painful truth behind this vocation, using ONA to create happiness, GTFO, if you don't have money. Mechanics would be very weak in early games because most mechanics were poor. With the enemies mostly defeated, the rest of the players realized that it was the best time for them to deal extra damage, and they all began to rush forward to attack the army. Maple Moon also started firing. Her sniper scope was equipped with electromagnetism detector and aim assist, so almost every shot of hers could hit the Germinal soldiers. She gained momentum, and her damage output became steady. Although the realistic battle scenes were too gory for Maple Moon, she got used to it quickly as she had experience with gory scenes from other games. Moreover, she could change the game setting to make the graphics less bloody. Han Zio shot through Frere's knees but spared his life. Then, he switched to Red Falcon and started clearing the remaining Germinal soldiers at a rate much more efficient than normal players. 1 shot, 1 kill. The sound of gunfire gradually ceased. The battle had come to an end. Many seemed like they wanted to watch more. The paralyzed Frere could not be bothered with his own agony, but looked at the crowd of spectating players in shock. He had been watching the battle very carefully, and he noticed that many of the players, who were killed earlier on, came back. Are they zombies or what? Frere was confused. Han Zio, clad in full black, appeared. The players started to quieten down despite their excitement. He stood in front of Frere, squatted down, and stared into the latter's eyes that were filled with shock and anger. Where were you all heading toward? Black Phantom, Germinal will never let you off. Freyr was furious. You got it wrong. Hanzio expressionlessly dragged Freyr into the forest by his collar. Shortly afterwards, bone-chilling screams could be heard. It was not difficult to imagine that Freyr was being tortured, and everyone felt a shiver down their spine. After 10 minutes, the screaming finally ended. Hanzio reappeared, but without Freyr. He wiped his hands clean of blood using a rag. He glanced around and saw that all eyes were on him. Now that he had the information that he wanted, he was free to end the mission. All the players received a notification simultaneously. Hunt down Germinal has been completed. The prize pool has 520,000 EXP. Damage output ranking. Number 1, Maple Moon, solo. Number 2, Jade Green Sky team. Number 3, Slice You Up team. Number 4, reward pool will be allocated 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, 10% of EXP accordingly. Everyone was shocked. No one expected this ranking. She overtook Sky Territory and Killall, hitting the scoreboard with solo output. Incredible. Who is Maple Moon? Is she a professional player? I never heard of this ID before though. The crowd was going crazy. Chapter 133, Mechanics are so powerful. Jade Green Sky and Slice You Up were shocked. A solitary player's output was actually higher than that of a guild. The EXP earned by a team had to be divided equally among the players, but Maple Moon could keep the hundreds of thousands of EXP to herself. What this meant was extraordinary. In an instant, she had exceeded all the players to hold a safe lead, and that included the other novice planets. Maple Moon was hit with shock by her unexpected success, her face full of disbelief as she stared at the EXP bar on the interface. She had used a sniper rifle with firm and stable output through the battle and did not expect that she would emerge as the top player. She knew her limitations well. This was only possible because she had relied fully on Black Phantom. This was obviously a benefit that came from triggering the secret quest. Maple Moon made up her mind. She had to persist in unearthing the secret quest. Black Phantom was such a powerful aid, so she had to stay on good terms with Black Phantom. Hanzio returned to the car, and Maple Moon immediately returned the sniper rifle. Some players followed them and were surprised to realize that Black Phantom was actually interacting with Maple Moon on close terms. Jade Green Sky immediately reacted. There is a secret quest. She is so lucky. Everyone stared enviously at Maple Moon. Maple Moon was not used to the attention from the crowd, so she blushed and hid in the car. Hanzio saw this, but did not chase anyone away. Instead, he started driving his car back to Bighorn Village. The players had no choice but to follow on foot. As he was driving, Hanzio scrolled through the forum. Suddenly, a new post was pushed to the top of the forum, a high-ranking NPC's combat capability. Clicking into the post, the battle scene that just occurred popped up on the page. Some players uploaded their recorded videos. The Germinal organization's troops were displaying their formidable combat capability. When Sabera was murdering players, there were a few barrages. The audience felt as if they were present at the scene. They were tensed up with nervousness. However, the next moment, Sabera was killed in one shot. The shot blew out explosively, and blood was flying everywhere. Then, the portable battery demonstrated its prowess, crippling the Germinal troops in an instant. The scene was even more shocking. Responses to the post were posted in the dozens every second, and it soon accumulated a few thousand responses. That character was so powerful, but he got killed in one shot? Isn't Black Phantom the advanced NPC from Bighorn Village? What is his level? Mechanic is so powerful. I think there's great prospects. Damn, I'm in a planet with a magic background. There are no mechanics. Scrolling through the responses that were marveling at the scene, Hanzio smiled to himself. Faking it, bah, the idea of showing my strength really worked. The effect was apparent. Once he got to the settlement, the players that had hesitated in switching their class were now fervently picking up the basics. Prior to this, the entire Bighorn Village had only 20% of players choosing mechanic. After the video went viral online, players' excitement for mechanics was just breaking through the roofs. The players swaying precariously between classes immediately switched to mechanic. 100, 500, then 1,000. The EXP on the interface was just piling up like crazy. Hanzio kept his face straight to not smile. In the short few days at Bighorn Village, he had collected 2 or 3 million EXP just by lazing around, and that was comparable to accumulating EXP through 4 or 5 missions. This was way safer and more efficient. The player market was indeed a market with the most potential. The NPC functions were really useful. Imparting skills was allowing him to gain great profit without any cost, and that was only possible because he owned the interface as well as the NPC functions. Hanzio knew that you could not be impatient in grooming students, so he only imparted basic skills. The players that were convinced to switch to mechanic would come to be his key customers in the future. After all, Hanzio S was a mechanic. After these version 1.0 players gained a deep understanding of mechanics, they would realize that they had been scammed. By then, it would be too late. Even if they lamented to heaven and knocked their heads against the earth, it would be pointless. They could only choose to continue or start from nothing again. In this way, Hanzio's goal would have been achieved. As long as these players wanted to improve their combat effectiveness quickly, they can only rely on him to buy advanced machinery. You want to become strong. How can you not spend money? Hanzio took a smoke, and he thought to himself, after a few versions, you will be thanking me. In this way, he brushed off his sense of guilt. On one side, Jade Green Sky approached Maple Moon and asked politely, "Babe, I wonder if you're free now." Maple Moon looked up doubtfully and saw a group of male players with a look of thirst in their eyes. She stepped back nervously and warned, "What are you up to? I warn you, this game prohibits any sexual harassment." The members of Sky Territory were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Babe, we are curious about your secret quest, not in you." Jade Green Sky coughed. "I only want to ask how you triggered Black Phantom's secret quest. Don't worry, we'll reward you fairly." Maple Moon shook her head, rejecting his request without a pause. She enjoyed unearthing secret quests, but that was not because of the profit, and she did not want Black Phantom to dislike her. With no alternative, Jade Green Sky could only give up and walk away. Just then, a member suggested, "We could ask around to see if there were other players who overheard the conversation between Maple Moon and Black Phantom." Jade Green Sky's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement, and there were really some results. They managed to find out the secret way to trigger secret quests from a player. Hanzio was sending off the last few players who had come to switch to mechanic when Jade Green Sky rushed up to him. With the question that Maple Moon had asked in mind, Jade Green Sky asked, "Black Phantom, why are you enemies with the Germinal organization?" "Oh, someone is rising to the bait." Hanzio looked at him. Although Jade Green Sky was the leader of a guild, his potential was not good at all. It was better to answer directly. "What does it have to do with you?" Jade Green Sky was at a loss. Why was he getting a different reaction compared to the response Maple Moon had gotten? Was he cheated? Not willing to give up, he kept on changing his lines. Hanzio cast his eyes downward and refused to play along with him. In the end, Jade Green Sky could only give up in frustration. Unless it depends on the gender? This thought suddenly came up in Jade Green Sky's mind. He stared at Hanzio's unattractive face for a long while, and he felt like he was enlightened. The player's market potential in Bighorn Village had been temporarily exhausted. It was still only the open beta. The players were rather fresh, and their lack of unity resembled a plate of loose sand. With growth, as they completed more missions, Hanzio would have more opportunities to exploit them. Hanzio had a set of commercial plans for players, and this was only the initial link. As players advanced, his plan could then be gradually implemented. He was not in a hurry to go to the next novice village. He had a friendly chat with Frere and fished out some information on the Germinal organization's withdrawal route in South Continent. This is a large-scale war, which meant that he could probably get quite a number of A-level missions. With his character, he was sure to get a foot in. What would become of him if he did not try to get involved? With the wistful gaze of players in the Bighorn Village, Hanzio drove his vehicle away. Maple Moon looked at the car driving off into the horizon and told herself that she would wait until she reached LV-20 before she contacted Black Phantom. Just half an hour after Hanzio left, Frenzied Sword arrived at Bighorn Village, panting furiously. He grabbed a player and asked, "Where is Black Phantom?" "He has already left." Frenzied Sword's face turned white. He was late by half a day because the Western capital was under martial law to search for Germinal spies. He felt like weeping but had no tears left. How infuriating. The battle video stayed as the top post on the forum. Hanzio was the strongest fighter the players had seen so far. He could kill a strong enemy in one shot from hundreds of meters away. Not only that, he could also deploy a portable battery turret. Players were very envious of his capabilities. Whenever he appeared, he was like a dark phantom, omnipotent and mysterious. If not for his unappealing look, due to the facial simulator, he would have many female fans. The first player to upload the videos was Chen. He never had received any responses for his posts in the past, but this was his first time experiencing the feeling of having 10,000 people replying to his post. He was reading through the replies enthusiastically. Ding dong. He received a notification from the system. Chen was puzzled. He had not added any friends. Who would send him a message? Dear esteemed player, your video has been selected as promotional material for version 1.0. The reward will be sent to your account within 1 working day. Do look out for it. Galaxy Official. Chen was completely caught off guard by the pleasant surprise. Chapter 134. Finally found you. The vast majority of players were still busy with missions, but players in teams, essentially serious guilds or professional players, were more purposeful in their actions. They planned their developmental pathway carefully and worked steadily to advance. But the Guild of Gods was in an awkward situation. Jupiter had dumped all the daily administrative work to the vice president. He could not give up on the A-level mission. He had been leading a group of people to search high and low for Germinal's bases, but to no avail. Without any other means, he could only focus on the forum to see if any players were in contact with Germinal. Despite all odds, Jupiter managed to find a lead. Andrea Mainland is Germinal's base camp. Any player who arrives on Andrea Mainland can join Germinal's side easily. But this lead was useless for Jupiter. The core members of the level mission were all in Southern Continent, and Zero was more likely to be in Southern Continent too. However, Jupiter could not possibly bring a team over to Andrea Mainland. Most importantly, they had no access to another mainland. In fact, they could actually take cruise ships or aircrafts, but none of the players had reached this level. The most popular post on the forum was the battle scene recorded by the players at Bighorn Village. Jupiter had not seen it before, but he was finally opening it to take a look. He was caught off guard by shock. Just as he was about to close the post, he suddenly had an outlandish thought. He paused the video and scrutinized the scene. He finally concluded that the troop that was attacked had the Germinal organization's emblem on them. He had finally found the organization. Jupiter almost burst into tears before it occurred to him that the troop had been destroyed. His face changed suddenly. He quickly read through the content of the post, but unfortunately, the user did not elaborate on the details. Jupiter was eager to find out what had happened, so he had members contact the players in Bighorn Village. The guild was so efficient that he soon got to know that the troop that had been attacked was in fact an evacuating Germinal organization unit. He was dumbfounded. Evacuate. Why are they evacuating? Where are they evacuating from? What is the scale of this evacuation? A single unit or a full battalion? Jupiter gulped nervously. He had an ominous feeling in his gut. Seems like we won't be returning to the Germinal organization anytime soon. This A-level mission was such a scam. Jupiter was so frustrated. Before the team could start on the mission, the organization that had issued the mission had run away. In the evening, the setting sun covered the earth in a blood-red glow. The outlines the moons were looming in the twilight sky. In the woods outside Bighorn Village, Frenzied Sword was walking down the path, downcast in despondence. I must find him. Frenzied Sword quickly broke away from his despondent mood and was talking to himself to boost his own spirits. Are you looking for me? A voice came from ahead. Frenzied Sword looked up. A truck was parked a few meters ahead with a man in black standing by it, staring at him intensely. Black Phantom. Frenzied Sword was ecstatic with excitement. Every cloud had a silver lining. You have we met. He could not be certain that Black Phantom was in fact Hanzio. With much worry and fear, he felt like he was almost waiting for a verdict after he had asked the question. Hanzio smiled, revealing a tinge of amusement in his eyes. What do you think? That familiar look, the look that made his hair stand on end. Frenzied Sword was seized by joy. He was certain that this person was Hanzio. I'm so glad that I didn't give up and I finally found you. Oh, Savior, come with me. With a faint smile on his face, Hanzio gestured toward his truck with his head. Trying his best to conceal his excitement, Frenzied Sword followed closely behind and got into the truck. He did not care where Han Zio was taking him as long as he could stay with Han Zio. Han Zio smiled to himself. After spending some happy days together, he remembered Frenzied Sword well. But this was not the reason he chose to bring Frenzied Sword along. Frenzied Sword had great potential, and he was worth grooming. In addition, having a player by his side meant he could send him to check out unknown and dangerous areas. Frenzied Sword would not die anyway, so he could be assured and use him well. Han Zio could use Frenzied Sword's help in his next moves, so when he found that Frenzied Sword was following him, he stopped to wait for him. Frenzied Sword did not realize that he was being treated as a lab rat again. He was full of excitement, checking out the truck with much curiosity. He remembered that Han Zio was a member of Stardragon's intelligence agency during the closed beta. How did he become Black Phantom out of the blue? But that was not important. As long as he could be with Han Zio, Frenzied Sword would be content. "What are we going to do now?" asked Frenzied Sword after his excitement died down. "Something evil." Han Zio took out a tablet and opened the map. He drew a circle around one region and threw it to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword took a brief look. "Tedramira River, what kind of place is that?" "A battleground," Han Zio replied calmly. He stepped firmly on the accelerator and the truck raced off. Tedramira River was a large river in southern continent connected to the sea. In the darkness of the night, a long line of boats was cruising down the river. This was a huge fleet of ships disguised as fishing boats. The boats were actually Germinal warships, well equipped with various weapons, anti-detection jammers, machine gun arrays, and so on. As a result of the Six Nations cleanup campaign, the Germinal organization's bases had begun to withdraw. A small number of important personnel was taking the air route. Most of the resources, transportation vehicles, and ordinary armed personnel were evacuating via a water route. The evacuation was nearing its end. This fleet was the last remaining unit to withdraw from southern continent. The outer layer of frigates was guarding the barges in the center that were ferrying vehicles and armed personnel. The evacuation plan was to go out to the sea along a tributary of the Tedramira River and join forces with other ground troops near the mouth of the sea. The ground troops would then board the ships. The person in charge, Lin Yu, was the chief officer of the largest Germinal base in southern continent. Now he had taken the role of a commander and was also within the fleet. Lin Yu was a middle-aged man, yet he was also an executive officer that was combat-ready. He was analyzing the map with a solemn face in the command room. There were many links in the evacuation plan. The fleet and the ground troops had to ensure that they arrived at the mouth of the sea at the same time because the fleet could not possibly stay put. During the evacuation, a large number of Stardragon and Hesla fighter planes were performing aerial reconnaissance. The fleet's whereabouts had likely been exposed, and fear on the fleet was rising. Lin Yu knew very well that Hesla and Stardragon would have set up a trap near the mouth of the sea to capture them. Their Navy, Air Force, and Army would be waiting to intercept their fleet and capture them all at once. But from the very beginning, Lin Yu knew clearly that it was impossible to evacuate sneakily. A bitter battle was inevitable. Only by tearing past the blockade line could his troops escape alive. "As long as we follow along the Tedramira River to the sea, we can get out of this nightmare, but don't hold the illusion of a smooth passage. Lads, we will be facing a premeditated ambush. The Stardragon and Hesla Navy will do whatever they can to sink us near the mouth of the sea. I've been through 13 wars. Some of them were big battles, others small. Some of you may be veterans like me, and some of you may be new recruits. Regardless, our destiny is the same. Break through the blockade line, and we can stay alive. If you are captured, even if you can survive, you will face indefinite imprisonment by Stardragon and Hesla. You can say goodbye to freedom in the sun. The Six Nations are a group of hypocritical and insidious villains who speak of peace and freedom but started a war. Don't forget that your motherland was destroyed by the guns of the Six Nations. Never forget that hatred of blood. We have no choice but to fight till the very end." These words were Lin Yu's speech for his subordinates. The armed personnel on board knew that there was going to be a fierce battle ahead, and they were all ready to fight. There was a number of Germinal executive officers in the fleet, and Hyla was among them. She was worried and apprehensive about the impending fight. In her opinion, it was a naive hope to think of breaking through the blockade of Stardragon and Hesla's ships. Many of them would perish, and only a small number of people could survive. However, Commander Lin Yu seemed to have it all worked out. Thus, Hyla could only suppress her unease and conceal it from others. On the outside, she seemed the stoic person she had always been. In fact, for Hyla, even if every Germinal member on the fleet died, she could not care less. She hated the Germinal organization, but she could only survive with the help of these Germinal soldiers. She knew that her hands were covered in blood, and she had never shunned it. Self-reproach and compassion belonged to good people. These emotions were too costly for her. From the day of her awakening, she knew that she could never be a good person. To rule death meant that she was destined to be banished to hell. But her sister, Aurora, was completely different. She was an angel who used her love for the world to touch everyone she met. The only thing Hyla regretted was that she did not protect her sister well, resulting in her falling into the hands of the Germinal organization. No matter what, I have to live on. Only by surviving and demonstrating her usefulness could she help to reduce her sister's suffering. Anyone that stopped her would be an enemy. Staring at the waves of the river, Hyla was cold and stoic. Chapter 135. Ah, what a familiar taste! The Tedramira River branched out into the sea. The fleet of Stardragon and Hesla ships formed a tight blockade, and the riverbed of the estuary was also planted with many mines. Both countries knew the whereabouts of the Germinal organization's evacuation troops. Stardragon and Hesla regarded this battle with high importance, as it was an excellent opportunity to eliminate an army of the Germinal organization. The inescapable net had been laid. In the eyes of the two countries, Germinal was a trapped beast. Even if it knew there was a hunter trap waiting, it would have no choice but to approach it. The battlefield was divided into two areas, and each country was responsible for one of the two areas. Hesla was mainly responsible for the sea blockade, while Stardragon's forces were in charge of land interception. This method of cooperation split the responsibility and prevented command conflicts. Considering the individual combat effectiveness of the Germinal executives, Division 13 also sent secret agents to act as an emergency team and an assault troop. They would take on special tactical tasks and were waiting at a small dock near the estuary to be dispatched by the army commander. Zhang Wei's team was among them. A row of boats meant for assault had docked neatly, and green military tents were hidden in the grove behind the dock. Despite the 2 months, the team had not changed much. Zhang Wei was as serious as before, Li Yalan was as sexy as ever, Lin Yao still looked mistreated, and Lambert was as silent as a stone. The only change was the addition of a young new face. Hu Yue, you've been with us for a month now and have been through enough training. This mission is really important, so do not make any mistakes. Zhang Wei instructed the newcomer Hu Yue in the team's tent. Hu Yue was a thin young man. He had 2 guns around his waist. With long, flowing hair, he was quite handsome. He nodded and smiled arrogantly. Leader, you worry too much. During this past month, which task have I not completed successfully? Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Hu Yue was an agent trained in Division 13 and had filled the vacancy of Han Zhao by joining the team. He had been performing well and did not cause Zhang Wei any worry. Li Yalan hugged her hands to her chest and sat one side with her legs folded. She was frowning and appeared to be in a bad mood. The truth was, after Han Zhao had skipped town, the agents who had lost their deposits all came to get their money back, and since then, her mood had never been good. Hu Yue came over and sat next to Li Yalan. He teased, "Beauty Li, what are you thinking about?" Li Yalan glared at him and retorted, "Are you a curious baby? How is this any of your concern?" Hu Yue wanted to get close to Li Yalan badly. When he first joined and laid eyes on Li Yalan, he was stunned by her beauty. It pleased him to no end that he was teammates with someone this beautiful. Hence, he frequently tried to strike up conversations with Li Yalan. However, after being fooled by Han Zhao, she had developed a strong dislike toward newcomers. Thus, whenever she saw Hu Yue, she would think of Han Zhao, so naturally, she did not have a good impression of Hu Yue. Li Yalan was so annoyed by Hu Yue that she suddenly smiled menacingly. "You love talking, right?" While speaking, she clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles. One could almost see the anger fumes rising from within and forming in her fists. Hu Yue recoiled immediately. He knew that once Li Yalan showed this expression, she meant to beat people up. When he first joined the team, he had experienced it firsthand and spent 3 days in the medical department. Lin Bio, who was watching from the side, shook his head and feigned maturity. Little monkey, you are still too terrified. In terms of courage, I only admire Brother Zio. Who exactly is Brother Zio? Hu Yue was puzzled. Since joining the team, he had learned that this team's full strength was 6, but there was always one person missing. It was reasonable to cross out those players who were missing, but in this team, the 6th spot was always kept. Also, he always heard the team speak of Brother Zio. This made Hu Yue extremely curious about this 6th person. Li Yalan exploded immediately and fumed. Do not mention his name in front of me. Do not forget that we still have a mission to complete. You can't punch me. Lin Bio looked composed, but his legs were trembling. Hu Yue felt that Li Yalan's reaction was slightly exaggerated. Based on his experience, this was exactly the reaction of a resentful woman who had been abandoned by her man. On second thought, maybe a heavy debt could result in the same reaction as well. Zhang Wei shook his head, let out a breath, and explained, Han Zio was originally our teammate. However, he left because of some special reasons. Special reasons? Hu Yue used his imagination and probed. Was he sent to carry out a special mission? Zhang Wei shook his head. Was he transferred to another team by the superior? Zhang Wei shook his head. Then where did he go? Hu Yue was bewildered. Li Yalan huffed. He could be dead for all we know. Who are you kidding? Why keep his spot if he really is dead? You all speak as if you all hate him, but why do I feel like you all actually miss him a lot? Silence. After a long time, Li Yalan stood and smiled slightly. Choose a way to die. Hu Yue scampered off. Lambert shook his head and kept his sword sheathed. Stardragon's infantry army was lying in ambush in the valley near the estuary. The goal was to intercept Germinal's infantry troops that had come to converge. Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim served as backline support. The 3 had joined the Stardragon army during beta testing, but had since changed their professions. Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim were in the martial arts line, while Sleepy Winter's character had exploded and awakened his ability using the store's DNA. As recruits, they were also appointed to act as backline support in this battle. What pleased them was that they managed to spark a Camp Destroyer series quest, the Battle of Tedramira River. However, they soon became frustrated. This series had more than a dozen targets. They could only complete the few backline support targets in the series, which were the simplest and had the lowest rewards. Other tasks such as killing 10 Germinal soldiers, assassinating a Germinal executive, or destroying transport vehicles were completely beyond their capabilities. This does not seem like our level of mission, Sleepy Winter grumbled. Both Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim agreed. They had been drawn into a difficult mission that was totally beyond their current level. Looking at their novice level, it was simply none of their business. The 3 of them had no idea that the Germinal organization and the 6 nations had a head-on conflict that happened 3 months after the beta game. At that time, the players had a basic understanding of the world structure, and they also possessed some combat strength. The conflict between Germinal and the 6 nations started happening on a very small scale, and bit by bit, it enabled players to become involved and have a chance to show off. However, Han Zio had completely disrupted the whole process. He had brought forward the conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization, leaving the current players totally incapable of participating. To be exact, the players had been cheated of their original main quest. This benefited Han Zio as it decreased the variables bought by the players. Whoosh! 2 heavy-duty transport helicopters bearing a Fabian logo landed slowly in a valley. The wind was so strong that the grass at the landing site swayed in all directions like a wave. Old Black, we've arrived, pilot Antonio lazily called. I can see. Also, do not call me Old Black. Han Zio retorted. Call Black Phantom if you must. Foolishly calling me Old Black will affect my luck. Antonio removed his earmuffs and puffed out a cloud of smoke. Forget it, you don't have much luck anyway. Get lost, Han Zio said irritably. In the past 2 months, Han Zio had maintained a good working relationship with the Fabian company, and Antonio was warming up to him day by day. Frenzied Sword hid in a corner on the helicopter, shivering while he watched the 2 extremely deadly godfathers talk and laugh merrily. Frenzied Sword had thought that Han Zio would drive to their destination, but with just a phone call, 2 helicopters came to pick them up. At this moment, Frenzied Sword thought even higher of Han Zio. Employees from Fabian carried down the supplies from the helicopters, and most of the items were weapons that Han Zio had deposited with Fabian. He thought that he could use these weapons for this mission. There was also a disassembled truck that Fabian's maintenance team was working on reassembling. All the while, Han Zio and Antonio were chatting at one side. Antonio had always thought that Han Zio was only interested in the bounty and asked curiously, "I heard Stardragon and Hesla are planning to intersect the retreating Germinal troops in the Tedramira River, but what bad blood do you have with Germinal? How do you know which side I'll be helping?" Han Zio chuckled. Antonio held a cigar in one hand while the other tucked in his jeans pocket, and he frowned. "Are you thinking of helping Germinal instead?" Although the Germinal organization was big in the underground world, other forces always kept a respectful distance from them. Ultimately, the underground world preferred to coexist peacefully. After all, only a stable situation would lead to profits. The Germinal organization was seen as a group of bandits who used hatred as motivation. Han Zio refused to comment and walked to one side. He took out his phone and dialed another number, and the voice of Blood Pact Society's personnel could be heard. "Mr. Black Phantom, may I help you?" Ever since Han Zio made it to top 10 of the killer list, the Blood Pact Society valued him greatly and gave him special treatment. There was someone on standby 24 hours to answer his calls and provide special services. Yup, decent and proper services. Part of the status came from his capabilities, and the other part was from his good relationship with Bennett, which was valued by the Darknet organization. "I need the latest movement of both the retreating Germinal troops as well as Stardragon and Hesla's troops." "Sure, I'm accessing the documents now. The information will be sent to your computer shortly." "Okay, I also need a helicopter on call at the small dock near the estuary of Tedramira River." "As you wish." Frenzied Sword, who was listening at one side, heard everything clearly. From his tone, he could really feel how powerful and strong Han Zio was. After hanging up, Han Zio noticed Frenzied Sword, who was idling at one side. He thought for a bit and decided to give him a mission that he just came up with. Mission: get high. Requirement: dance sexily to brighten the mood. Frenzied Sword's face was full of tears. Ah, the familiar taste of evil pranks. Chapter 136. On the verge of a battle, Tedramira River divided into branches flowing through Cloud Valley and eventually reaching the sea. The location where Han Zio had landed was on the edge of Cloud Valley. According to the information from the Darknet organization, Germinals evacuating land troops would converge with their maritime troops after passing through the valley. Han Zio's target was to intercept the land troops. He was clear that the two countries would have planted their land troops in ambush. It was highly possible that the troops were placed within Cloud Valley. If he got any closer, he would be discovered. At this juncture, he did not wish to be in contact with the two countries. "Looks like I'll have to choose a good spot." With that thought in his mind, Han Zio folded his arms and watched Fabian's team assemble the truck's front and frame. They also hung up the mechanical equipment in the cargo properly. While they were working, they were shockingly watching Frenzied Sword seductively dancing at one side. "The item is delivered. I'll get going now." "All right, send Matthews my regards." Han Zio nodded with a smile. Antonio waved before rising into the sky on his helicopter and disappeared swiftly over the horizon. The Fabian Company was only responsible for the transport of weapons and ammunition and had never taken part in battles. Han Zio sat inside the truck and took a look at the detailed map that had been sent over through the Darknet. He was about to drive off when his phone rang. "Hello, Black Phantom, you're joining in the Germinal commotion?" Bennett asked over the phone, surprised. "Yes, you should come and play too," Han Zio jokingly replied. "The Darknet has always been neutral, don't go overboard. The Germinal organization is a crazy bunch of old hags, they'll attack whoever they see. I'm very frustrated because of them," Bennett said helplessly. "Don't worry, I've never cheated my teammate." Bennett doubted his words. "Forget it anyway, I will need your help with some matters later on." Over these past 2 months, Han Zio had often called Bennett to keep in touch since he had Bennett's number. Furthermore, with Han Zio's growing fame, Bennett was more than happy to converse with him. Hence, the relationship between the two of them was good. After pocketing his phone, Han Zio shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and drove along the edge of the valley toward the area of his selected spot. The river flowing through Cloud Valley provided moisture for the fertile soil. The terrain was relatively diversified. There were plains with shallow grasses, forests, and hills. The scenery was beautiful. It calmed and relaxed one's mind, compelling people to put down all their hatred and troubles. Stardragon had a massive amount of land troops lying in ambush in the area, and they were armed with all kinds of battle equipment: tanks, attack helicopters, a coverage array of medium-distance guided missiles, and also a large number of minefields. The commander of the land troops was a Stardragon official known as Huang Qiuming, who had over 20 years of military service. His style was serious and meticulous. The reason Stardragon's higher-ups had decided to use him was because they had taken a liking to Huang Qiuming's stable style. As long as this battle followed the plan, victory is assured. In the command vehicle's position, Huang Qiuming looked at the map filled with markings and nodded expressionlessly. Everything is in order. The first layer of ambush is a minefield. If Germinal do not come in, they will miss their chance to meet with the maritime forces. Therefore, even if they are aware of the traps, they will still have to advance forward. The armed helicopter troops are always on standby. They can attack the minesweeper enemy troops from above, and the array of missile vehicles is always aiming at the edge of the woods. Once the enemy crosses the woods, we can strike. As long as everything went according to the plan, the enemy would have no way to escape. The evacuating Germinal troops in the southern continent formed a large fleet with hundreds of different tanks. This huge army consisted of all the survivors of the retreating troops. Lin Yu was the chief commander, while the person in charge of the land troops was a white man known as Yuger. Yuger was well aware that the troops were about to be ambushed. In order to keep up with the maritime forces, they had to pass through Cloud Valley. Hence, they were unable to avoid this confrontation. However, he had already made preparations for it. The evacuation troops of these bases carried with them new weapons, and some were rather formidable, definitely able to catch the enemy by surprise. All these experimental weapons were important goods, and they even had some secret weapons who had undergone human experiments, specifically the Super Soldier Project. After one big lap, the truck stopped at the edge on the other side of Cloud Valley. The tip-off had shown that this was a route that the Germinal land troops were unable to take as it was very far away. Han Zio did not enter the woods and took out a pile of spider detectors, more than 40 in fact. They were activated through his tablet computer and started vibrating. They looked like a bunch of troops waiting for orders. After 2 months of accumulation, Han Zio's skills had improved again. Thus, his existing machinery had been renewed and strengthened. The spider detector was equipped with a low-level smart chip that automatically detected threats and fed them back to the computer. Hence, there was no need for Han Zio to constantly refer to the screen. By adding a new drawing sway anti-radar detection coating, it could better conceal its tracks, which was suitable for designated surveillance. Han Zio sent most of the spider detectors into the woods and left a few to advance in the opposite direction to scout for the Germinal organization's arrival. While doing this job, Frenzied Sword got off the truck and noticed an extra line of words appearing in the status column. You've gained severe car sickness. 30% deducted from all attributes. What the hell is this? Frenzied Sword was flabbergasted. The experience feel he set was 20% true. He did not fully experience the thrill of the old driver's driving skills, but the interface showed his physical state truthfully. Need me to do anything? Frenzied Sword asked, thinking he could trigger a mission. Han Zio shook his head. Not at the moment. Frenzied Sword's combat strength was too low for this type of battle. He would only be useful as fearless cannon fodder. Various minefields and radar detections had been laid in the woods a long time ago. Anyone entering the area would draw attention. Patience, adequate preparation, perfect planning, and calibrating other mechanical weapons were all he needed to do for the time being. There were still a few days before the arrival of the Germinal organization's troops. Han Zio had been preparing and waiting in the van. Frenzied Sword was by his side, receiving small tasks from him every day. Even though he thought that Frenzied Sword had potential, he would not groom Frenzied Sword fully. The EXP he gave Frenzied Sword was limited compared to those players in the same period, yet Frenzied Sword was extremely satisfied. Han Zio was also reading the forum every day. The players were still as enthusiastic as before. He mainly paid attention to the aquamarine section to know the progress of the players. It was still the novice phase. After they had grown, there would be a huge event that targeted the players waiting for them, and that was the prelude to the chaos. Does me disrupting the quest mean that the players' misfortunes will be delayed, or will they be brought forward? Hanzio rubbed his beard stubble, silently pondering. That was the first time the players had raised the attention of major forces on the planet. He still remembered that the previous generations had caused a ruckus that resulted in an extensive discussion, which was highly praised. The moon was covered by dark clouds, and there was a thick fog that made it impossible to make out one's own hand. Spider no. One was in the plains under the night sky, motionless, and faithfully executing the orders in sequence. Boom! The ground suddenly vibrated, and Spider number 1's sensor felt the tremors. The detector immediately charged toward the direction of the vibrations. A huge fleet of Germinal troops could be seen in the distance, and Spider number 1 was right in their path. Spider number 1 loyally transmitted out an alarm signal in the form of electric waves. The vehicle was nearing, yet Spider number 1 foolishly remained, not knowing to hide. Whoosh, the huge fleet rapidly rolled past, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. It was not until the smoke and dust dispersed that the appearance of Spider number 1 could be made out. Its body was covered in dust, yet it was not damaged in any ways. It seemed like the compressed wheels surprisingly did not grind over it at all. Spider number 1 moved its limbs and turned around before continuing to follow its orders and dumbly following the fleet. Chapter 137. A Wild Black Phantom 1, Hanzio's tablet received real-time alerts from Spider number 1. He immediately hopped off the driving seat of the truck and signaled Frenzied Sword, who had been waiting online for 2 whole days. Hanzio remembered that the VR capsule of this era had yet to perfect the body analysis and nutrients balancing functions. No wonder he is a professional player. Guy's got great kidneys. Let's go, Hanzio said. Okay. Frenzied Sword was confused, but following Hanzio would never be a bad choice. The pitch-black truck had a layer of sway anti-radar paint coated over it. Hanzio came up with this using the basic theory of spatial sensing, and it had been effective at reducing the chance of being discovered by radars. The second the armies from Stardragon and Germinal met each other, a massive war would break out. That would be the perfect time for a third party to take advantage of the situation. First, they needed to find a suitable hideout to snipe from. It needed to be some distance away from the battlefield. Hanzio had found a spot long ago, and it was a cliff along the mountainous range in Cloud Valley. That location was perfect for aiming at the barren fields beyond the forest. This meant that the moment the Germinal organization's troops stepped out from the jungle, he could start firing away. The only problem was that he had to arrive at the mountain range fast and avoid getting detected by the army radars in the process. The painted layer could not guarantee evading detection, so there were risks of getting exposed. However, Hanzio was not too worried because by the time Germinal's troops drew near, the army in the valley would be too occupied to be bothered with him. The truck sped into the valley jungle. "Commander Huang, the radar is showing a suspicious target," shouted a soldier in the Stardragon Strategic Department tent. Huang Qiuming strode over to the radar display screen, which was showing a flashing light entering Cloud Valley region. The signal was inconsistent and weak, and it seemed that the target had a certain level of anti-radar capabilities. It only showed up because Stardragon Army was using an army radar this time, which was extremely powerful. Only one target? Huang Qiuming's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He felt that it might be a Germinal scout, but the location of target was very far off from the path that Germinal was taking. Whatever it is, just deal with it first. Huang Qiuming did not want any unwanted surprise elements to hinder the plan, and he was about to send out a standby troop when all the radar detection screens blacked out simultaneously. "What's happening?" Huang Qiuming shouted. Soldiers rushed to recalibrate, but to no avail. "Reporting to you, sir. The radars have been deactivated by very strong electromagnetic radiation, which is coming from the direction of the Germinal army. We found the Germinal army's tracks 3 minutes ago, and the preliminary conclusion is that they have some sort of advanced device that can destroy radars. They want to take away our sight. Activate the spare radars, mute their electrical signals. Make sure they are powered on randomly once every 5 to 12 seconds. Huang Qiuming seemed composed and quickly issued his commands. As for the suspicious target, he could only leave it aside. It was more critical to deal with the huge German army at this point in time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a screeching sound could be heard coming from the horizon. A dozen mid-range missiles were steadily approaching Star Dragon camps, leaving fiery trails behind them. These missiles suddenly split into countless bullet heads in midair and started raining down. At the same time, the German army emerged from the jungle region on the edge of Cloud Valley. Uger's face was dead serious. The vehicles were carrying anti-radar equipment, created by the German organization that was still in the experimental stages. It was capable of catching radar detection and emitting strong long-distance M radiation waves that could destroy radars that were in use, all while simultaneously detecting the exact location of the enemy's radars. Uger decided that he had found the enemy's base, so he ordered for the Beehive-type missile assault vehicle to launch attacks, firing the cluster munition missiles, which was a mature weapon that had already gone past the experimental stage. What he did not know was that he had indirectly done Han Zio a favor by destroying Star Dragon's radars. Surely, such attacks could not injure the Star Dragon army. Indeed, the Star Dragon army aimed and fired their missile-intercepting machine guns toward the cluster ammunition, creating explosions and intercepting the bullets in midair. Both sides were ready for the battle. The only question here was, who was more prepared? Enemies will soon reactivate their radars. We don't have much time left. We need to launch attacks now. Uger commanded in a dead serious tone, "Bomb detecting team, you go first." With the vehicles carrying portable bomb detectors leading the way, the Germinal troops were able to quickly detect where Star Dragon had planted bombs and detonate them with their machine gun. Germinal was steadily and safely advancing. This time, when the anti-radar equipment discovered signals from Star Dragon's radars, it was unable to destroy the radars, as Star Dragon's radar would switch off before anything could be done to it. Uger knew that the real fight would be starting soon. The helicopter's rotors were roaring as they flew close to the ground. The Germinal troops had to advance against the merciless firing. Among the flames and explosions, Uger commanded in fury, "Fire the graphite missiles." A handful of graphite missiles soared through the air, landing among the helicopters. Graphite missiles could cause local short circuit, hitting the helicopter squad hard, causing many to malfunction. The enemy firepower was reduced significantly. Mihawks, after your troop gets out from the jungle, lead the assault troops to fight the enemies head-on. Your task is very important. You have to distract the enemies. Uger spoke into the walkie-talkie. Mihawks was sitting in one of the transport vehicles, and he replied with a light grunt. Mihawks was extremely well-built, and he was a master of martial arts. His strategic task was to lead a few teams of elite fighters to assault the enemy camps with bombs. His agile combat style, coupled with bulletproof vest, allowed him to dive smoothly through the bullet storm. Superhumans were mainly assigned to assault and assassinate on the battlefields. At the Star Dragon base, Huang Qiuming stared at the German army expressionlessly as they trod through the jungle. Artillery, get ready, armored vehicles, stand by. Elite team, prepare to fight the enemy assault team. Star Dragon's elite team consisted of the strongest and the best soldiers, including superhumans who were biologically equipped with skills to fight. Star Dragon was very prepared for this battle. This large-scale battle scene left the logistic team leaders, Sleepy Winter, Flash Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim, in awe. Judging from the intense atmosphere, hazy smoke, and deafening explosions, they knew that the battle was too high level for them to join in. "Thought I was going to die when the missiles flew over just now." Twinkle Fried Rice heaved a sigh of relief. Sleepy Winter laughed bitterly. "Let's just stick to delivering resources. No way we can handle any battle tasks." Rainy Kim's expression was calm. With a hint of determination, she said, "I want to give it a shot. We only have a few handguns, what can we do? I want to try." "Forget it, if we go, we will just court our own deaths. I want to try." Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice made eye contact and relented. Okay, you're the boss, you are the prettiest. We'll follow you, let's go together." Expressionless, Rainy Kim started walking right away after getting their agreement, and the other two could not do anything but keep up behind her. It was a party of gunfire and explosions. Han Zio slowly drove his car to the target location on the cliff, where he could see the grand fireworks in the distance in the jungle. There were spider detectors hidden in the jungle. Some of them had been destroyed, but some lived and were loyally updating the battle situation for Han Zio. Judging from their location, Germinal troops were going to get out of the jungle and into the open fields very soon. In the distance, on the Tedramira River, explosions appeared on the surface of the water as well. Han Zio took out his binoculars, and he could see that the Germinal ships were also getting attacked, and the attack was worse than the one they were facing in the valley. Germinal ships had yet to reach the straits, and they were already getting bombed heavily by fighter jets. The missiles rained down like a storm, and the machine gun interceptor array would not stop even for a second. Huge fiery explosions lit up the night sky and seemed just like fireworks. It's time to get ready. Han Zio took out a few foldable battery ports, came up with a task with decent rewards, and issued it to Frenzied Sword. Tasks like setting up traps and stuff were obviously for these fresh, young players. As Frenzied Sword rushed off to set up the traps, Han Zio took out a mechanical neck brace and wore it around the back of his neck. It was a soft layer made from unknown material. He turned it on, and a numbing electric shock started to spread from his neck to his brain. Han Zio shivered slightly and felt adrenaline rush through his body. You have entered excitation mode. All attributes plus 5% duration. 20 minutes, this machine was called Electromagnetic Pulse Controller. It was a special piece of equipment that used M-waves to adjust biological conditions and improve the user's attributes. Han Zio had gotten this blueprint from Talent Fusing by accident. After getting ready, with all the needed attributes turned on, Han Zio lay down with his ghost sniper rifle in hand and the red falcon lying next to him. His eyes were sharp as eagles, and they were glued to the battlefield. Boom! An area of trees was blown up. The Germinal troops had finally made it out of the forest. Come on, baby. Han Zio narrowed his eyes and aimed. Chapter 138, A Wild Black Phantom 2, Airstrike. Star Dragon's missile-carrying vehicles fired mercilessly at the Germinal troops. The missiles approached with high-pitched screeches, adding to the heavy atmosphere. Uger did not panic. He commanded the troops to close up the gaps in their formation, with the vehicles carrying multi-barreled machine guns at the front, forming an assault formation. This reduced the area of target, and the machine guns destroyed all the missiles in the area in midair, forming a vacuum, allowing the troops to smoothly sail through the explosion waves. Huang Qiuming paused. He had just received news that the battle at Tedramira River was at a heated stage. The strategic team had primarily marked out a few locations where Germinal teams could have gathered. The strategic team advised him to change from the original plan to use Plan B. Huang Qiuming made some rearrangements and instructed the interception ring to leave a gap. At the same time, Rainy Kim and the others made it to the front line. Large number of soldiers gathered with proper attire and equipment, armored vehicles had their engines running, and elite soldiers were standing by. How are we going to join in the fight? Sleepy Winter asked helplessly. Rainy Kim frowned and thought for a while before nodding. I don't know. Then why are you nodding? Sleepy Winter wanted to bang his head against the floor. Twinkle Fried Rice suddenly pointed to the battlefield and shouted, Someone is coming. OSH*T, it looks like a high-level player. The other two turned to look in the same direction. They watched as a buff man led a team of well-armed soldiers on heavy-armored motorbikes to separate from the main troop. They sped toward the Star Dragon base while smoothly dodging all the bullets. Mihawks dodged a series of attacks on his heavy-armored bike, but he inadvertently triggered a mine and his bike was blown apart. He began to run, at a speed almost as fast as the motorbikes, through the bullets. His task was to deliver the bomb that he was carrying to the Star Dragon base. Superhumans usually fought in assault teams on the battlefields. Mihawks could see that the enemies had sent their elite teams toward them. He concentrated expressionlessly and adjusted his inner energy to save up for later. Suddenly, Mihawks instinctively felt that there was imminent danger. He reacted extremely quickly, pushed hard with his legs, and was going to change direction. But he was not fast enough. A bullet with blue light trailing behind it hit Mihawk's neck from the side and caused a huge splatter of blood. He was critically injured. He groaned and spat out mouthfuls of blood. There was absolutely no cover on the fields. His only choice was to keep running forward, but his wound caused him to slow down significantly. A combat fighter, who could fight through gunfire, had been critically injured by one shot. Huang Qiuming was shocked. That was not us. Who's the sniper? He remembered the suspicious target that had been detected at the start and felt that this shot seems really familiar. He pondered for 2 seconds and his eyes widened. Only a monster sniper could critically damage a superhuman, the Black Phantom that only recently had become involved in underground activities. Bullet with blue light, it must be him. What is he doing here? Why help us? Commander, what do we do now? The vice captain asked. Huang Qiyuming considered and made up his mind decisively. He doesn't look like enemy. Don't care about him, focus on fighting Germinal. Usually, snipers' skills would be of very limited use in this kind of battle. But when super snipers like Black Phantom came into the picture, it would be a completely different story. The Star Dragon did not know why Black Phantom was helping them, but needless to say, this helped them greatly. Uyghur was furious. One shot to critically injure Mihawks, that must be that damned Black Phantom. Not long ago, he got Frere's team too. This monster must have joined the fight at Star Dragon's request. Uyghur felt immense pressure when he thought of Black Phantom's kill statistics that had been circulating on the dark web. He had been crowned a superhuman killer, way too dangerous. Even though Uyghur was stronger than Mihawks, he did not want to have a taste of Black Phantom's strength. Mistaking Han Zio for someone on Star Dragon's side, Uyghur angrily commanded, Team 3, locate and terminate the sniper. Take the test subjects with you. You must at least divert his attention away from us. One armored vehicle left the main troop and sped toward Han Zio's location. You have dealt 1,297 actual damage to Mihawks, LV-40. You have critically damaged Mihawks. Mihawks has entered a weakened state. All attributes have decreased 50% for 10 seconds. Wow, this guy is quite tanky. Han Zio was surprised. This shot's theoretical damage was 1,600. Taking combat fighters' body attributes into consideration, it would be about 1,300. This had knocked out Bai Jin, who was LV-48 in one hit, but Mihawks was still up and running. Combat fighters are indeed very tanky. This time Flaming Will was not too good. It only buffed his attack by 148%. His Ghost Sniper rifle had been maxed out in all its attributes after the strengthening. None of the EXP earned had gone to waste. Han Zio either saved the EXP or used it to level up skills, talents, and equipment, which were the key to having strong firepower. After his first shot, Han Zio activated a new task, Tedramira River Warfare MISC. You have joined in the battle between Star Dragon and the Germinal organization. Since you have chosen your side, see what you can do for your allies. This was a Class C mission. The player had to kill Germinal soldiers and prevent them from escaping. Reward would be based on task performance. The reward EXP shouldn't be less than 300,000. Han Zio was satisfied that he could earn EXP by being a busybody. Han Zio fired single shots at Mihawks, who could not escape the fate of being swallowed by the explosions and shots. His death was tragic. This marked the end of a combat fighter who was even stronger than Pan Quang. Combat fighters are great in close quarters against few people, but if you want to deal with armies, even if it's not technologically advanced, you must at least be half as strong as Bennett, Han Zio thought to himself. Combat fighting makes use of energy. Everyone wants to be a hero, and combat fighting allows fighters to dominate whenever and wherever, without the need of weapons. However, even though this style of fighting is very strong, one must have gone through the necessary growth. C-Class marks this line, the level cap for players of in the 1.0 version. The snipers had greatly weakened the assault team, which had been caught by the counter troops from Star Dragon. The assault plan had barely started and was already failing terribly under Han Zio's intervention. At this moment, he noticed that a troop had veered off from the Germinal main troop and was moving toward him. He changed his target and started firing using the Red Falcon sniper gun. Because Star Dragon was also present, Han Zio intentionally avoided using the high-explosive bullets. A sniper rifle could only deal limited damage to armored cars, so Han Zio activated the portable battery that had been set up beforehand. 300 meters in front of the Germinal troop, 4 portable batteries transformed into small multi-barreled machine guns. They fired rapidly, and some of the armored vehicles exploded on the spot. The remaining soldiers had to spread out and launch counterattacks on the portable batteries. Once the team spread out, the portable battery was a lot less effective because it had to rotate and aim instead of aiming at one spot. The portable batteries did not have defensive mechanisms, even if Han Zio used platinum as the surface material, and 2 out of 4 were blown to bits very quickly. Overall, the result was good. More than half of the vehicles were destroyed, and the enemies were significantly weakened. At this moment, the troops did something that Han Zio did not expect. They opened the rear of one of the armored vehicles. 3 humanoids jumped out of the car and ran toward the portable batteries at a speed faster than car. They looked really strange, and Frenzied Sword was taken aback. What in the world are those things? Frenzied Sword wanted to use detection on them, but was informed that he was too far away. The 3 humanoids were well-built and expressionless. There were large amounts of metallic joints and structures inside the arms, legs, and spinal regions. The metal was fixed into the bones at joints, such as in their knees and elbows. As they were running, the metallic joints would have blood seeping out. There was no doubt that every movement would inflict great pain, but the trio seemed emotionless, as if they could not feel any pain. Moreover, there was a layer of thin armor growing from the skin of the humanoids. Han Zio recognized the humanoids the second he saw them. Chapter 139, A Wild Black Phantom 3, Germinal's Super Soldier Project has been brought forward a year. Han Zio raised his eyebrows. This project was originally intended to create humanoids with battle potential. Through exoskeleton cybernetics, they improved test subjects' physical capabilities by experimentation. Through the pure strength of the technology, it supported their physical body, and as a result, warriors with the battle power of super soldiers could be mass-produced. However, the technology was still in its infancy. The process was very painful because the exoskeleton had to be directly connected to the nerves, and various mechanical parts had to be implanted into the body to strengthen the physique. Only experimented Valkyrie specimens whose mental resilience was strengthened could withstand such modifications. At the end of it all, their sense of pain would fade away, and they would only move on instinct. By the whole of Galaxy's standards, it was a very undeveloped modification technique and had already been eliminated long ago. But on Aquamarine, the Germinal organization was able to develop the technique further by neglecting the physical condition of the test subjects. The exoskeleton was not only a piece of equipment that could be worn externally, but it could also be infused as a part of the body. Doing so would connect one's nerves to the armor, giving the person greater mobility. However, the Germinal organization had yet to develop the technology to maturity. By experimentation, they only managed to develop to infant stages of the technology. Aquamarine's major players each held one or a few advanced skills, and nerve integration was an advancement knowledge that was in Germinal's hands. The advanced skill that Han Zio had learned was only advanced material composition. For the players on Aquamarine to obtain the advancement knowledge, they had to have a large contribution after entering the camp. Han Zio set his sights to the very distant future. Advancement knowledge was very rare on Aquamarine, but in the long term, one could also spend some Aquamarine dollars to obtain it easily. If he were unable to obtain other advancement knowledge from Aquamarine, there would still be other opportunities to do so in the future. In the original plan, these super soldiers had special effects, but the 3 experimental super soldiers before him were not yet complete. The bodies even had a large amount of heat armor equipped, and these 3 were only using the external exoskeletons to strengthen their physiques, which were also incomplete. Looks like Germinal's experimental project hasn't matured yet. Exoskeletons, come to think of it, when I was escaping the lab, I left a lightweight mechanical arm behind. Seems like Germinal has been using it to experiment. Han Zio's eyes lit up. Such a thought was not without reason. The 3 test subjects' mechanical arms resembled the lightweight mechanical arm. They were very sturdy and even had extendable golden shields embedded that could block shots fired by the portable batteries. The 3 test subjects separated from the vehicles and started spreading out the firepower from the portable batteries. The 3 successfully drew close to the portable battery, bombarding it with countless attacks using their fists wrapped in exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton that was rooted to the joints released smoke. As they used more power, they instantly destroyed the portable battery, causing it to fall to its side as it cracked open. After taking down the remaining portable batteries, the 3 sprinted toward Han Zio, each step moving them 7 to 8 meters ahead, with an overwhelming killing intent completely directed toward him. Han Zio's gaze remained unfazed as he pulled out his tablet, quickly unleashing another hidden weapon. The trailer shook violently as two second-generation rovers rushed out to Han Zio's side. Instantly, they activated Furious Fusillade. With both hands, the machine gun released its rounds, as their chests shot out mini rocket missiles, ravaging the three test subjects. The damage was dealt heavily but was almost entirely blocked by the exoskeleton armor, with only its endurance dropping. The three test subjects' stats were also exposed. Based on your level, you acquired the following information: Super Soldier Experimental Body, 42 level, 40 classes, Special Agent LV. Low-level Machine Equipment LV. 30 Endurance to Health Conversion Ratio 1, 10 Attributes, 51 SDR, 54 Dex, 70 80 End, 25 INT, 8 MYS, 4 CHA, 6 LUK Energy, 0 Energy Rank, 500 Grade, E Health Points, 534 650 Status, Violent Modifications, Health Point minus 150, Endurance Abilities. Low-level Spiritual Resilience, plus 3 Psychological Resistance Effective Training, plus 100 Health Points Immunity to Pain. Injuries do not affect combat ability skills. Basic Close Quarter Combat LV. 7 Basic Shooting LV. 5 Capture LV. 3 Precise Shooting LV. 1 Equipment. Crane Exoskeleton Arms. Lightweight Mechanical Arms, equipped with extendable golden shield. Grade, White Basic Stats Damage, 3245 Defense, 2024 Power Level, 45 Endurance, 250 Ability Effect, plus 8 Strength Predator Power Legs, Lightweight Cyborg Legs increase sprinting speed. Grade, Gray Basic Stats Damage, 2731 Defense, 1518. Power Level, 53 Endurance, 230 Ability Effect, plus 8 Dexterity P2 Embedded Armor Inserts. Implanted lightweight gold in the skin provides some defensive ability. Grade, Gray Basic Stats Defense, 1520 Endurance, 500. The three test subject stats were considered extremely low for LV-40. With such a high level but low level stats, it meant that they had no potential. Individually, their health points were very low, but the defense and endurance provided by the exoskeleton was able to reduce the damage to the body to a large extent. Han Zio did some calculations and realized that this set of exoskeleton armor provided 1,460 endurance points and nearly 100 defense points. This was the effect due to the equipment. If they only looked at the health points, one would think that it was just a useless clothed armor. The second-generation rovers fired several rounds, which only took off a fifth of their health bar. Han Zio realized that experimental body, 44, was actually at LV-45, and his stats were at an even higher level than his two counterparts. Perhaps he was the leader of the three. Meanwhile, Germinal's vehicle team circled back. With the two rovers' firepower, it was difficult to monitor both sides. Han Zio immediately made a decision. Take the briefcase with the red triangle marking from the trailer. I have something I want you to do. Frenzied Sword instantly carried out the orders, carrying the briefcase in hand. Inside it was a bomb with massive destructive power. Han Zio quickly scribbled down the task and tossed it over. Brave sacrifice. Take your unfulfilled dreams and explode into glorious sparks. Frenzied Sword unconsciously gulped down his saliva. Go for it, youngster. I'll leave the stage to you, Han Zio casually remarked as he continued to barrage the test subject with attacks. I got it. Frenzied Sword clenched his jaw. The rewards from the task were extremely attractive and could definitely make up for the death penalty. The strengthened Red Falcon released a series of shots, leaving bullet holes in the three experimental subjects' bodies. Han Zio's aggressive abilities had already reached the maximum level. Through the cracks in the exoskeleton, he dealt damage straight to the flesh. His attacks were on point, restricting the three test subjects. Soon, number 42 was shot in his vitals by the barrage of attacks. His health bar receded to 0 as he fell to the ground, dead. The other two, however, were nonchalant to the death of their ally, continuing to charge forth. On the other side, the other military truck closed in rapidly toward them. Han Zio redirected the second-generation rover toward it, opening fire against several military vehicles. The tightly packed firing left red streaks amid them, as though it was a rainbow that linked them together. The rover's endurance rapidly fell. Seeing that they could not withstand the attacks, Han Zio commanded the rover to dive into the team and execute the self-destruct function. The enemy, unable to react in time, was enveloped in striking flames that swallowed up several vehicles as a series of explosions ensued. Both sides were decimated at once. With the loss of 2 second-generation rovers, Han Zio remained unfazed. Technology-based warfare was just like that, money-burning, but he was indeed generous. If it was another player, they definitely could not bear to do such a thing. However, Han Zio had all the money he needed. The sniper rifle had a limit to its firing speed. Finally, both test subjects were within 50 meters of him. Frenzied Sword remembered the contents of the task. Steadying his heart, he leaped forward, lunging onto number 43 as a fist pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched his teeth as he activated the bomb in the briefcase. Boom! A mini mushroom-shaped cloud rose up into the skies. The sweltering wave of hot air mixed with dust exploded, and the fully equipped Han Zio was splattered with dirt. Through the smoke, the debilitated number 44 experimental body rushed over again. In the moment when the explosion took place, number 43 was ahead of him in the rush and exploded into nothingness. No. 44 immediately dropped to the ground and was still able to move as his gaze oozed with bloodlust. With only the last 10 meters left, in a second, he would be able to lodge his steel fist into that foul sniper. At that moment, Flaming Will finished its cooldown. Han Zio suddenly threw aside Red Falcon, reloaded the ghost sniper as he activated Overload, reinforcing it with Flaming Will, and fired. The bullet, with blue light trailing behind it, disappeared from sight as it shot straight through number 44's head. Blood spurted out like an arrow, leaving a thin, long streak of blood on number 44. Number 44 took several steps forward without losing momentum. Suddenly, his body tilted, falling to Han Zio's feet. Just one more step, and he would have been able to reach Han Zio. His still eyes had a trace of unwillingness. This scene was far too familiar to Han Zio. Fighting with a mechanic, distance was always the determining factor between a win or a loss. Many other enemies had fallen right before reaching their target, just like this. It's a shame. Even if you managed to engage me in close-quarter combat, you wouldn't have lived. Han Zio shook his head. There were still many cards that he had not shown yet. These immature test subjects were far from his match. Second advancement, current progress, 1-3. The battle this time could be considered an easy fight. Mass-produced assembly line soldiers were the easiest enemies for him to take on. There's still 2 more. Han Zio narrowed his eyes. He only needed 2 more higher-level kills before he could increase his rank. The interface displayed a sea of EXP, and he was looking forward to advancing his skills. Frenzied Sword sacrificed his virgin death. 10 seconds later, he was revived next to the trailer. Looking at the quest rewards and enemy kill experience, he could not hold back his grin. The Germinal team that had come to intercept him had been eliminated. The heated battlegrounds were already at the pinnacle of its battle. Star Dragons and Germinal's foot soldiers had both been massacred. The battle was at a standstill and in a complete mess. Han Zio spared a few glances and decidedly knew that he would no longer get a chance to interfere. After contemplating for 2 seconds, he quickly made a decision. He beckoned the grinning, frenzied Sword onto the car. The vehicle continued to travel onward, circling around the heat of the battle and headed in the direction of the Tedramira River. In the battlegrounds, Sleepy Winter taunted, "Did I see that right? Is that Frenzied Sword?" Han Zio's battle was very conspicuous. They saw Frenzied Sword's ID floating above his head and got a shock. Twinkle Fried Rice was at a loss. Even the cold, prideful Rainy Kim had her mouth wide open. Sleepy Winter remembered that even at the internal examinations, Frenzied Sword rejected his goodwill and did not enter the Star Dragon army. So, how could he be on the battleground now? And by self-destructing, he defeated a high-level monster. They saw all of it happen. If my eyes didn't play tricks on me, that black-clothed person he's following, that was the Black Phantom who appeared a while ago at Big Horn Mountain, Rainy Kim suddenly said. "Are you sure about that?" Sleepy Winter asked. "I recorded the entire battle just now." "Just watch it and you'll know," Twinkle Fried Rice said. Sleepy Winter seemed to be a little depressed. Frenzied Sword and the 3 of them had started on the same foot, but now he seemed to have gotten way ahead of them. It made Sleepy Winter feel a little pressured and curious as well. No wonder he didn't want to join us during the internal beta. What exactly happened to Frenzied Sword? Why is he with Black Phantom? Chapter 140. Backup. The battle was raging on the Tedramira River. Hesla was responsible for securing the waters. A naval formation was stationed at the estuary, and a huge portion of them were battleships loaded with large-caliber artillery. The German navy was bombarded from a distance of over 10 kilometers away. The cannon's firepower could reach 10 over miles, piercing through the air at high speed, forming a parabola in the night sky. This brought significant damage to the German fleet. The destroyers in the formation launched several homing missiles at the beginning of the battle, but they were intercepted by German fleet's cannon in the air. They were now useless. All they could do was maintain the defense line. The command ship, Scyther, positioned itself in the center of the formation. The enemy is roughly 12 kilometers away from the water mines near the exit of the sea. Don't give the enemy any time to break out of the trap. Scyther's admiral assigned the tasks in a swift and decisive manner. Deer, carp, and shark units have been preloaded with torpedoes. Await Germinal's entry and then fire away, feed them full with a round of firepower. As for the offense formation, maintain the intensity of firepower. No change. Sonar scanners take note of the surrounding waters. There could be a chance for Germinal reinforcements to appear. Inform the Star Dragon's men to release some infantry units whenever necessary. Delay the Germinal Navy's time. Transfer this message to Star Dragon's commander. We need their assault troops to be on standby. On the other side, the troops that were deployed to fight the battle surrounded and harassed the Germinal fleet. Using bombs as their main form of attack, this caused quite some trouble for the Germinal fleet. There were bound to be some lucky cannonballs that escaped their intercepting fire, and when this happened, 3 of their ships sank. As the fleet's main purpose was to evacuate, their weaponry was not sufficient to wage a war. They were not even able to lock on to the high-speed battleships, let alone trying to deal any damage. However, Germinal still had a plan of their own. A fighter jet poured another wave of ammunition, and while the pilot was preparing to make another round, a shroud of dark fog exploded around him all of a sudden. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a demon with dark eyeshadow and ear studs with a sharp blade in his hand. He quickly sliced through the pilot's throat, splashing blood upon the window. The fighter jet crashed down in the water with the pilot's corpse. The demon smiled coldly and disappeared, leaving only a dash of black fog. Teleportation ability, Germinal Organization Executive Officer, Renette. Hyla stepped onto the bow of the ship. The wind was blowing through that red hair of hers. She took in a deep breath, raising both her hands as though worshipping the sun. Gray air slowly flowed through from the fresh dead bodies in the battlefield. It gathered from all directions and tingled Hyla's 5 senses. Her face flushed as if she had breathed in God's medicine. She closed her eyes and then opened them even wider than before. An invisible sound wave rose from her lungs out to her throat, and she screamed. Ah, it was like a ghost's piercing scream. The eyes of the pilots in the sky burst, their ears bleeding. Their brains were shaken into a state of confusion. The pilots fell one after another like broken kites, crashing onto the ground and water. They were fried into balls of fire. A no-fly zone had formed in the sky, and the fighter jet formation had single-handedly been taken down by Hyla. The remaining fighter jets received orders and hurriedly retreated. This was the horrible threat of military operations. They required people to operate the machines. If the operator was too weak, Hyla's killing threat could disrupt their mind. Aquamarine's technological advancements did not hold much against Hyla's mental disruption skills. Only a few reconnaissance drones continued to track and observe the sky. Renette teleported to Hyla's side, with one hand painfully rubbing his head. His nose was bleeding, and he had a dark, gloomy expression. "Were you trying to kill me as well?" Hyla gave him a cold shoulder, refusing to answer. Renette could only swallow this breath, not daring to provoke her. In the command room, Lin Yu did not really pay much attention to the battle. He looked at his watch and whispered to himself, "It's almost time." The Germinal Organization's infantry had broken through the defense line and was now rapidly approaching their intended destination. Star Dragon's army executed according to plan. They opened the gates to allow water to gush in. They wanted it to be a naval battle. Hyla would take over the confrontation after the infantry units had boarded their ships. These infantry units would just be useless in a naval battle. They would also become a burden. They were reducing their death toll but weakening themselves too. There was a new type of missile up on the destroyer ship that could cruise and split and avoid attempts to intercept it. The very moment Germinal's fleet and their infantry linked up, they would fire, and one round of it would cause major deaths to Germinal's fleet. The Germinal troops would then begin to flee. Division 13's ambush units would then board the ship and slaughter everyone aboard. That was the next step of the plan. However, in reality, things never went according to plan. Accidents were bound to happen. Doo-doo-doo, the piercing sirens upon Hesla's command ship sounded. The radar detected dozens of targets approaching at high speed underwater. Ghostly torpedo, where did it come from? It was too late to intercept it. A warship near the seaport exploded, fire spurting everywhere. Hesla's high-ranking officers had been paying close attention to the battle. The naval formations made them extremely furious. Anti-sonar submarines, how did the signal not sound anything at all? How far is the enemy's range? These could only be Germinal's submarines. Where did they come from? Could it be that Germinal had planned this all along, to withdraw some troops from Andria? Or was there a secret base on an island nearby? No matter the reason, the enemy had reinforcements, and they now needed to deal with the unexpected situation. "Where are our submarines?" Hesla's officers roared. They had planned for several submarines in the vicinity as backup and immediately activated them to search for the enemy's submarines. The Navy suffered heavy losses and were busy tending to emergency repairs. They could not proceed with the missile strikes. This caused strategic disruptions, and the situation was getting out of hand. Germinal's fleet took this chance. They changed their formation. The ship sailed to the shore, opened up, and lowered the slats, providing a bridge for the ground troops to cross. The edge of the stern dragged along the shore of the beach. This method came with a huge risk of beaching the ship. Other ships would throw a hook to link the ship. That way, even if the ship became stuck, it could be pulled back to sea anytime. The root of Lin's confidence came from their submarine team. They were reinforcements that Germinal's forces had called for early on. They relied on this ambush, breaking Hesla's blockade and strategic formation. In order to break through Star Dragon's ambush, Uger had lost more than half of the troops, and when this opportunity arose, he immediately ordered the team to speed up and rush toward the barge ship. Star Dragon's assault troops, which were on standby, became anxious. They followed Hesla's plan to launch a round of missiles first before rushing up. If there was no such link, rushing up would simply be equivalent to committing suicide. What shall we do? If they waited any longer and the Germinal organization's forces managed to link up successfully, there would be no more chances. The assault troops were all from Star Dragon's Division 13. They were all specialists and elites. They could hear their superiors' command. It was only one word: forward. There was no hesitation. The assault teams rushed forward. Germinal's navy fired a round of missiles at once, and the ambushed troops forced their way through the gunfire. Fireworks lit up beside. Their comrades fell and exploded, but they remained unfazed. They were fearless. As a soldier, they always followed orders. Even if it was a magma in front of them, they would still have to jump. It was with this steel-like will that Star Dragon stood out from hundreds of countries since the beginning, becoming one of the last 6 winners. Chapter 141, Duel. Wearing his power suit, Zhang Wei stood at the front of the battleship as the barrier. Lambert dealt damage by sniping. This assault boat did not only have Zhang Wei's team of 4, as Lin Yao was not taking part in battle, there were still 10 elite fighters. The battleship surged forward through the waves, surfing through the onslaught of bullets and missiles before it collided into the Germinal ship with a loud bang. The infiltration team jumped aboard and began exchanging blows intensely with the Germinal soldiers. The infiltration team's attack strategy only had 2 goals. The first was to massacre the barge's attack forces and destroy the land vehicles that were on the boat. The second was to take control of the boat. As Hesla's backup troop did not arrive as planned, the infiltration team was not in a good position. They were falling into a difficult battle. The Germinal organization's plans were affected, causing their progress to slow down. The Germinal executive officers set out to counter Star Dragon's infiltration team. Zhang Wei's team was struggling to get the upper hand on the barge. Suddenly, a strong gale came rushing over without warning, like a ghost. The team's internal alarms rang on high alert as they hurried to dodge it. However, they still could not dodge the shockwaves of the wind. A strong wave of dizziness overcame them. Clenching their teeth, they looked toward the direction where the enemy was standing. There, they saw Hyla, whom they had once crossed swords before. Hyla had a cold expression. She still remembered she had once fought the Star Dragon soldiers. Last time, she had taken a small loss because of them. Remembering that, her killing intent was more murderous than before. Both of her hands emitted a dim, gray light, as if they were balls of mysterious, sinister energy that could suck them in. Furthermore, it was continuously growing in size. It would be hard to imagine how frightening the next blow could be. Hu Yue had a pained expression on his face as he held up both his guns with the intent to aim. But with a light sneer from Hyla, her voice carried forth an overwhelming psychological suppression from the necromastery ability. As if he had taken a hard blow, Hu Yue staggered backward as his nose spurted blood. Hyla did not even spare him a look as she turned her gaze to Li Yalan. Her killing intent was clear. This was the special female assassin that had used the lightweight mechanical arm. She definitely knew Zero's whereabouts. Li Yalan had a look of steely determination. She pulled out her foldable machete as she lunged toward Hyla fearlessly. As the pugilist in the team, she had to initiate battles. Hopefully, I can last the first bout. Li Yalan quietly clenched her jaw. As long as she could hold out till Hyla's next attack, she had confidence that she could close in to restrict Hyla's movements, such that she would not have time to release another one of those psychological attacks. Even though Hyla's abilities were strong, she was only using the attack on a superficial level, and every release required build-up to release the skill. Naive, Hyla remained expressionless. Flipping both her palms, she was about to use the highly concentrated necromancer's abilities to shock Lin Yalan into an idiot. However, the next second, a sudden large wave of power surged toward the side of her ribs, causing her to fly off sideways as she collided into the side of an SUV, and her ribs throbbed with pain. Hyla was in so much pain that her face turned ashen. With a deep heave, the necromancer's power on her hand suddenly dissipated. In her shock, she turned to look at the source of the attack. There was a van driving along the shore, staying alongside the boat. From the driver's window seat, a sniper was hinged on the window as a black-gloved palm held onto this deadly weapon, with its muzzle releasing thick smoke. Han Zio cocked the gun, and another smoking bullet was released from the muzzle. He sat in the main driver's seat, and the smart chip system in the van began driving on autopilot. Driving at a constant speed, it drove alongside Germinal's boat. When they reached the valley, he had spotted traces that Star Dragon might let Germinal troops off the hook. So Han Zio drove to the lake beforehand, his target to capture the Germinal executive officers. He spotted Hyla in an instant, then he saw Zhang Wei and the others. Slightly taken aback, he did not expect this coincidence. Seeing his former teammate fall into danger, Han Zio did not say anything else before pulling out Red Falcon and firing. Hyla's defensive air barrier was weakened to a large extent, and its penetration abilities dissipated, turning into momentum that pushed her away. The interface displayed Hyla's abilities. After 1 year, Hyla had leveled up from LV30 to LV40, and Han Zio was at the same level as her. He could see her stats, and her two strongest stats were Mystery and Intelligence. Her abilities were described as well. Necromancer's power, dictating death and capturing souls. Potential rating, outsiders could only see the description of the ability. Only the master of the ability could see the specific effects and the extent that it was developed. Through her basic knowledge, where she used her genes to develop her ability, more applications for her techniques could be obtained. Even though Hyla's ability potential was high, she was only at LV40 now. Her strength had yet to be completely used to its fullest potential, but Han Zio did not have any interest in Hyla's battling methods. Hyla's special abilities seemed to lean toward attacking, but it was actually a versatile ability. From Hyla's abilities, he saw several textbook specialties as well. High-speed fusion. Grim Reaper's power is able to heal flesh wounds under regular circumstances, plus 500% health regeneration speed. While using energy, plus 1000%, 2000% health regeneration speed vitals immunity. Sen of Death supports your life, vitals are immune to critical attacks. Soul Disregard. Dictators of Death fear nothing, plus 20% resistance to negative effects, plus 30% psychological resistance ignore sudden death. Death is like the wind, always by your side, will not receive any fatal attacks. When health points are lower than 1%, a special status effect will be obtained. Han Zio was helpless. These abilities made Hyla practically impenetrable. No, it should not be described as impenetrable, but rather like a cockroach that would not die no matter how much one hit it, unless one used an extremely strong attack ability to finish Hyla off. Oh, I forgot, she was even immune to instant death. Forget it, I'm probably better off just taking a nap. Han Zio shook his head. As expected of the future big boss, the number of her abilities is almost as high as Bennett's. The only difference between the main roles is just luck. Hyla, the hardest person to take on, was the first person he had met, but Zhang Wei's team had fallen into a difficult situation. Since he had the means to help out, he naturally would not stand aside and not lend a helping hand. After all, they had fought together side by side before. Taking advantage of Hyla's distraction, Li Yalin closed in and slashed at her. Hyla, as she staggered back in pain, was infuriated by Han Zio's sneak attack. Meanwhile, her wound's recovery could be seen by the naked eye. However, her being on the boat meant that she could not take out the sniper on the shore. After all, she did not specialize in speed, and could only use a vehicle as a barricade against the sniper. Yet once Li Yalin, Zhang Wei, and the others found an opening, they instantly engaged in battle with her, forcing Hyla to move out of position, exposing her to Han Zio's sniping view. Even though they did not know who the sniper on the shore was, they knew that he was evidently there to help. So, Zhang Wei's team took the initiative to launch a cooperative attack. This strategy was very effective. Hyla's movements were instantly restricted, and with the sniper's uncanny ability to find openings, he managed to stop her from counterattacking at the right moment every time. This synchronized perfectly with Li Yalin, Zhang Wei, and the others' movements. Hyla realized that she had actually fallen into a situation where she could not retaliate at all. Thus, she could only stay on the defensive, dodging every attack. But from Zhang Wei and the others' perspective, it was a ray of light for them. Originally, the team of 4 had created a battle strategy. But after Hu Yue received heavy injuries, it rendered him unable to fight and left a hole in their teamwork. But that sniper was able to patch up that gap. At every critical moment, he managed to fire a timely shot to assist them. It was as if he was someone who had a solid grasp of their fighting style. Who was he? Li Yalin and Zhang Wei began to have such thoughts. Hu Yue, who was still suffering from dizzy spells, could only fend off regular soldiers. Watching Zhang Wei and the others coordinate with the sniper, he suddenly felt as if that sniper was actually a real team member of theirs, and it was he who was only an outsider. Hyla is held up. Lin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Looking toward the van at the shore, he squinted. Black Phantom, what is he doing here? They were almost at the end of the estuary. Just slightly ahead of them was the sea. Lin Yu was in dire need for Hyla's abilities to deal AoE damage. She definitely had to get out of that situation. He ordered, Yuger, get rid of Black Phantom. Yuger had already boarded the ship. Overwhelming with his dark purple aura, and without any further orders, he was about to lunge toward Han Zio, who was in the van. But suddenly, he sensed a wave of energy from someone with pugilist powers that were equal to his. When he turned to look, a middle-aged Star Dragon special agent had just stepped onto another ship. His fists, wrapped with a flaming red aura, slammed into the side of an SUV that was parked on the deck with a force comparable to a steam hammer. That car instantly deflated as it flew out like a bullet shell. Along the way, it collided with a few of Germinal's soldiers and another 2 cars as they simultaneously flew off the ship. That fist was as strong as a missile. Chapter 142, Teleportation is a Double-Edged Sword. Division 13's trump card. Yuger's face was solemn, and he no longer cared about Han Zio. He was locked onto the middle-aged man. Both were powerful martial artists, and as their eyes met, it was as though a bomb just exploded. Both of them were fuming, and their fists collided like 2 streaks of transverse lightning striking the sky. The scene seemed to freeze while the sky roared. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the river. What a chill. Martial artists specialized on controlling their own spirit, and it specialized on training body energy. Division 13 had played their trump card. Lin Yu had no choice but to send out Yuger, who was at the same rank, to fight back. Exasperated, he ordered, Renette, go get rid of that Black Phantom. Easy, Renette uttered. As an assassin with a teleportation ability, Renette believed he was the nemesis of all snipers, even if it was Black Phantom. With a snap of his fingers, the tired Black Phantom would be gone from this world. Renette had always seen himself as an artist. The next second, black mist flashed, and Renette was nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, he appeared in the driver's seat of the truck and was going to stab the sword through Hanzio's head. Teleportation? Hanzio was alert and immediately activated the full-body electromagnetic armor. However, the sword was unable to reach even his armor. Frenzied Sword had reacted quickly. He had rushed to block the sword for Hanzio and died on the spot. Both were taken aback. Eyes filled with bloodlust, Hanzio reacted within seconds. He grabbed Renette by his hand using one arm while he activated the thermoelectrical incisor gloves on his other hand. Amid the buzzing of the electricity, he slapped the gloves onto Renette's face, and immediately, a burning smell filled the air. Ah! The shrill scream was ear-piercing. Renette was in crazy pain, and he teleported straight back to the ship. As he tried to move his arm, he realized that Hanzio was grabbing onto his arm. Hanzio was also brought onto the barge. Hanzio moaned angrily and just would not let go of Renette's face. With his 5 fingers penetrating Renette's skull, the damage dealt was increasing at the speed of waterfall. The pain was so unbearable that Renette let out painful beastly cry, and his expression changed. Hanzio abruptly raised his other hand and gave him a violent slap. The strength of that slap was over 50 points and instantaneously smashed Renette's brain into a charred lump of meat. You've killed Renette, LV-46. You've gained 60,000 EXP. Target was 6 levels higher than you. Energy expended. 82%, you've gained additional 49,200 EXP. Second advancement, progress. 2-3 Hanzio panted, trying to catch his breath. Teleportation is indeed powerful but can be weak too. He is suitable to be an assassin, but he thought my weakness was close-range attacks. Teleportation was not a bad ability. If the superhuman was careful enough, they could be unbeatable. In fact, there were small differences in various teleportation abilities. For instance, when one teleported, could another be brought along as well? How big was the rain? Was it within visible range, or was it anywhere one could think of? What kind of teleportation was this? Was it imagination, or was it the recombination of matter? Was the energy consumption constant, or did it depend on the distance traveled? Was it purely just traveling from place to place, or could it be aggressive too? It was all in the details. These were the death-causing reasons. In the past, he had encountered other characters capable of teleportation, such as a guy with recombination of matter type of teleportation ability. Once he crashed into a battleship's ionizing shield, he would instantly dissociate into powder. One with the imagination type of teleportation ability would teleport all over the galaxy and ended up overexerting his energy and become weak. Renette's teleportation seemed to be a mix between imagination and recombination of matter. When he grabbed hold of another person's body, the other party would also teleport together. This belonged to contact type of teleportation and could be dangerous once one was trapped in it. His sniping seemed to be the reason that led to Renette's death. This was also an idea that Hanzio liked to mislead the others. When assassins thought that close-range attacks could kill him, it usually led to their own death. This disguise instantly tricked one teleporter. If it was a normal battle, Hanzio knew that he would be helpless against Renette. Hanzio stood up and finally understood the situation he was in. First, he got brought onto the ship by Renette, and then Germinal troops were all around him, with their weapons all pointing at him and preventing his escape. Completely surrounded, Hanzio's eyes froze as he covered his chest with his hands. Fire! Endless bullets drowned Hanzio. All of a sudden, with Hanzio in the center, a strong invisible force was released. Enemies and vehicles within the range of 20 meters all flew out and fell into the river. This area became empty. Hanzio was the only person left behind. His chest was not covered by the electromagnetic armor, revealing a palm-sized big precise device tied to his chest. The device was creaking, and slowly it became softer, eventually coming to a stop. Field repulsive machine type, extraordinary machine quality, green energy capacity, 110-150, requires charging. Effective range, 20 m effect. Releases a strong repulsive field and pushes away and objects in the range cooldown time. 6 minutes remarks. Get lost after experimenting for 2 months, Hanzio had obtained a variety of blueprints and had already started to suit himself up. Han Zio pulled out his 2 third-generation Berserk Eagles, activated his electromagnetic hover boots, and jumped onto another ship. Since I am here, I might as well kill some people. With Renette's blood on his body, Han Zio started his killing on the barge. The Berserk Eagles had bullets coming out of them non-stop, and because the recoil was too strong, he was unable to move his wrist. The bullets penetrated through every single Germinal soldier, either through their chest or headshot, leaving the floor full of corpses. It was just like a dark movie, whereby no one could stop him. Soon enough, he arrived on the ship with Li Yalan. Han Zio's willful actions soon caught the attention of everyone. Lin Yu was furious. Renette, that idiot, did not just get himself killed but had even brought the monster onto the ship. Their ship was about to leave the estuary, and yet he still made such a mess. Quickly, get rid of that black phantom, Lin Yu demanded. As their commander, he could not attack easily. If he did, there would be no one left to observe the battle. Hyla had long discovered Han Zio, and she was already full of anger. She clapped her hands and created a mental shock to deter Li Yalan and the others. She took a deep breath and gathered all the power of the corpses, turned, and screamed at Han Zio. She used all the gathered power on Han Zio, and the air rippled like a sound wave. This was like an exploding bomb in the brain. A sudden pain hit Han Zio. It felt as though someone was using a spoon to stir all around his brain. The sky in his sight seemed to be tilted as he lost control of his body and stumbled to one side. Feeling nauseous, the veins on Han Zio's temples seemed to jump vigorously as if they were going to explode. You have suffered 211 mental damage. You are in a dizzy state. With my intelligence characteristic providing me with a mental defense, I still suffered 200+ damage. If I did not have low-level strength in life, I could have lost almost 1/5 of my HP. On a technologically advanced new planet, Hyla's combat strength was scary. Bearing the pin-pricking pain in his head, Han Zio whipped out a gray grenade from his waist and threw it out. His accuracy was compromised, and the grenade landed 10 meters away from Hyla. Hyla thought that this was the side effect from him being dizzy and did not pay attention to it. She decided to return with a more impactful one, but out of the blue, the grenade detonated. There was no flame nor shrapnel, only an ear-piercing high-pitched sound that rushed directly into her eardrums. Hyla's brain started hurting, and she felt the world was turning, too. You can make people dizzy, so can I? Han Zio gnashed his teeth. Burst grenade uses high-frequency sound to disrupt the eardrum. Range, 50 m effects, causes one to feel dizzy magnitude of affects determined by endurance. Chapter 143, I will recognize you even if you turn into ash. Stunning enemies was a tactic commonly used by psychics. Their strong willpower resistance was their strength. However, burst grenades would cause a sense of dizziness at a physiological level because it caused ear fluid imbalances. Therefore, despite the strong willpower resistance psychics possessed, endurance was key in this case. That was the biggest weakness of all psychics, leaving them defenseless. Hyla immediately suffered damage from the attack. Agony was all over her face as she stumbled from one side to another like a wave. No matter who Hyla was during a battle, she only had one identity: enemy. Han Zio knew no mercy and continued shooting coldly. The bullets landed all over Hyla's body. Eventually, when the bullets ran out, he set the electromagnetic hover boots to the highest power, and before Hyla could retaliate, he kicked Hyla. She flew up into the air, knocked onto the railing, and finally fell into the river. The river was stained with blood as Hyla's body sank. Han Zio did not believe that Hyla would die so easily, and there was no news on the interface. He expected that after all these attacks, Hyla would be able to recover soon enough, but there was no need to worry for the moment. This enemy is so difficult to kill, I can't just tackle her right now. As this thought flashed through his head, Han Zio then had time to think about Li Yalan, a team mate from the past, who was now looking at him with shock. Black Phantom? Zhang Wei asked carefully. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Zhang Wei did not seem to not recognize him, and that was great. Thinking about the feud between the Germinal organization and Zero, it was best if he continued hiding his identity. Han Zio's eyes sparkled and heard Li Yalan suddenly yelling, Han Zio, who is that? I think you've got the wrong person. It's you. Stop pretending. I could recognize you even if you turned into ash. Li Yalan gnashed her teeth. Damn, how did she recognize me? Based on my polished acting skills, how could I still be exposed? Han Zio was dumbfounded. This young lady is really unpredictable. Members of the troops were stunned. They were doubtful about Li Yalin's judgment, but at the same time, they were a little convinced. At that moment, Han Zio, who was in full black, holding berserk eagles in both hands, suddenly revealed his own face. "Oh, that's what you actually look like," Zhang Wei murmured as he finally understood why Han Zio had always worn a mask in the past. In the past, when they were working together for Division 13, Han Zio had always worn a mask. Members of the troops never saw what he looked like and never knew Han Zio's true identity. At the moment, they thought that the face they saw on the facial simulator was Han Zio's actual face. They had expected him to be quite handsome. No one expected that the famous Black Phantom would turn out to be a former comrade. Everyone was puzzled. Had he been that strong in the past? Why didn't he show that? And why did he want to leave Stardragon to become an assassin? The higher-ups seemed to have acquiesced too. Wait, he became the Black Phantom of the Darknet organization, and the higher-ups were so ambivalent about it. Was this actually a secret mission? You got it wrong. No time for nonsense now, the enemies are here, Han Zio said sternly. Li Yalin raged. It's no use even if you deny. Right, the higher-ups must have sent him for a secret mission. That's why he cannot reveal his identity. Could it be that Stardragon is going after the Darknet next? The crowd was unknowingly forming a misunderstanding about the situation. The conversation ended quickly. On the battlefield, everyone could only suppress their doubts and focus on dealing with the enemies. It was a fierce battle between Stardragon's commando squad and Germinal Organization's troops. Superhumans were found all over the battlefield, launching attacks with their powers. A symphony of cries of agony and gunshots played through the battle. A Germinal executive headed straight for Han Zio. Han Zio pointed toward the executive with his hands forming a pistol and signaled to the Stardragon team to join forces against the enemy. Zhang Wei and his team naturally had no objection and started fighting by his side. As the Germinal executive rushed over, his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon and transformed into a 4-meter-tall white beast. The white beast started running on the deck like a wolf, and his heavy body caused the deck to vibrate. He opened his big mouth and pounced over. This action was full of elegance and strength. Transfiguration was a common branch from the Esper family. They could take different forms, some weaker and others stronger. The forms they took on could be so strange that they could even be out of the imagination. It was said to be related to evolution and various gene mutations. Some would transform into an alien creature, while some would transform into wild beasts. This Esper branch appeared most commonly on planets that were magic-based. This trait could be passed down through blood inheritance or be acquired through training. Science and magic formed different civilizations, and there were differences in the understanding of certain things. In addition, their methods of experimentation could be different, too, and each had its own unique points in terms of advancement. The great white wolf hopped around the deck as it tried to attack. Han Zio, Zhang Wei, and 2 others joined forces to try to take down the wolf. Han Zio felt it was no one of his business. He allowed Zhang Wei and his power suit to act as the tank while Han Zio stood at the side and tried to launch some sneak attacks. Sometimes he would use his thermoelectrical incisor gloves to slice a piece of meat off the wolf. Hu Yao also used his berserk eagles, and his action was swift as the coursing river. Initially, he was proud of himself. After witnessing how skillful and minimalistic Han Zio was and how he would never miss a single bullet, Hu Yao felt like he was making a fool of himself. You really live up to your name, Mr. Black Phantom. Such dexterity in handling double guns, Hu Yao admired secretly. He had joined Zhang Wei's team mainly because he had received the orders from the high-ups, and he had never ever heard of Zhang Wei's team being able to produce good results. To his surprise, the extraordinary Black Phantom had actually been part of this team in the past. The great white wolf was beaten up badly. Realizing that it was beyond its ability to retaliate and other executives were unable to help, it turned and fled the scene. Han Zio had already expected this, and right then, he fired his berserk eagles at the great white wolf's eyes, activating the flaming will. This time, the damage was increased by 3 times. Boom. The great white wolf's eyes exploded, and it groaned in pain as it fell onto the deck. The whole barge shook for a second. Zhang Wei immediately dealt another blow. With his ammunition emptied, Zhang Wei's arm armor extended into a golden sword. He leapt as his exoskeleton provided him with the energy and latched onto the great white wolf's body as he slashed it violently many times. The others came forward to help and eventually killed the great white wolf together. Just then, the backup troops finally arrived at the port and let off a signal flare to signal for them to retreat. At that moment, Zhang Wei turned and asked Han Zio, "Han, Black Phantom, do you want to leave with us?" "No, thanks." Han Zio waved his hand. "All right, thanks for your help, I'll remember this. Star Dragon will also remember this." Zhang Wei's speech had a hidden meaning. Together with his troops, he turned and leapt onto the assault boat. Lin Yalan stared in Han Zio's direction. As members of the Division 13 were withdrawing, Han Zio activated his electromagnetic skating shoes and jumped onto the shore. He rushed for the truck that had been following him around automatically, jumped into the driver's seat, switched it to manual driving, and left the shore speedily. Hyla, who was wet through and through, climbed onto the ship. Fighting off her dizziness, she glared at the departing truck. She was always the one treating people like that, but this time around, she had actually had a taste of her own medicine. "Black Phantom, I will remember you." Hyla's eyes froze as her body healed quickly. The Germinal troops arrived at the port and released a torpedo, causing the sea mines to explode. With the water exploding, they successfully entered the open sea. Hesla's navy also came by and was not reconciled to not giving chase. Both ships were restricted by each other. In the midst of the firing the cannons, the Germinal ship sank. Based on the battle strategies, the Germinal's forces broke free from the attacks and escaped. However, based on the damages suffered from the battle, Germinal lost 70% of their troops, while Hesla's losses were less than 10% of what Germinal had lost. With that being said, victory was definitely not Germinal's. Although they had not been able to stop all the Germinal forces, both nations were able to achieve the battle objective of damaging the enemy. All in all, the winners of the battle were Star Dragon and Hesla. Through the window, Han Zio glanced at the sea. As the destruction from the sea battle slowly went out of sight, he shook his head. The battle is over. Han Zio glanced at Frenzied Sword, who seemed to have revived and was sitting beside him, and wrote him a mission with no requirements. Frenzied Sword had taken a stab for him, and thus, he would give him some EXP even if he did not need to. The description of the mission was actually the reward for taking a stab for Han Zio, and that made Frenzied Sword surprised. His action was purely voluntarily, as he thought it was okay for him to die, but Han Zio must not. He did not expect any reward, and he became even more determined to protect Han Zio. After giving the reward, Han Zio turned to his own interface and grinned from ear to ear. Second advancement, progress. 3-3, the great white wolf that he had fought against with Zhang Wei was a LV-45 character. As it was a joint battle, the additional EXP obtained was little. However, the requirement for advancement could be said to have been completed, which meant, I can advance. Chapter 144, Reward and Impact. Han Zio was right in the middle of a battlefield. He decided that it was not an appropriate time for his advancement. I should get out of this battlefield first. He decided to look through other information first, such as the results from Tedramira River battle. His final evaluation was a B. He had 450,000 EXP on hand, which was far more than what he had expected, and he had millions of EXP accumulated on his interface as well. Fall of the Germinal. The progress of that level, a mission had increased by 2%, and the improvement for automated destruction was even better. The evacuating Germinal troops had been a large force made up of many different troops from different settlements. Therefore, when Star Dragon and Hesla crippled the evacuees, he also took a share. The total gain had reached 21%. This meant that he had completed the requirements of this quest. The southern continent could not offer him any further improvements. He could go to the western continent and the northern continent next to anticipate a large battle like this again. Then he could earn more EXP. After that, he would have to go to Germinal's home base on Andria mainland. There would still be more gains he could reap in the future. So, Han Zio would not cease fall of the Germinal so quickly. Since the minimum standard was 20% and he had already completed the task, it gave him some confidence. This meant he could try and get a higher rating the next time around since he was no longer in a hurry to complete the task. Based on his experience, the ratings from a level missions would be higher. The reward was special this time around and not limited to experience, skills, expertise, talent points, special equipment, or even direct rewards of attribute points. Han Zio arrived at the location where the Darknet helicopter was stationed. The driver was on standby as he moved the useful machinery up onto the helicopter. He then blew up the truck without leaving a single trace behind. The truck had cost him a sum of money, but since he had an abundance of funds, he did not feel the pinch at all. As the saying goes, it is easy to enter the luxury lifestyle when you're poor, but it is way more difficult to go back to a pauper kind of lifestyle when you're rich. Han Zio was very fortunate to step on the wealthy path. The market was huge, and he need not worry about money anymore. Everyone says that a man turns bad when he becomes rich, and that is so true. Han Zio mumbled as he smoked a few cigarettes before getting onto the helicopter, instructing the pilot to take off. The wind from the rotors was strong, forcing Han Zio to squint. Waves raged on the dark sea surface, and the smell of blood filled the air. Breaking away from their pursuers, the Germinal fleet sailed in the boundless sea. They turned on anti-detection to prevent themselves from being discovered by the satellites. There were many satellites orbiting Aquamarine, and many were from the previous civilization who had fallen. These satellites had been taken in by the Six Nations, but some of them had fallen into the hands of other forces. Some became public satellites for some hackers, and others became space junk. Each ship had been charred by explosions, and the repairmen were busy fixing them, riveting the steel plates and repairing the damaged mechanical components one by one. The rest of the personnel were cleaning the deck and washing away the bloodstains. Breaking through the blockade made them suffer heavy losses, including the lives of 17 executives. Han Zio alone had killed 3. When Lin Yu was reporting back to the commander, he emphasized on these statistics. Black Phantom's intervention surprised the commander. It turned quickly into anger as the commander started to feel like the Germinal organization had seemed to turn into a tiger without teeth. Anyone dared to bully it. At the same time, it also increased his hatred for Zero. He had disrupted the plan that they had laid out laboriously and also put the entire organization in grave danger. The commander remembered his conversation with Zero before he escaped from the lab. It angered him more whenever he thought of how this traitor managed to fulfill his promise. The commander then made people add Black Phantom to the watch list, as he had no energy to focus on a small assassin at the moment. The main problem on the commander's mind was the next step of the plan for the organization. All the sub-bases of 3 continents had been evacuated. Now that they had lost the ability to be proactive, the 6 nations had no more reservations, and it was likely that they would seize this opportunity to start the war. The commander did not wish to see this happen, as it would bring about critical damage to the organization. He needed time for the Germinal organization to recuperate. They had to eliminate Zero, who could see into the future. Germinal had been in Andria mainland for a long time, and if the 6 nations were to start a war with them, there was no other choice but to leave the mainland and fight from the sea. Release the intercontinental nuclear bomb. Not to mention that there are civilians living on Andria mainland, Germinal also had anti-missile facilities. If they were forced to their wits' end, they could just set the nuclear bomb off and destroy the world, mutually assured destruction. Of course, that would be his last choice. He could not keep that as a trump card. Even if he were to use this as a threat, the 6 nations would never allow Germinal to continue to grow. Maybe Red Maple, Ordina, and Hesla would come to a compromise at different stages and start to launch sneak attacks behind the scene. But the rash fool from Theseus and the madman from Raylan would not hold themselves back. They would likely reject any form of compromise and would only launch more aggressive counterattacks. They were not afraid to get destroyed together with Germinal if it had to be. In the original plot, the 4 continents were the battlefields for the 6 nations. The secret sub-bases bound the 6 nations and affected the war to a huge extent. Only by having luck on their side would they have been able to break the stalemate. When the war got fierce, Germinal troops suffered many defeats and were hugely crippled. As there were not many armed forces left of Germinal, some politicians in the 6 nations perceived their goals to be reached and were voting to compromise. From their perspective, the goal of destroying Germinal had been achieved, and the 6 nations had suffered losses too. They had chosen to allow the Germinal organization to stay on Andria mainland. After all, that was a place where no one wanted to be. Although it was impossible to remove the roots, it could prevent their resurgence. Any hindrance to the Six Nations had been removed. The Germinal organization had lost their powerful threats to the Six Nations, such as killing of civilians and destroying cities. Only the Andrea mainland base camp was left for them, and the Six Nations could combine their powers into one, making the situation for Germinal worse than it already was. The most urgent task at the moment was to divert the attention of the Six Nations, not allowing them to have time and resources to start the war. The commander gave this thought some thinking again, but he could not think of better ideas. Commander, Base 13 has something urgent to report. It is regarding a recent successful test subject from the Genetic Improvement Plan. This is the observation record. An assistant handed him a report. The moment the commander heard the words test subject, he felt a headache. He was stunned when he looked at the report. The assistant then said, "Cases like this did not just happen on one person. As you can see on the following list, this phenomenon seems to have occurred on a large scale, and it is spreading like an infectious disease." The commander stayed quiet for a while, looking as if he was digesting the information. He then made a sneer under the mask. "There are weird phenomena, but it seems like luck is on our side. The Six Nations will have to start worrying now." In a room on the boat, the light was dim and kept blinking. Hyla took off her black combat uniform and faced the mirror to count the number of wounds on her body. The most obvious one was a bullet at the side of her rib, and the dark blood clot that had formed was terrifying. Hyla was expressionless as she rubbed the wound to reveal her tender flesh. She looked at the mirror and remembered how her skin used to be smooth and fair with barely any scars. Unlike now, she had so many marks of serious injuries on her body. Hyla lowered her eyelids, and her long lashes covered her eyes. She put on her clothes again and went out to stare at the sea silently. She had to live and wait for the next battle. Zhang Wei and his team took the plane back to Division 13. Other than Zhang Wei, who had to write the report, the rest of the team closed their eyes as they were overwhelmed with fatigue from the battle. "Say, how did Han Zio become Black Phantom?" Li Yalan suddenly opened her eyes with a confused look. "What, Brother Zio is Black Phantom?" Lin Yao was taken aback as he had not been involved in the battle and did not know about this matter. Zhang Wei then explained the story to him. Lin Yao was flabbergasted and could not help but ask, "You couldn't have recognized the wrong person, right?" "I could recognize him even if he turned into ash." Lin Yalan coldly laughed with confidence. "Are we not going to look for him and bring him back?" He was embarrassed when he left. He must be on a secret mission. "I will ask the higher-ups when I report to them," Zhang Wei said as he shook his head. Lin Yalan could not help but add, "Do help me ask when he is intending to repay me as well." Zhang Wei was lost for words. "Little Lin Lin, you do not seem to be hurt." Dai Susu, who was in the same plane, came over. Li Yalan's face suddenly slammed down as she turned her head, ignoring her. Dai Susu was not bothered. She pushed the shy Lin Yao aside and sat down beside Li Yalan. With a playful smile, she moved closer to Li Yalan. She then moved further away hurriedly, as if Dai Susu was the source of a virus. Dai Susu loved Li Yalan's face of discomfort. She laughed, turning her eyes away, and asked, "Are you guys talking about Black Phantom?" "I met him once in the past and heard he took part in the war as well." Chapter 145, The Road to Boss. Li Yalan's eyes lit up. She was very certain that Black Phantom was Han Zio. Curious about what happened to him after he left Division 13, she looked past her annoyance with Dai Susu and asked her eagerly, "What was he doing when you met him?" At that time, his code name was still Mr. Black, a Scorpion-level assassin who was involved in a defense mission in Seagull City with the leader of the Dark Net. Li Yalan pumped her intently for more information. "Have you heard anything else?" Dai Susu raised her eyebrows. "Why are you so concerned?" "I'm curious about him," Li Yalan explained. She felt that there must have been a deeper reason for Han Zio becoming Black Phantom. He would not have exposed his identity easily. "Curious? Oh no, that would usually be the first step to the beginning of a love story. We must kill that possibility in its cradle." Dai Susu's eyes froze, but her smile remained. She said slowly, "Oh, I got some information about Black Phantom from a female assassin with codename Golden Fox." 5 minutes later, the listening crowd was staring with glazed eyes, trying their best to process the huge amount of information. Lin Yao trembled with fear. At some point in time, Lambert stopped wiping his blade. Lin Yalan mumbled under her breath, No wonder he had no physical urge when he was touching me. Hu Yue swallowed dryly and told himself that he would hide away if Han Zio ever returned to the team. When you meet him next time, be careful. Dai Su chuckled, got up, and sashayed away, leaving the group staring at one another. Zhang Wei coughed. He is our teammate after all. Don't discriminate against him. Everyone nodded hesitantly in agreement. Zhang Wei coughed again as he continued to write the report. However, the news was unsettling. He could not ease his mind to focus fully on his report, but pushed on nonetheless. As soon as he was done, he got up to look for his commanding officer. After submitting his report, he requested to speak to the secretary. After a few minutes of waiting, his request was approved, and the video communication was put through. The bald head image of the director of the Secret Service appeared on the screen. Zhang Wei went straight to the point and said, "We saw Han Zio." The director of the Secret Service was surprised. Since the last tip-off, Han Zio seemed to have vanished from the face of Earth. He could not be contacted, no matter how they tried. Although Division 13 had stopped their search for Han Zio, they were still very curious about his whereabouts. The director of the Secret Service said in a serious tone, "Go on." Zhang Wei phrased himself carefully and explained how they had discovered that Black Phantom was Han Zio. The director of the Secret Service had initially thought that Zhang Wei had seen Han Zio with his own eyes. Little did he know that it was only a speculation without hard evidence. He stared blankly for a moment before he muffled a chuckle and replied, "You must have confused the two people. How could Black Phantom be Han Zio? One was a super assassin in the Dark Net organization with an extraordinary level of combat capability. Although Han Zio had demonstrated his capability previously, he was far weaker than Black Phantom. This guess was just too far off the mark. The director of the Secret Service was really amused. He almost blurted out that Han Zio was Zero, but he stopped himself. The Bureau had tight confidentiality rules that prevented him from disclosing Zero's identity to others. Even though Han Zio's whereabouts were highly erratic and unpredictable, and the germinal organization was greatly undermined, hence there was probably not much of a need to conceal Han Zio's identity. Rules were rules. After all, Han Zio had been known as a field agent all this while. Concealing his identity could reduce the risk and lessen the trouble. Even though the germinal organization knew that Zero was liaising with Stardragon, they had not been able to find Zero all this while. Thus, the director thought there was no need to let Zhang Wei in on this information. Zhang Wei had never seen Han Zio's real appearance, so he could not have found out that Han Zio's true identity was Zero. Regarding Han Zio's real identity, he cannot be Black Phantom. Zhang Wei stared blankly. He thought perhaps that this was a hidden message from the secretary for him to stop being nosy about this issue. So, Han Zio was most likely sent out by the higher-ups on a special mission, which would explain why he needed to conceal his identity. "I understand," Zhang Wei replied with a knowing nod. The secretary was puzzled. "What do you understand?" "Strain." Stardragon's Division 13 sorted out all the reports and intelligence information and handed the final document to the 7-seat committee. The committee held a meeting to sort out all the important issues that needed to be discussed, and finally, there was only the issue regarding Black Phantom left on the table. All 6 knew Black Phantom's reputation on the Dark Net. The discussion was more focused on how they should treat Black Phantom. He offered a helping hand, but it could have been at the Dark Net's request or because of his own personal decision. An elder knocked on the tabletop and said slowly, "The Dark Net came to us previously. They are going to start the shelter program, so they are requesting our aid, so this should be a friendly gesture from them." The members nodded in agreement. The Dark Net had always remained a neutral party. If this was a sign that they are leaning toward the 6 nations, it would definitely be a good turn of events. The 7-member committee quickly concluded that it would support the Dark Net's shelter program and approved their request for material aid. This was their opportunity to return the favor and win them over. After the meeting was over, Gu Hui and Elder Gao pushed open the heavy door of the conference room and walked down the quiet, empty corridor side by side, discussing a separate issue in a hushed voice. "Have you gotten any other news about Han Zio? He has not been seen ever since he gave us some intelligence 2 months back." Gu Hui shook his head. Han Zio was the person who provided the information. Division 13 was eager to get in contact with him again, but he was not picking up the calls nor answering any messages. As if he had vanished off the face of the earth, he was completely off the grid. No one was aware of his whereabouts or his plans. Gu Hui's heart sank as he recalled Han's scrupulous nature. Please don't be wreaking havoc again. As for Zhang Wei's speculation, Gu Hui had only heard from the director of the Secret Service who briefly mentioned it. Without any real evidence, he would not be too bothered. How could Black Phantom be Han Zio? His looks and combat capability were just not comparable. Zhang Wei did not know Han Zio's real identity, so he was blindly guessing, but Gu Hui was aware that Han Zio was zero. Their intel was asymmetric. That was probably why it caused a misunderstanding. Information was updated on the darknet, and some of the information regarding the Battle of Tedramira River was circulated out. Most people were worried about the volatility of the situation, as if the dark clouds of war were looming on the horizon once again. The information contained news of Black Phantom's involvement in the fight. Many forces were very concerned regarding the actions of this super assassin. It was apparent that Black Phantom was an extraordinarily powerful mechanic. There were quite a number of powerful espers and pugilists, but mechanics with high combat capability were rare. Black Phantom should be added to that short list of powerful mechanics. He still made a high-profile move. Bennett sighed with profound resignation and sipped his herbal potion that was meant to suppress his wounds. Out of the blue, Wang Yuan received a call. His face lit up with joy and exclaimed, "Stardragon has promised material aid." Bennett was surprised. That was not a small sum, but Stardragon had agreed to it so readily. He asked, "What did they say?" "Well, they said they are very grateful for our help." Bennett frowned in puzzlement. "Help? What did we do?" On second thought, Bennett realized that Stardragon must have thought that they had sent Black Phantom. Black Phantom was seen as a representative of the Blood Pact Society, and his actions were inevitably labeled as representing the Darknet organization. Bennett was at a loss, not knowing whether to cry or to laugh. Black Phantom had unintentionally done him a favor. He would definitely not clarify this wonderful misunderstanding. "Well, I guess I owe him a favor then." "Oh, what did Hesla say?" Wang Yuan pushed his black frame spectacles. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, he snorted, "They are still pushing away the responsibility." Bennett shook his head. He had long known Hesla's way of doing things, and only Stardragon was easier to talk to. If he really wanted to dig out some material aid from the 5 other stingy nations, it would not be without some long, tedious negotiation. With Stardragon's assistance, the initial resources are more or less enough. Let's start the shelter program as soon as possible. The war will break out any time now. The sooner it is implemented, the more people we can shelter. Sleepy Winter and his group finally completed the Camp Destroyer series mission battle of the Tedramira River. Their evaluation was naturally low, but because it was a super-level mission, the EXP they had gotten was considerable. They should have been very happy with the results, but whenever the 3 of them recalled Frenzied Sword's performance, they immediately felt that the reward from the mission was just too meager. Comparison always made it worse. The feeling of being far behind someone just felt horrible, not to mention that they had in fact started out at the same time. Rainy Kim was rather calm, but Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice were really fed up. Thinking about it again and again, Sleepy Winter finally sent a chat request to Frenzied Sword. "Frenzied Sword, Sleepy Winter, why are you looking for me?" Frenzied Sword asked in a humble voice. "I just wanted to ask, did you trigger a secret quest?" "We saw you on the battlefield." Sleepy Winter sent out the video message. "Oh, you guys were there too?" Frenzied Sword was surprised. Why does this tone feel so annoying? Sleepy Winter coughed dryly and chatted half-heartedly before asking about Black Phantom. The video showed Black Phantom in action. Sleepy Winter was well aware that Black Phantom was an advanced figure who had been seen around Big Horn Village, and he was very curious about how Frenzied Sword came to know him. Frenzied Sword kept beating around the bush and refused to talk about the main topic. Sleepy Winter knew that he was unwilling to share information about the secret quest, and he could only bid farewell and hang up the communication sullenly. "Did he say anything?" asked Twinkle Fried Rice. "No." Sleepy Winter shook his head. He was in fact a little envious of Frenzied Sword, but he knew secret quest was something that came with luck. Then, an idea came to his mind. Why don't we try speaking to Black Phantom? The sky was turning bright near the horizon. It was dawn. At Han Zio's request, the helicopter landed on a hilltop in the wilderness. Han Zio asked the pilot to stand by, and stepping off the plane, he took a deep breath. The fresh air invigorated him. After flying through the night away from the Tedramira River, he was getting ready for his advancement when Frenzied Sword dropped offline. A player going offline is akin to disappearing. That gave the pilot a shock. Seeing that Han Zio's expression had remained unchanged, he suppressed his shock. Different players had different peculiarities. Although the world had all kinds of espers that made everyone well accustomed to abnormalities, over time, more and more people would realize the peculiar nature of the player's community, and there would definitely be some interesting developments. Han Zio could not wait to see this happening. Then he could validate some of his guesses. Putting aside these thoughts, Han Zio focused his attention on the interface. The requirements for advancement had been met, so a level up would mean an advancement. He looked at the EXP that he had accumulated over the past 2 months. Minus the EXP that he had used up for skills improvement and integration of blueprints, he still had a full 1 million EXP left. Finally, a second advancement. Han Zio was secretly leaping in joy. His progress had been as fast as a rocket, especially since he had gotten a huge channel to reap EXP after the players appeared. After this advancement, he would officially become the top figure on Aquamarine, and this was only the beginning. This meant that he could set foot in areas that he had previously found to be too dangerous, to acquire those rare abilities and skills. Quests that could trigger dangerous situations, abilities, skills, and equipment, all that would have a huge impact on his combat capability. He was already halfway there to becoming someone like Bennett and Hyla who could take on boss-level quests with their template abilities. Advancement. Han Zio entered his EXP. Mechanic Trainee. Level up LV5 plus 50 energy, plus 1 dexterity, plus 1 endurance, plus 4 intelligence. Attained 3 points unassigned stat points. Attained 1 talent point. You have completed your second advancement. Endurance and health points ratio increased to 1:20. Chapter 146. Skyrocketed. After the advancement, Han Zio's health point conversion ratio increased from 1:15 to 1:20. It was obvious to him that his body was stronger. He could feel a ball of energy down in his abdomen, invigorating him. This second advancement did not unlock as many skills as his first advancement did. His first advancement had felt like a complete rebirth, while this second advancement was way smoother a process than his first one. Though not explicit as a description on the interface, Han Zio noticed that his perception had become more acute. The world was more vivid in his eyes. If he had to describe how the advancement felt, it would be natural. He could feel the breeze flowing around his limbs and smell the mix of particles in the air. His senses were amplified by several notches. The second advancement was a prerequisite to unlock many skills, and of course, the most obvious benefit was that he could upgrade to LV60. He had plenty of EXP on his interface, so he need not stay at his current level to accumulate EXP. He could first take Night Stalker, which was at LV6, to its highest level. This would bring him a total of 30 dexterity, 20 strength, 10 mystery, as well as 10 talent points and 20 unassigned stats points. Han Zio then assigned his EXP to Mechanic Trainee, a main class with an upper limit of LV15. As he progressed, it took more and more EXP for a level up. He had used up a significant amount of EXP to level it up from LV5 to LV10. His level skyrocketed by tens of level and rose directly to LV50. As his energy exceeded 1,000 points and reached energy level 6, Han Zio received additional milestone rewards. Plus 6 SDR, plus 8 Dex, plus 6 End, plus 10 INT, plus 400 Max. Stamina, plus 8% machinery quality, plus 8% production speed, energy stats strengthened. As one's energy level grew higher, the bonus addition became more significant. Leveling up to LV6 was a significant milestone. He could receive a new bonus addition of energy stats strengthened that made the benefits of his attributes more prominent. To a mechanic, energy with magnetic properties could be used for producing and utilizing machinery. He could increase the speed, improve the quality, and amplify the power more easily. The actual effect would be far more useful than the numbers on the interface looked. Mechanics were not like pugilists or espers who would require huge amount of energy. In the beginning, additional energy might not be very useful to mechanics, but once he had the ability to utilize his energy in this manner, his strength as a mechanic would be more apparent. Mechanic trainee reached LV 10. To level up further, Hanzio would need 800,000 EXP. Hanzio had around 1,300,000 EXP left on his interface. He decided to save half of it as a backup to integrate blueprints and upgrade other skills. In the last 2 months, he had occasionally upgraded some important skills, such as Sniper, Moving Snipe, Continuous Gliding Shots. Not forgetting his blueprints, his core magnetically controlled retractable armor was already at LV5. He was already donning on a new set of armor where his stats were strengthened. He had also upgraded Blueprint's Lycranger robot, low-level smart chip. These blueprints were the ones that were relatively useful. Hanzio took a look at the skill list and entered his EXP into Flaming Willandfine Intensive Modification. These 2 skills had better value for EXP. After his EXP dropped to half of its initial level, Hanzio stopped the upgrading process. These 2 skills were each upgraded by 2 or 3 levels. He had accumulated 38 unassigned stat points, and he threw all of them into his intelligence stat. That was the crude yet simple manner in which mechanics upgraded themselves. After all this was done, his combat effectiveness soared. Without even relying on his equipment, his energy rank reached the standard of 12,000 ONA. Level 50. Attributes: 69 SDR, 94 Dex, 82 End, 200 INT, 11 MYS, 6 CHA, 1 LUK Health, 2,970 Energy, 1,230 LV. 6. Power Level: 1213 ONA Grade, D. Take on your equipment. You can be a boss-level figure on this planet if you work hard. Hanzio was very satisfied with the growth in his strength. Intelligence had become his strongest stat. It had reached 200 points. He could be way more productive when he utilized his machinery now. With the speed at which he was gaining EXP, he would rise to LV60 in a very short period of time. This was the upper limit for a second advancement. He was at the top among the version 1.0 players. My combat capability now, combined with my mechanical equipment, means that I am among the top few fighters in Aquamarine. Even at LV50, my stats are very strong. That is partly because of my expertise and partly because my main vocation is at a high level. This means I can take care of most superhumans without too much difficulty. I can count on my machinery to help me win, but my expertise and skills are too limited. I'm just too far off from someone like Bennett. Hanzio had been busy harvesting EXP from players, and he would continue doing so, accumulating EXP and gaining exposure to increase his popularity. He would be traveling to the novice villages beyond Andria to teach the novice players basic skills first, and after that, he could proceed to teaching the energy forging technique. Through this, he would accumulate a great deal of EXP. With this, he was confident that he would be able to invest in rare skills and abilities very soon. 2 months' worth of EXP was just wiped out in an instant. It would not have been so easy if he was still his old self. He would have wanted to level up the moment he had gotten some EXP. Now, Hanzio was not too worried about how he could get more EXP. Players, they were the biggest market. Energy forging technique was his trump card. Once he let the news out, it would trigger a frenzy. In fact, any player that had been through their first advancement would eventually awaken this skill, but most players are unaware of this. As long as he imparted this skill to a player below LV20, he would be able to harvest a huge amount of EXP. But there was a condition. He needed to raise his profile so that more players could get to know him. There are 2 ways. I could take the initiative to find players or create opportunities for players to find me. Hanzio stroked his stubble and was deep in thought. If he chose to look for players proactively, it would be a trip like his recent trip to Bighorn Village. Other than the novice grounds beyond Andria mainland, he could go to the southern continent, the western continent, and the northern continent to harvest some EXP. It did not seem like he had much of an opportunity to get players to come to him on their own. He could release more tasks after his advancement, but it was still a drop in the ocean if he looked at the entire player community. There was no way he could attract all the players. He had made a good start at Bighorn Village. Quite a number of players thought that Black Phantom could trigger secret quests, but that was far from getting enough players to come to him. He needed a more concrete plan. After the battle, the Germinal organization had withdrawn its forces from the 3 continents and gone into hiding. For the time being, the global situation would remain stable. At the very least, there would be no public declaration of war for some time. The tide had changed. Germinal would not declare war. However, on a second thought, the power had now come to the hands of the Six Nations. It might just bring the imminent war to an earlier date. This was not his original intention. Resigning to his fate, he could only shake his head. Nonetheless, the situation was not too bad. If the Six Nations went ahead to start a war and destroyed the Germinal organization, it would not bring any harm to him. With this thought in mind, Han Zio was relieved. After all, he was not an egotistical person. He had never felt like he could control everyone. What he had always wanted to do was to make full use of his extraordinary foresight to reap benefits from the power struggles between the different forces. Even though the situation had deviated from its original track, war was still not avoidable. Han Zio could not help but sigh. He was powerless as an individual to try to revert the situation. Instead, he was embroiled into the maelstrom. However, precisely because he was whirled into the situation, he could seize opportunities that came his way. This was really energizing for Han Zio. For any player to reach LV20, they will take roughly 2 months. But now, 2 months is just nice for me to run a trip to all the novice villages, Han Zio thought to himself with a smirk, having hammered out his next plan of action. Han Zio began to think about another issue, his own strength. After his advancement, he was able to move closer to the upper limit of version 1.0. Of course, there was no real upper limit for him. He was more concerned about his combat capability. Ranks were only a part of his combat capabilities. His capabilities would be more dependent on his skills, expertise, and mechanical equipment. It went without saying that mechanics were more dependent on their equipment than other classes. Han Zio was using his sniper without a hitch. Naturally, he did not want to give up on his sniper. However, he felt that it was time to develop a second combat style to deal with the increasingly complex situations that he would be going into. Chapter 147, Inspiration for Lightweight Mecha. Mechanics were known for having a wide range of tactics. Just like how saints would never fall for the same trick again, mechanics would never rely on a single set of tactics. To develop new tactics, one would only need to develop new tactics centered around a core gadget, just like how the core of Lurker Sniper Flow was the sniper itself. Using additional tools like electromagnetic skating shoes, special ammunition, stealth ability, and so on could further strengthen one's prowess. To a mechanic, developing a new battle tactic was a challenging yet fun task. Brainstorming on new ideas and then being able to bring it to life enabled one to achieve a sense of fulfillment, just like role-playing games. I have quite a few choices: rovers, portable batteries, self-created mechas. However, the rover's attributes and intelligence are weak on their own, and besides, due to their large sizes, they cannot be easily carried around. Moreover, even if the only model is placed into the robot troop, the outcome will still be unsatisfactory. They are way too expensive. As for the battery, even though there is a portable in the name, the pedestal disc is still too large. If I cannot assemble it within seconds, I can't use it with the flamethrower style. Perhaps I can only use it as a trap ambush. There's also the self-created mechas. Han Zio had a lot of blueprints that he could use for the armor suit, such as K600 endoskeleton, smart chip, exoskeleton limbs, electromagnetic hover boots, basic storage cube, and other modules. In addition, he had acquired all the basic knowledges, including bioengineering, mechanical dynamics, assembly, and energetics. He had already fulfilled the criteria for creating his own armor. This was not a bad idea. However, some problems might still arise. For instance, to equip the mecha, he would first need a support vehicle that could repair and replenish the materials. Prolonged battling could weaken the attack power, just like a problem every guy would face. Besides, he did not want to run around wearing a tin can, and it would be best if he could fly. He did actually develop a jetpack, but it still needed some adjustments. When activated, the jetpack would fly away without the pilot. If the jetpack was secured tightly, one could experience what 100 times the speed of a Ferris wheel would feel like. Han Zio did not want to try that for the second time, and as such, apart from the small drone, none of his other machines had a flying ability. Medium-scale and large-scale mechas required advanced knowledge of heavy machine modification, and he was only capable of modifying light mechas. Nanomuscle suits were more classic, but required advanced knowledge of miniature machine modification. Suddenly, Han Zio had a eureka moment and came up with a new idea. Almost made a grave mistake. Actually, I do not need armor as my tactic core. I can start from the assisting type of light armor, neglecting the firepower and focusing on my personal attributes. He had an idea. As he recalled the armor he had used or seen before, he thought that basic light armor looked reliable and would be easy to replicate one. As for robots and turrets, he decided to give up on them since they were inconvenient to bring around, and it was impossible to always bring along a truck. Even with airdrop support, there must be a transport aircraft, and then there was the money. No planes could fly in a country's airspace. Even Fabian Company's planes, which had licenses, had to follow a fixed route, and they were not allowed to fly wherever they liked. It would be all right to fly into the wild, but there would not be stable supply stations in the vicinity, and it would be difficult for airdrops. As the night faded away, the golden glow of the sun reappeared, turning the sky from pitch black to a light blue. Han Zio stretched his neck, and from his collar bones came a cracking sound. He was re-energized and full of enthusiasm, ready for the fresh day. He felt like he could puncture the sky with just one punch. Of course, that was just an illusion due to his overflowing energy. His senses, after becoming stronger, were also sharper. Han Zio felt his vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all improved. As such, he was even able to see the details on the rough surface of a tree trunk from afar. Han Zio boarded the helicopter and ordered the pilot to take flight. Han Zio traveled on Darknet's helicopter and finally arrived at another new village on the southern continent after landing several times in between to refill the fuel. This village was also a place where vagrant warlords gathered, and it was called Green Valleyville. There was a total of 19 beginner towns for new players on planet Aquamarine. 5 in the southern continent, 4 in the western continent, 4 in the northern continent, and 6 on Andrea mainland. Green Valleyville was a land controlled by the vagrant warlords and belonged to the Illumira family. Illumira, a well-known vagrant warlord force with family-style management, were headquartered on the southern continent. They also had a land on the north continent. In addition, they were in partnership with Theseus. The chief in command was called Daryl Illumira. Anyone with the same last name would be his immediate family member. His other top commanders were all strong players that he had been headhunted to join him, like second leader Zio Jin, third leader Bai Qi, and so on. The force was formed by surviving members of various extinct states, and hence they were a diverse people. The vagrant warlords called themselves different names, including family, group, financial group, general, and so on. They believed that if they formed groups, they were less likely to be bullied or threatened. When the force eventually became stronger, Illumira took control of the military and became an authority in the wild. Many vagrant warlords chose to join them, as after all, the Aquamarine wild was not a safe place for most. All Han Zio wanted now was to continue searching for players and earning experience through them. Time was limited, hence, he did not stop after the battles but immediately proceed to new villages to search for players. There were 3 scenarios when players went online and offline or respawn. The first was same spot respawn. This required some explanation. When one went offline while being on a moving vehicle, then when one respawned, one would not respawn back at the same location, but one would be respawned back onto the same vehicle. For example, if one was traveling in space, but the location one respawned at was not on the spaceship, then that would be crazy. The second scenario was respawning at the nearest city. That only applied to respawning players and not for those that were logged in. This meant that if one was killed, one would earn a chance to travel to a city for free, and it was either the city that one wanted or the city that one did not want. The third scenario was binding to a certain respawn location. However, this required special conditions, including affiliation to camps, special items, or through agreements with NPCs. For example, when one joined a secret camp, one could bind to the camp and select it as one's respawn point, but others would not be able to do so. Frenzied Sword would come online on the helicopter. As such, Han Zio had left a phone behind and instructed the pilot to wait. He then trudged through the forest, heading for the Green Valleyville. After 2 hours, the outline of the Green Valleyville could be seen from a distance away. It was situated at the side of the forest on a flat land. It was fortified and surrounded by barbed wire fence, and there were vagrant warlords patrolling around. As expected, all the players were gathering at the camps outside of the settlement, just like in Big Horn Village. Hanzio did not bother to hide himself. The sentry of the Green Valley Ville spotted him from far away and reported right away to the person in charge, Balsas. Balsas was a bald black man, neither tall nor strong. Instead, he was tiny and thin. He had a pair of triangular eyes that seemed gloomy. Upon hearing what the sentry had described, he was shaken. Sounds a little like Black Phantom. Balsas took out his computer and searched for Black Phantom's photo. Upon getting confirmation from the sentry, Balsas' expression changed. Didn't he just interfere with the battle at Tedramira River? Why is he here? I have nothing to do with him. Just the name Black Phantom alone made Balsas anxious. Even though Green Valleyville was heavily armed, he still felt unsafe. Balsas then muttered, "Should we approach him and find out why he is here?" Since Illumira did not have a previous relationships with the Black Phantom, Balsas thought that it would be impossible to clash with the Black Phantom, and there was also no one who had published a wanted notice on Black Phantom on the darknet. Balsas calmed down and called for an assistant. He ordered his assistant to take his place and approach the Black Phantom as he was afraid to do it himself. When the assistant headed out of the gate and walked toward Black Phantom, Balsas moved beside the big gate and observed through the barbed wire fence. He seemed really careful. However, Balsas very soon witnessed a scene that shook him. He saw that the villagers living outside were actually excited and friendly toward the Black Phantom, actually gathering around him. Balsas was surprised. How do all the villagers know about the Black Phantom? There were fewer players at Green Valley Ville compared to the number of players at Big Horn Village. When Hanzio arrived at the players' camp, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. It was so crowded, and everyone surrounded him, obstructing his route. Through the forum, the incident at Big Horn Village had spread across Aquamarine players, and all other new player villages were envious that new players at Big Horn Village had a chance to switch their vocation. With the unexpected appearance of Black Phantom, all the new players from Green Valley Ville were thrilled. Black Phantom is here. We are going to be lucky too. A player with the ID Bunhit Dog was more exhilarated than the others. He was quite a well-known video game graphic designer, and his XX Adventure series, which was humor-based and full of content, had gained him a lot of fans. Chapter 148, The Wind Rises, Bunhit Dog saw Galaxy as a potential television series. As there was limited information online about it, he keenly realized the hidden potential and decided to create a series that introduced and explained Galaxy. Moreover, he himself really liked Galaxy as well. It was inevitable for many to start a series on a popular game. Normally, as long as the content was interesting, the first person that produced the television series would easily gain popularity through the game. Wandering around a new player village, Bunhit Dog had yet to find the starting point for his series. The first episode of a series was the most important, and he did not wish to do it carelessly. It would be great if he could obtain some exclusive information that ordinary players could not get easily. Hanzio's appearance made Bunhit Dog feel like his chance was finally here. Since the Black Phantom was a hot topic on the forums, many people would be drawn to his television series if his first episode was about the Black Phantom. Who was not curious about this mysterious high-level character? He would then be able to ride on Black Phantom's popularity and make the series a successful one. Bunhit Dog, who was among the crowd, switched on his video function, panned toward Black Phantom, and started recording. He then added his own explanation and comments into the footage afterward. Players were clustering toward him due to the event that happened at Big Horn Village, and that helped save Hanzio some time. Hanzio thought he might as well not sell any items. After all, he did not bring any with him. Instead, he went straight to releasing the list of skills that he could teach. The only request was to give 5 reputation points, which meant, wish to change your vocation? Give me some money. Black Phantom isn't selling anything, then how am I supposed to increase my reputation? This giving him free money? Players were stunned, and whispers started among the crowd. Hanzio was calm and thought he did not want to go through so much trouble in Big Horn Village, since the players all knew that they could advance through him. His offer seemed like he was trying to scam the players, but in reality, it was just a simple deal: 2,500 aquamarine dollars in exchange for a chance for advancement. Deal or no deal, It was all up to them to decide. Compared to the normal route for obtaining basic knowledges, paying 2,500 aquamarine dollars was already considered a cheap price. At the time, Balsa's assistant approached and nervously swallowed his saliva. He was trembling with fear every time he took a step closer, and he was afraid of getting too close to Han Zio. "What is it?" Han Xian glanced at him. "Cough, cough, may I know why you are here at Green Valleyville?" The assistant asked as he braced himself. Han Zio took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I'm just walking past here. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause any trouble." The assistant heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, Illumira welcomes you, and Balsas wishes to invite you into the city so that he can give you a treat." "No, thanks, I'll just stay here." Han Zio declined as it would be inconvenient to communicate with the players once he entered the town. Since there would not be anyone who dared refuse him, he would leave once he had gotten the experience. As such, he did not pay attention to Balsas. All right?" The assistant left hurriedly as his heart raced, and he was dripping with cold sweat. The legendary killer seemed to be emitting a scary aura. The assistant was scared stiff even though Han Zio was just standing still. Especially his eyes, they were like those of wolverines wandering around the dark forest. One could get goosebumps just by staring into Han Zio's eyes. This was one of the effects of having universal reputation. When dealing with certain forces, there might be additional effects. When the assistant returned into the village, Balsas asked, "What did he say?" The assistant then repeated everything that had happened. Just passing by, Balsas frowned and pondered. He suspected that there were some secrets going on between Black Phantom and the refugees outside the village. After contemplating for a while, he ordered, "Get someone to observe Black Phantom and report to me if anything is weird. Also, go get some information from the refugees outside. I think Black Phantom is here for them." On the other hand, all the players had witnessed the conversation between Han Zio and Balsas' assistant. A question then arose among the crowd. Everyone was able to detect and know the name of Black Phantom because they had sensors in place, but why would the Balsas' assistant know of him too? Could it be that Black Phantom was a very popular character on the planet? The players were all still trying to figure out the structure, background, and the power balances on Aquamarine. They were only able to get a glimpse or two of the world through the maps, which was not helpful at all. Everyone was suddenly curious about Black Phantom's background. Exploring the story of the planet and being able to participate in it was one of the joys for this game. Bunhit Dog focused on recording the full situation. Hiding his excitement, his instincts told him that this was definitely the best video material. Exclusive information and the identity of Black Phantom could be used as the prelude to the background of this planet. While Han Zio was getting a windfall in Green Valleyville, the world situation was quietly changing. Stardragon, Hesla, Red Maple, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan, the Six Nations, wipe-out operation against the Germinal organization had ended, and the subsequent impact was gradually emerging. The Six Nations had only held 3 conferences so far. The first was held after the war in the past, when the Six Nations were first formed and the lands were first claimed. The second conference was held 2 months after the war. The pollution from the war was affecting living conditions. Since it was a problem regarding the whole planet, all the nations came together to try to come out with a solution. The third time was 5 years after the war, whereby the security and defense issues posed by the vagrant warlords were discussed. The last 6 ruling nations on Aquamarine did not have a close relationship with one another. If it was not for a worldwide issue, they would never have worked together. Today, the fourth Six Nations conference was held. The topic was about the next step in their plans regarding Germinal and whether they should go to war or not. The conference was done in the format of a conference call, and the leaders from each of the 6 nations joined in. In a meeting room in Stardragon Tower, the metal door was locked, and the leader of Stardragon was sitting at the desk. On the other side was a big screen where the other 5 leaders could be seen. The corner of the conference room was filled with people. All of them were the elders from the military, and Gu Hui was also among them. The conference had already been going on for 2 hours. So, has everyone decided? Ordina's leader was emotionless in his tone, and no one was able to tell his stand. The leader of Theseus stood up confidently and said, "I, Raylan, and Stardragon have all agreed to send out our troops. Hesla and Red Maple object." Ordina pondered for 2 seconds. "I give up my vote." Everyone looked as if they had expected it. Gu Hui, who was standing by the side, remained calm. There were 2 that agreed, 2 that objected, and 1 that gave up. He had already expected such results. Fuse and Raylan were the toughest, while Stardragon had a strong grudge with Germinal, so they would definitely not miss this chance. Hesla and Red Maple were unwilling to waste money on war. It seemed that Ordina was the greatest slimeball, always thinking about other things instead. The 6 leaders discussed for another hour and finalized their direction. They all decided that the final decision was to be determined by the military forces of each nation. The screen turned black. The 3-hour meeting had officially ended. The elders who were listening by the side seemed shocked. During the conference, it was decided that the 6 nations would conduct a large-scale military operation similar to the previous major war that had uprooted the political balance. The 6 nations would move forward and retreat together, attack the Andria mainland from 6 directions, and finally destroy the Germinal organization completely. War is coming. Chapter 149, Galaxy ×1. The players in Green Valleyville took a screenshot and showed off the arrival of Black Phantom on the forum, which sparked another round of heated discussions. Previously, it was Big Horn Village. Now it is Green Valleyville. Will he move on to a new location? Is this high-ranking character arranged by the game developer? The times at which he appears feels weird. If he was a mechanic instructor, his whereabouts would be uncertain, unless he is the planet protagonist who manages the information written on the net. It doesn't seem like it. I think the planet protagonist and the plot should be related. It is unlikely that we could come in contact so early. Black Phantom should be another type of mysterious character. Since it is difficult to switch vocation, could it be that Black Phantom was sent by the game developers to compensate us? What? Does it mean that in order to switch our vocation, we have to do it now or else we'll miss this opportunity with Black Phantom? The speculation regarding Hanzio had not stopped, and the commotion in Big Horn Village had not subsided. His popularity had once again been pushed all the way to the top by the players in Green Valleyville. Hanzio read up countless posts about himself with great interest and summed up the impressions that most players had of him. The first kind, some players thought he was a mysterious businessman who would appear in the early stages to provide benefits to the novices. The second kind, some thought he was a mechanic instructor. The third kind, they thought he was an important character who was in charge of handling important tasks. Due to this statement, Hanzio had to handle a group of players who wished to trigger hidden tasks every day. After reading about Maple Moon's example, some players thought that by showing hostility to Germinal, they could exploit the hidden quest. As the statements made by these people were very strange, Hanzio rejected all of them. However, there were still players who thought they were highly charismatic and chose to explore any backhanded ways to convince Black Phantom. Since there were more female players, the leader of Sky Territory had a post saying that that would be a benefit when they talked to Black Phantom. Hanzio was then surrounded by female players who were trying to charm him, yet he remained indifferent. You think that just because you have looks, you don't have to pay? Dream on. However, some players were very arrogant and even tried to attack him. Hanzio adopted the responsibility to right them of their baseless arrogance. He would kill any of these players once they resurrected to teach them a lesson. The game would only refresh the number of deaths every 6 days. This resurrection could also be called anti-addiction mechanism, and players who dared attack him would be forced to go offline. These kinds of lawless players obviously played more standalone games. Unlike other players who were more cautious in progressing in the game, they were risk-takers. No one took pity with these players. This game had been released globally, and there would definitely be a rare madman who wanted to challenge the entire game world. They were used to it. One player after another queued to pass Hanzio their money, and Hanzio realized the mechanics department had attracted quite a number of players. However, as there was a request for the gifts to be sent directly this time round, some petty players were rather hesitant. As a result, the queue was also rather sparse. Hanzio just went with it and browsed through the forum at one side. Suddenly, a new post caught his attention. The topic was Galaxy Times. The column is released. Hanzio's face changed as he felt the nostalgia. Galaxy Times was a subcolumn, and the content varied. The column talked about the news on Galaxy, including all kinds of anecdotes, stories from professional players, and analysis of the game process. Hanzio had once been a follower of Galaxy Times, and he would always have the urge to be the first to watch it. Now that he himself had joined the game, he was unsure if the content would have changed. In the video, a male and a female host were sitting in front of the camera, like a news broadcast. Behind them was the scene of Galaxy, showing the background of the new planets. "Hello, players," the male host greeted. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information. Your gaming career is our top priority. The public beta has been going on for 10 days, and the players' enthusiasm has not changed a bit," the female host said. "Now let us first review what has happened in the past 10 days. The first issue of the Galaxy Times was informative, and the next 10 minutes was a quick review of the beta players during the 10 days, introducing the various planets and the civilization background. Among them, there was a planet with an ancient civilization, where players were mostly wearing armor, carrying swords, spears, and hammers as weapons. Their background looked like a mix of Chinese and Western medieval times. It was obvious this planet was dominated by martial arts and magic. If there was a need to add a subtitle to the plot, it should be World Hegemony and I will use your skull as a bowl. There was also a highly modern planet called Planet Brighton. The city was like a floating island with 99 towers scattered on the edge of the city, forming a defense and the main tower in the city center. The large crystal ball at the top of the tower provided magical power to suspend the city. Occasionally, there would be sightings of a dragon across the sky. New players would have a slim chance of survival in this world, as it was very easy to hit the death limit. Of course, there was an even more difficult way to start, and that would be Planet Winterfrost. The base of the Hell Demon military troop was also the only one where players could see the Galaxy starships. Hell Demon military troop starships were crazy powerful, and this planet was a mix of magic and technology. The troops themselves had powerful combat power. They could also ride the cosmic creatures into space for a short while, and their level was high. Fortunately, Planet Winterfrost was just a sub-base camp for the troop. Otherwise, the American players who chose Planet Winterfrost as the base camp would not even be able to get out of the novice village. The richer the resources were for the novice planet, the more challenging it would be at the beginning. In contrast, the difficulty of Aquamarine was moderate, and the technological background was similar to that of many years ago. Unlike other planets where even trash cans on the street could incite the player's curiosity, there were not many surprises on Aquamarine. However, the popularity of Aquamarine on the forums was rising, and the main reason was the appearance of Black Phantom. He was the first high-ranking character to interact with the players. The two hosts then turned around and talked about the Black Phantom. Next, we'll talk about an incident that happened in Aquamarine, and friends who have been active on the forum all know that Black Phantom is the first mysterious high-ranking character to appear in front of the players. The players do not have much information about him. QQ, what role do you think he plays in the plot of Aquamarine? The male host asked. Based on the current information, Black Phantom seems to have a high position, and his identity is extremely mysterious as well. Furthermore, he and Germinal are enemies. Oh, does this mean he's on the same side as the Six Nations? I am not sure. Perhaps only the developers can answer this question. All right, after listening to this lame joke, let us return to the topic, the male host said. Speaking of the Black Phantom, he seems to be a mechanic instructor and can expose hidden plots. The latest news suggests that Black Phantom has appeared in Green Valley Ville of Aquamarine. Therefore, friends who wish to transfer to the mechanic class should seize the opportunity. The Black Phantom is by far the easiest way to obtain the knowledge. However, there has been a different opinion on the forums recently. Some players who transferred to the mechanics department are starting to regret. The female host feigned her surprise. There is such a thing. There was a quarrel at this point, and most of the players had been simply choosing their vocation based on which vocation was the strongest. After they had switched to being a mechanic, they found out that mechanics were not up to their expectations and would naturally be full of complaints. Before the topic came to an end with the two hosts, Hanzio looked at the responses and saw one response at the top. The ID was called Lusman. Chapter 150, 2, I am a beta player in Bighorn Village. A few days ago, I changed my vocation to mechanics with Black Phantom. Initially, I thought this is a very strong class, but after switching, I realized that being a mechanic is totally different from what I had expected. The skills are trashy and the equipment are easily damaged, but I could only repair them after I have bought the materials. My gun just died like this. I'm so mad. The combat power is rather weak too. One public beta test player who was 4 levels lower than me came up for a challenge. He didn't even have a main vocation, and his subvocation was a mere hunter. We fought for 11 rounds, and yet I didn't win any of them at all. For a main vocation to lose to a subvocation, while being 4 levels higher, this mechanic vocation is just a pile of shit. I was fooled by that video of Black Phantom. Damn, I was scammed. Those senior NPCs always have NPC templates as bonuses. Black Spirit is not even a player. His combat power doesn't even have much of a tingle. This mechanic vocation is so weak in its early stages. Maybe it would be as strong as Black Phantom's eventually, but you will be starting way behind others from the beginning. It takes even longer to reach the same level as the rest. What's more, the mechanic vocation relies on machineries, and the materials used to make the machinery costs a lot of money. This class is perfect for the local tyrants. If you don't have money, don't even try. This mechanic vocation has no future. Seems like I cannot use this account anymore. I can only restart another account and retrain. What a trash vocation. Luzman's response was full of resentment. He had even uploaded videos of him losing in battles. Many people had echoed him in the comments, pushing his post to the top of the responses. After glancing through other posts, Hanzio realized that most of the posts had traces of Luzman. That guy copied and pasted the comments so many times. Many others found his resentment to be over the top, and they argued with Luzman on the forum too. Hanzio narrowed his eyes. This was not totally unexpected. The players would realize sooner or later that the mechanic vocation is not suitable for combat in the early stages. Luzman was the first one, and he would not be the last. These grievous people only fell for the trap because they were attracted by his video and had simply chose whichever vocation that was strong. The moment they realized that it wasn't what they had imagined, they would feel deceived and angry. There were also players who liked the mechanic vocation who ignored these useless arguments and complaints. Some players were in the game for entertainment, while others wanted to be the strongest in the game. Luzman was clearly one of the latter. These negative comments would definitely affect his business, and since there was only one chance to choose a main vocation, players would become more cautious, especially first-time players. Hanzio shook his head. He had wanted to attract more players into the pit of mechanic vocation to expand his market. Seems like I have to reaffirm players in the value of the mechanic vocation. I can't just rely on displaying my strength. The program continued running. Off the script, the male MC said, "We have just received the unreleased promo clip on the next version of the game from Galaxy. Do take a look." The screen began to play another video. Just as what had announced, this promo video focused on the battle scenes of each vocation. The heavy armored knight appeared full of energy. The tip of his gun emitted smoke, and it hit a group of iron-shielded guards. The crash was loud like a thunder, and bodies were flying all over. A tribe with horns controlled the elements around them. Flames slithered and wrapped around their body like a snake. A magician stood in his cloak, and a web of light appeared beneath his feet as he chanted. Light rays of magic shone out from his fingers. The bald-headed sorcerer used his mind to manipulate objects around him. He released an invisible strike his opponents around him, causing them to fall one by one with their noses bleeding. The clips were all very realistic. It was gorgeous. This was only a demo of the promotional clip. Nothing was finalized. The clips were recorded by new players from every planet, and there were only a few clips from senior players for the time being. They barely got together the battle scenes of the 5 main vocations. The battle scene for Mechanic Vocation was a clip of Black Phantom in action. Hanzio was the first advanced player to demonstrate his combat power. There were several clips showing the jaw-dropping scene at Big Horn Village, as well as scenes of the interception battle at Tedramira River. Sniper, rifles, turrets, squadrons, and even the vicious Fury Blade was featured in the clip. The players was all engrossed in the scenes. They were all exhilarating moments. I didn't know I got selected to be in the promotional video. Hanzio was a little surprised. He still remembered last season's promotional video. The scene for the Mechanic Vocation was just the process to produce a machinery, and most players assumed that it was more of a support role. Hence, only a few players switched to the mechanic vocation. According to the first version, the proportion of players in the mechanic vocation was only 97%. This promotional video alone attracted tons of interest from the players. Mechanic vocation wouldn't be as bleak as before. He wasn't afraid to risk players complaining and regretting on the forum in exchange for attracting more players over. This promotional video also improved his popularity, and this was much more effective than word of mouth. Han Zio was overjoyed. He expected his fame to shoot up in no time. The next lineup on the program was about professional players. The male MC said, "Within 10 days of public beta, tons of famous esports clubs have shifted to the game, and according to statistics, Esper is currently the most popular one. This class is a lucky draw. If you get a high-level skill, it is equal to 10 million lottery tickets. The future is unlimited." It is known that the United States, South Korea, France, Japan, and Switzerland all have accounts with a class potential rating, and the various big clubs have offered prices for these accounts, worth millions of US dollars. The screen flashed wildly. Almost $1 million to buy a novice account? It was simply a lottery. Good luck would mean making a fortune immediately. Flashing news: the American Devil Club, Sandstorm Club, France Tulip Club, and the Korean 4-Star Club have already bought the accounts. They will be used by the club's elite players. And the God-level players will still be using their own accounts. American elite player, King and Queen, has changed to the magician vocation and was rewarded with a rare skill through a hidden quest. French elite player, Lost Angel, has chosen to start at random, and he seems to have obtained an opportunity. South Korea, foreign esports players all seem to be performing very well. China's esports scene wasn't weak either, but only a few managed to hit the top spots. Champions of many events had long been occupied by players from the United States, France, Japan, and South Korea. If you could win a championship, local players would celebrate as though it was a festival. They would be bringing honor to their country. Local players are performing rather well. A player by the name of Feng Yue completed the reward pool quest on her own, gaining over hundreds of thousands of experience points, becoming the biggest winner. It is extremely beneficial for her future development. Who knows, maybe the advantages would come snowballing in. This task was related to Black Phantom. A dark horse by the ID of Fury Blade was among the professional players. During a meeting at Jiangcheng Club where Fury Blade was at yesterday, they had released a video. It was the battle scene in the promotional clip with Black Phantom, and I believe everyone had also noticed Fury Blade. He seemed to have triggered Black Phantom's hidden quest. The clip of Fury Blade was sent in by Luminous Moon. In order to raise their profile, the club had used it for publicity, just when the Chinese professional players were feeling down about their lack of outstanding performances. This brought Fury Blade lots of attention. This would be the end of this week's content. We look forward to seeing you next time. The following are details for the lucky draw. During this episode, how many times was Black Phantom mentioned? Please drop a message to the official account. We will draw 10 people. Han Zio couldn't stop laughing. He then switched off the screen. Han Zio's name came up the most in the entire show. The audience had the perception that everything good had some kind of correlation to Black Phantom. Black Phantom equals opportunity. Han Zio didn't expect that his name to appear on the screen so many times. His plan had some good returns. His popularity rose yet again. And more importantly, after the program was broadcasted, more players would come aboard to change their vocation, allowing him to earn more experience points. He did a rough estimate. Based on this trend, the number of mechanic players on Aquamarine would likely be 2 or 3 levels higher than previously.